A lot of people ask me, what's the best advice to someone who wants to be a director? And the answer I give is very simple. Be a director. Pick up a camera, shoot something, no matter how small, no matter how cheesy, no matter whether your friends and your sister star in it, put your name on it as director. Now you're a director. Everything after that, you're just negotiating your budget and your fee. So it's a state of mind, is really the point. Once you commit yourself to do it, then the hard part starts, which is that you have to forswear all other paths, because you can't keep a foot in cabinet making and a foot in directing. You can't keep a foot in one job, and it's a total and all-consuming thing. And I suspect that many of the difficult and challenging things in the world, whether it's research or whatever, but certainly in the arts, must be all-consuming, because you're in competition with people who have made that decision, who have committed themselves 100%. You're competing for resources. It's a big coral reef, and it's a big food chain, and you're competing for resources. And you're competing against people who have made that commitment. If you don't make the same commitment, you're not going to compete. It's that simple.
It's so perfectly Stanley.
Good evening. I'm sorry not to be able to be with you tonight to receive this great honor of the D.W. Griffith Award. But I'm in London making Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. And just about this time, I'm probably in the car on the way to the studio, which, as it happens, reminds me of a conversation I had with Steven Spielberg about what was the most difficult and challenging thing about directing a film. And I believe Steven summed it up about as profoundly as you can. He thought the most difficult and challenging thing about directing a film was getting out of the car. I'm sure you all know the feeling. But at the same time, anyone who has ever been privileged to direct a film also knows that although it can be like trying to write War and Peace in a bumper car in an amusement park, when you finally get it right, there are not many joys in life that can equal the feeling. I think there's an intriguing irony in naming the Lifetime Achievement Award after D.W. Griffith, because his career was both an inspiration and a cautionary tale. His best films will always rank among the most important films ever made, and some of them made him a great deal of money. He was instrumental in transforming movies from a Nickelodeon novelty to an art form, and he originated and formalized much of the syntax of movie making, now taken for granted. He became an international celebrity, and his patronage included many of the world's leading artists and statesmen of the time. But Griffith was always ready to take tremendous risks in his films and in his business affairs. He was always ready to fly too high. And in the end, the wings of fortune proved for him, like those of Icarus, to be made of nothing more substantial than wax and feathers. And like Icarus, when he flew too close to the sun, they melted. And the man whose fame exceeded the most illustrious filmmakers of today spent the last 17 years of his life shunned by the film industry he had created. I've compared Griffith's career to the Icarus myth, but at the same time, I've never been certain whether the moral of the Icarus story should only be, as is generally accepted, don't try to fly too high, or whether it might also be thought of as forget the wax and feathers and do a better job on the wings. One thing, however, is certain. D.W. Griffith left us with an inspiring and intriguing legacy, and the award in his name is one of the greatest honors a film director can receive, something for which I humbly thank all of you very much.
By the third year of Washington Square College, I made the first short film. The key to everything, besides the other courses we were taking, the key to the cinema courses was the teacher, was the professor. And I was very lucky to be taught and kind of, I would say more than taught, encouraged by a man named Haig Manouchian, an Armenian American, who was very, only wanted to make documentaries, really. But bottom line, though, it's all about the inspiration. In other words, our generation, when we started making films in the 70s in Los Angeles, were considered young people who had studied to make movies. It really isn't the case to study to make. As one of the professors at New York University at that time said, the only reason to come to film school is to get your hands on the equipment and to make the movie. They can't tell you how to make the movie. You have to have it in you. You have to have the inspiration, the passion. The thing that is important was the inspiration from the professor. The overriding compelling impulse that this extraordinary powerhouse of 2 or 3 films I saw once when I was 5 or 6 years old, they pervaded everything, and that's the Italian neorealist films. Open City, Paisa, Open City, Shoeshine, and Bicycle Thieves, 4 films. And they sort of had cast their shadow over me and my family was Sicilian Americans, along with musicals, westerns, noirs at the time, although they weren't called noirs, they were just movies, and all of British cinema. The Ealing Studio, but more Alexander Korda, Giudice, I think he's pronounced, Two Cities Films, and Paul Pressburger. What we saw of them, it was very difficult to see their films except for the Red Shoes, and even Gainsborough films. But the overriding British cinema was a major influence. Make your own industry. Recreate movies. Don't pay attention to the industry. Do your own thing. I mean, put it this way. You want the work to be seen, but it doesn't have to be at the Odeon. You know, no more. That's all different. That's all gone. It's another ancient world. That type of film, or not even that type of film. The communal experience is always important. You can make a film on a camera the size of that doorknob and still show it to 1,600 people in an audience. It's still a great communal experience. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to cost over 100 million pounds. You know, it's all new. You just break it open. Break open the form. Don't just you know, have your tripod and a camera that's standing on it. The cameras that are being made now, and of course the fact that all Arriflex and other cameras have stopped being made, and whether we like it or not, we have to deal with a new technology, a high definition, or digital, whatever it's called. It changes cinematography, the art of cinematography, but you younger ones, you make a new art. Take what's available, push it, you know, because it's going to go there. You could do anything.
For me, everything I did to do with the camera, to do with editing, was useful experience and stuff that paid off when I came to actually, you know, make features. And really, everything you do, you learn from. In terms of any time you're shooting something, a short film, particularly short film. When you try to write the script for a short film, it's very difficult to write a short film. I think in some ways it's harder than for a feature to have a complete idea in just a few minutes and have a beginning, a middle, and an end, you know, have an appropriate conclusion. So you learn a lot about narrative structure doing shorter films. But really every job I did, including you know, corporate videos and industrial training films and things where I'd have to go to a company and throw up some lights and shoot interviews, you know, with executives and things like that. You're always learning about your craft. You're always learning about, you know, how to balance the pragmatic requirements, the race against time, using the equipment you've got in a short space of time? Does it get something that you can use? It's all useful experience. When you're starting out particularly, you have to play to your strengths. You have to do something that really excites you, and whatever's different about that. And in the case of following the non-linear structure was a somewhat unusual choice. But it's those things that are the strength of the project. It's the things that you can bring to what you're doing or bring to the filmmaking craft that maybe not everybody else is doing, maybe not everybody else can do or has thought to do. That's what's going to distinguish the thing. So it might seem in some ways more difficult or seem like something that would make the project more difficult to sell when it's finished, what have you. But for me, I think the answer was definitely to try to play to my strengths and the things that I personally was passionate about. I think working in films today, it's an era where people tend to watch films more than once, even if they don't like them. You'll see it in the cinema on its first release, perhaps, and then you'll see it on, cable television, or television you'll watch it on an airplane or in a hotel room or something, or it winds up eventually on regular TV. And so I think my generation of filmmakers understood really there's a responsibility to try and make something that has layers, something that has more to it the second time you see it, or some different aspect to it. And I chose to take the path of incorporating that desire for a layered approach into the narrative itself, into the story, if you like. And so I've made films that have some ambiguity to them or some layering to them narratively, so that if you see them a second time, you're going to watch them in a slightly different way. That was my approach. There are other filmmakers who approach it from a purely visual point of view, where they would just create very dense visuals that would sustain multiple viewings because you'd sort of see more in the frame. Well, Memento was based on a short story that my brother was writing, and he hadn't yet written it fully, but he described the idea to me, and I thought it would make an excellent film. And I asked him if I could take the idea while he was writing his short story, whether I could take it and write a screenplay from it. And thank goodness he agreed to that and let me do that. So he went off and wrote on the short story, and I think it took him almost as long as it took me to make the whole film as it did to write the short story. And it's a very brilliant story that was published in Esquire right when the film came out. And so it was an interesting collaboration because I had a lot of freedom to explore the idea that he'd given me. And then as I got into the screenplay form, then I would show it to him and talk about how I could improve it. And he was a huge help with that as well. So we had an excellent collaboration on it. It was very important for both of us, I think. The original inspiration behind the Dark Knight trilogy, and particularly Batman Begins, it was about taking this beloved character and recontextualizing the character, setting this extraordinary figure in an ordinary world, or a seemingly ordinary world. And so for me, it was much more about creating a recognizably real scenario that the extraordinary figure of Batman could exist in, and addressing the origins of that, the origin story, which hadn't been told in films before, hadn't really even been addressed in the comics very specifically, actually. And so we were able to really look at that gap in pop culture and say, okay, what if we try to ground this and really explain how this might happen in a real world scenario? That was always the jumping off point for the tone of the films. And then the influences on the films were very varied. I mean, we were trying to build a world in the way that Ridley Scott had done in his films like Blade Runner, for example. We were looking at the silent era, Fritz Lang's films and so forth, trying to figure out the use of the geography of a city to express a sense of metaphor or allegory with the narrative we were creating, which is what the world of Batman and Gotham as a sort of heightened version of a regular city, a kind of New York on steroids, if you like. Those were a lot of the things feeding into the way in which we approached telling those three stories, or one big story over three films. And we went into it not knowing that we would get to make three films. We approached Batman Begins very much as an isolated piece, but always with a sense that, okay, if we could, we would return to Gotham, we would try and flesh out a bigger story, because we were interested to see in our telling of Bruce Wayne's story, there was always a finite sense to what he was doing. And that's unusual in the interpretation, but our idea was that it felt that he would need to view this as a character he's created or a symbol he's created to try and inspire the people of Gotham, and that there would be an end game to that he would have an effect on the world and then be able to stop. And so we became very interested in seeing how that story would play out. One of the things that's different about my approach to music, the way I use it in my films, is I don't use temp music. Temp music is, when you take existing music from other films usually, and when you're editing the film, you put a lot of that in. Then you get a composer on after the fact and say, this is, do this but different. And to me, that always results in cues that are not what you want, because you've put what you want on there and then said, okay, do something different. So by definition, you're moving away from what first inspired you. So the way I've always worked with composers, like David Julian, or James Newton Howard, Hans Zimmer, is to say, okay, let's look at the script, let's talk about the ideas, and then sometimes before we're even shooting or while we're shooting, start sending me ideas, musical ideas, demos based on the narrative concepts, based on just some visual images. I'd sometimes with Hans, I'd send him some stills of what I was doing. And our approach in every film has been different, but the one underlying constant is to try to not ever use temp music, to try and always be working with pieces that have been created specifically for the images that we're shooting and editing. I've been greatly influenced by filmmakers of the past, hugely. I always point to George Lucas's first Star Wars film as a seminal influence on me. It was the first film that I remember that really just opened up the possibilities of what you could do with movies. Ridley Scott has always been a tremendous influence on me. I've loved the worlds he's created, the textured quality of those things. Terrence Malick is a huge influence, and Stanley Kubrick is a filmmaker that I've always greatly admired, although he's one that's difficult to try and imitate or learn too much from specifically, but as an inspiration, just as a great genius of cinema. And then more recently, specific to Dunkirk, I think, the cinema of Alfred Hitchcock, Clouseau, filmmakers working in the suspense genre were very important to me. I've also been very influenced by silent filmmakers. I go back to the work of Fritz Lang and Murnau, von Stroheim, those visions, those ideas of what movies could do before dialogue came in, before contemporary narrative structures sort of came in. I find going back to that older form of storytelling in movies to be very inspiring. I think really the only useful advice I ever got in terms of, trying to figure out your way into the film business, the film industry, is to get yourself a script and hang on to it. It's that idea, that screenplay, that concept, whatever that's going to be, that's so important. And you have to stick to your guns. You have to find something that you can do that maybe other people couldn't do. And even if that seems different or doesn't fit into people's expectations, that's what's going to distinguish it if you can do it successfully. So I think it's really about sticking to your guns and, doing something that you passionately believe in rather than trying to appeal to some desire that you imagine other people have for what they want to see in a film. I think you have to be true to your own passion and your own sense of what excites you as a storyteller.
Advice to young filmmakers is to make a movie every week in Super 8 or high def, write every night, and every weekend shoot for 2 days and work with actors, work with a little 1,000 watt lighting kit, set up your shots, get a tripod, shoot a little scene, work with the actors, cut those scenes together, and then the next weekend have worked on it with sound and looping and put some music to it. It can all be done for nothing nowadays with a computer. And get a response. And get a response from the audience and see where it's slow and where it doesn't work and where your ideas weren't being communicated properly. learn from that experience sitting in with the crowd, and then go out and make another picture the next weekend, and just keep doing it. Make films, no matter what anybody says, and you'll be a filmmaker.
Work wherever you can. It doesn't matter what. A documentary, a commercial, wherever you can get near a camera, wherever you can, especially if you're a director. You're not going to be a director until you put your eye into that finder. And it doesn't matter what. There's no such thing as good work or bad work. There's only work at the beginning.
Yeah, if you got the passion to do it, and you do it, and it doesn't like work out. I worked got 3 years on a 16mm film that ended up becoming nothing but guitar picks, and I was very disappointed when I realized it wasn't any good. But it was my film school, all right, and I actually got away really cheap. When it was all over, I knew how to make a movie. I didn't want to show anybody that, but I had the experience. I had a lot cheaper than I would have gone if I'd gone to film school.
The first thing you gotta learn is listen. Learn to listen, but learn to say no. And when you say no, mean it. Mean it. Don't say no and then just back off, because then and I don't mean as a technical term, which is a great word. I mean it in the existential term, you know? So, don't back off, because you have the chance. It's like quitting. What can a director on his first movie do? Quit. But if you quit.
But there is a lot more competition than there was when I was, like kicking around with El Mariachi. So you got, there's just a lot more to do these days. You got a lot more competition because everybody's got a camera now and everybody can edit, and it's tough. I don't know. The state of independent filmmaking changes. There's
Yeah, but but at the same time though, yeah, there's a lot more to competition, but also those crappy movies aren't competition if the thing is like dynamite.
There you go.
All that shit is, there's a lot of people out there doing stuff, but it's like waves on the beach. All right, you make a piece of nitro that you throw in an audience's lap, people notice.
Say I hear about an issue, or perhaps I look at a place in my hometown of Los Angeles and see, that this area is underrepresented, this group is underrepresented. I want to know more, And so through the process of me writing the screenplay and directing this film and editing the film, I learn about this subject. So it's really it's a sort of a selfish thing. It's my way of continuing my education. The last 5 films I have co-written. So usually it starts with just basically a brainstorming session where I get on the phone or meet my co-screenwriter in person, and we just talk about the possibilities. I do have to say, the one thing that has been consistent is that we usually figure out the end very soon into the process. Usually in that first brainstorming session, we at least have the beginning and end. The middle has to be worked out. From that point on, it's really about getting to the point where I think that we are dedicated to this issue, dedicated to the subject matter. Because I'm involved with the writing process, I'm also directing, I'm also editing, I'm also seeing the film out into the world. It does take around 3 years for each film to be completed from beginning to end. So it's about getting to that point where you are on board and you're dedicated for the long ride. Yeah. People that I've met in real life inspire a character sometimes, or sometimes it's an amalgamation of many people. My current film, The Florida Project, there is a character by the name of Bobby, played by Willem Dafoe. I would never have thought of this character unless through my research process I had met many motel managers who all had this thing within them that was a reluctant father figure of the motels that they were looking over. And the people who lived at the motels. So yes, I would say there's always some inspiration from real life people that help me create these characters. I love mixing it up. I love having seasoned actors interacting with first-timers, interacting with non-professionals. And when I say non-professionals, those are the ones that we just grab off the street the day of and say, be in our independent, and we never see them again. I've been very, very lucky, actually, to have found first-timers who have the knack, who understand the craft of acting, who have the gift of improvisation, and more importantly, for me, comedic improvisation. It really comes down to, character to character, again, film to film. I embrace all mediums. You know, I'm an advocate for all mediums. What I'm not an advocate for is getting rid of old mediums just because new ones come in. So I have played with digital, I've played with celluloid. I did experiment with the iPhone on Tangerine, and also a short fashion film that I directed, and I had a great time doing it. I just worked on 35, so that was a whole other experience, but it gave me something I really wanted. I wanted that organic, rich feel of something tangible up on the big screen that was acquired through a photochemical process. That's what I was looking for this subject matter. And so it's really about, it's again, project to project. You might start in a place where you're forced to shoot on a certain medium, but you quickly have to say, that's what got me to this place, but I'm going to have to now figure out how this movie can benefit from this medium, and how I can make this movie in a way where, looking back on it years from now, I can say, I am so happy I shot in that medium, because this film would not have been this film without that. I think the biggest challenge is simply is sticking with it. You know, for so many years, if you're an independent filmmaker, you're barely paying rent. Before your work gets recognized, you're the only one who's going to believe in your work. You know, the challenge was really just getting through the years, learning how to still stay in the industry, keep up on current technology, by taking editing jobs, by shooting corporate videos, by doing whatever I can do to keep fresh. And then you're suddenly in a place where, you know, the struggles of those earlier films that may not have gotten attention suddenly are getting attention because your current one is. So it works out in the end, but it is a long road. It's a long road, and it's just about sticking with it. I would say, as you're learning your craft of making films, you also have to learn the business side of filmmaking, and how to sell your film, and how to get it financed, number one, and how to, you know, to sell your film after it's completed. That's something that I think you should tackle early on. Trust me, you'll need it. You'll need that business sense. I actually wish that I had a double major, one in one in film and one in business, or at least took business classes. I think that's a major thing. And then also, I would say just watch all films. You don't just have to watch the Criterion edition. Those are, you learn just as much, if not more, from watching bad films. Keeping yourself open to, when you're watching films, watch all genres. Watch all nationalities of films. I think it can only help you.
Why did you want to become a director?
I didn't really want to become a director. I wanted to make films. I knew next door to nothing about film. I wanted to be a painter. And I was a painter. And I was in a studio working on a painting of a garden at night. And the green was coming out of this black. And I heard a wind, and I saw the green move. And I said, oh, that is interesting. And I thought it would be good to do a moving painting. So there was an experimental painting and sculpture contest at the end of the year at the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, where I went to school. And for that contest, I did a sculptured screen with 3 heads out of polyester resin and some painting on the screen, about 6 feet by 8 feet the screen was. And then I stop motion, kind of animated, but in a stop motion fashion, a thing that I called 6 Men Getting Sick. And that was my film in 16 millimeter, a little tiny Bell & Howell camera that had single frame capabilities. And it was so expensive to make that film relative to what I had that I thought that would be it, that it was just an experiment. But someone saw that and commissioned me to make one for him. And that led to another whole thing.
Which was?
falling in love with film and getting green lights. I made a short film called The Alphabet, and with the money I got from this gentleman who commissioned me. And there's a whole bunch of things that happened, but I ended up making not what he wanted, but something that combined animation and live action. And then I wrote a script for a film called The Grandmother. And at that time, the American Film Institute was starting. And they were offering independent filmmaker grants. And on a real long shot, because they wanted previous work and a script, and I had both those things. So on this long shot, I applied for an independent filmmakers grant. And the first group, I wasn't in the first group, and I had to wait a long time, but I got a phone call that changed my life completely because I won this grant to make The Grandmother. And I made The Grandmother, and on the strength of that, I got accepted to the American Film Institute, which was in Beverly Hills, California, in a mansion. And I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. So I went out there, and one thing led to another, and I got the opportunity to make Eraserhead.
I got started as a writer-director, probably just watching movies as a kid, and then wanting to make films. Grew up in Nashville. My dad made documentaries, and I just followed him around as a kid. Carnivals and circuses. He would just make films about kind of strange characters, moonshiners, kids that ride bulls, you know, just different things. And I don't know. You grow up around that world, and you know, kind of, I don't know, it becomes like what you know, and it was exciting to me. And so when I was in Nashville in high school, I started making films in school, and then probably moved to New York after high school, and then went to school for writing for a little bit. And there you just learn, like, you know, essential basic things, formatting and stuff, 3-act structures. It was, you know, stuff like that. But mostly what I know about writing movies was just from other movies, watching other films, like pacing and different things I just kind of would pick up on from just watching, you know, Buster Keaton movies or something. They always have. I just have lots of. Sometimes it's so many ideas. It's hard to figure out what it is exactly, or, you know, where it's coming from, or, you know, sometimes it's hard to tell which way's up, or, you know, where you're at in life, or what this dream means, or what it's saying. I don't know. You know, it's you just get sometimes just pictures, just things, and then you just kind of make up characters and storylines that just feel a certain way and just invent it. If I have like a really hard time with something, I'd usually just scrap it. Just if I really like, if I find it like something, if I'm smashing my head up against the wall too much is for a reason. It's not meant to be. So I try not to struggle too much with it. I don't have like the end result in my mind when I start. I'm like trying to search for it. You know, I'm trying to make it up as I go. Trying to react to something. The movies are more about kind of energy or a kind of wildness, or something that's like less defined, you know, something that's more like magic or something. So I don't really go in like knowing. So usually when I'm at the end, even if it doesn't work, even if it's maybe some type of a mistake or a failure, at least I know it's interesting, and then I went for it. Understanding what it's like to live a little bit outside the common realm, you know what I mean? And then know what it's like to experience extreme highs and lows. And, you know, if you get locked up, you get locked up. Fuck it, you have a story to tell. What advice I would give writer-directors? You know, I would just say try to be great. Try to give extra. Try to, you know, be bold. Try to invent your own reality. Try to, you know, do what's not been done before. I would just say don't even get started if you're going to just try to do some mediocre shit, because there's so much of that. Don't do it just to make noise. It's too much noise. give me something amazing, give me something new, give me something I haven't seen before in a way I haven't seen it. Let me feel something. Give me, find some kind of magic. Go towards something that's inexplicable. Give it to me. Give me something that's aggressive and gnarly and chew up the world. Come at it from some other place. But just don't give me the same shit over and over again because I don't want it.
My name is Denis Villeneuve and I'm the director of Blade Runner 2049. I'm from the documentary world. I tried to make a short story. I did several documentaries for Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, the French part of it, for Radio-Canada. And then I worked at the National Film Board to make my first documentary there. And from there, my soul, I wanted to do fiction. Went from there to start to do fiction. I did a short with a producer, and then I did my first feature film this way. There's a famous producer in Montreal. His name is Roger Frappier, and he wanted to meet the generation of new filmmakers. And he decided to create a feature film made of 6 short films. Half of them would be directed by a female director, the other half by male director. And those short films will be linked together, made as a whole, and presented in the theater later, so as a whole feature film. I was one of the directors, and after that the movie was quite a nice little success at home. It went to Cannes, and so after that the producer offered me to produce my first feature. So it was like offered on a silver plate, I must say. I was the luckiest, yeah. The thing is that I made a film. My 4th feature film was nominated for an Academy Award, and it's like my 3rd and 4th feature were traveled a lot around the world, noticed by the film industry in Hollywood. And when I did my 4th one, went to an Academy Award. I received numerous offers to direct. At the time, I didn't necessarily wanted to go to Hollywood. I didn't want to direct silly sequels or things like that. It's just that it happened that I read a screenplay that was very strong, in my opinion, that has strong potential, and that was linked with some themes that I was exploring in my movies at home. They offered me a movie called Prisoners. And I decided that as a filmmaker that it would be a nice experience to work with artists from the United States, that are very strong artists. I took that opportunity as a once. Just I will do it once, and it turned out to be a fantastic experience. I was really moved by how Americans are dealing with filmmaking. I just felt in love with their ways of dealing with cinema and the artists and the craft, the amount of experience there, and I just what I thought would be a one time became my life. I know that my movies are usually quite immersive, and there's like a strong feeling of intimacy that you have to. They are constructed around a very precise point of view. The more I work with them, the more I feel comfortable, and I love working with actors, and the more I feel inspired. I'm trying, when I cast my actors, to, I hope, my big desire is to meet people that will inspire me, and it's not all, the actors are all different. I love when someone is an author himself, meaning that it will develop his very own point of view about the character, bring ideas on the set that will surprise me. I mean, I have always a very precise idea about what I want to do, but there's nothing more exciting for me than when someone creates chaos in front of the camera, and it's all going back to the years I was doing documentaries. I was always amazed how life organizes itself in front of the camera. From chaos becomes poetry, and this excitement of the spontaneity of life, I find it back with actors, and I'm trying to create environments on sets that will be that will allow those things to happen. I try to give them the space as much as possible, so they feel that they have the space to bring ideas. One day, the screenplay of Blade Runner arrived in front of me because the producer had done a previous movie with me, Prisoners, and Alcon was looking for a director at the time. Ridley Scott was supposed to direct it, but his schedule was too busy. He has too many movies in the same time, so they were looking for a director. And at first, I was really destabilized and deeply curious and terrorized by the idea of reading the screenplay. I understood that because of the thematics, what the movie was dealing with about memory, about identity, quest of identity. It had a link with my previous work, and it made sense that I could do this movie. I understand why they came to me, and I knew that technically I was able to do it. It's a movie I would have refused 10 years ago, no question, but one day I read it, I said, I can do it, I know how to do this. I love the first movie so much. It's a movie that was part of my cinematic education. I was like raised with Blade Runner. It's a movie that was by far one of my favorite movies of all time. So I said, I don't want someone else to fuck this up. I mean, I need to. Even it's like a suicidal mission, you know, it's like super risky. Everybody will hate me. I can be banned from the cinematic community from the rest of my life, but it's worth the risk. Artistically, it's such a big challenge, but it's such a beautiful one. It's crazy idea to do that. Maybe a very bad idea, but I was mesmerized by the story of the screenplay, and I said yes. There was a lot of female parts, strong female characters, not like anything I have read before. There were more female characters in the movie than there's a male protagonist, and that I thought was really faithful to the first movie that had the same kind of quality. There was hints of the melancholia of the first movie too that I thought was very important. They were there. There were the germs, the seeds for that. Sorry, the seeds for that melancholia were in the screenplay, and that reassured me. In order to be very spontaneous on set, you need to, for me, I need to be very prepared. And specifically with a movie of that scale, everything will be designed, everything will be created. So the crew doesn't go mad. You need to really be precise. So you need to storyboard everything. I deeply love storyboarding. Why? Because it allows me, in a very quiet environment with good coffee and no pressure at all, to dream about the movie alone, you know, to make the movie I wanted, the ideal movie, without bad weather, without producer on my back, without actors that don't want to say their lines. I can do the movie I want once on paper, and I deeply love that process. I'm alone with a storyboard artist and I draw every frame and I dream about it. I deeply love that moment. In my first movies, I thought that the storyboards were castrative and that they were like something that will be in your way as your film, but it's total opposite. I deeply love them now. And it doesn't mean that I will shoot the storyboards on set. Sometimes Roger Deakins and we just throw them and say, okay, let's do something different, because on the day there's a better idea on set. But most of the time, it's a very powerful tool also to communicate for the crew. So yes, I storyboard everything. When you storyboard also, it's a way to transform the movie into images, and it's a way to rewrite the screenplay in the way I want it. So it's a very, very important moment in the film process. I'm very old-fashioned. I don't like to work with several cameras. I work with one single camera. I like to commit to one point of view, and I don't like to make any compromise. When you work with several cameras, in the obligation to make compromise with lenses and with lighting, and that I can't. So I like to commit to one thing and to just embrace that and fully commit. And so I will say that technically, no matter the scale of the movie, I work with one camera. I try to adjust the language to each story, what the story will need. I must say that for 3 of my 4 last movies, I have the same kind of language, cinematic language. There's a kind of research of trying to be as simple and monolithic as possible, that I deeply love, and I'm hypnotized by this approach. I deeply love it. Right now I feel the urge to do something different, but in the past 4 or 5 movies I was quite similar cinematic approach in some ways, yeah, I would say. I wanted to make a feature film before 30 years old. I was obsessed with this idea. and it was not the good thing. I should have take more my time for the first one. I didn't have to hurry that much. Take more my time, live a little, read more books. That's what I would say.
Well, I started off as a child actor, and my dad directed some theater. But early on, I realized that a lot of the people who were directing me in television had been actors. And so, you know, literally by the time I was 8 or 9 years old, I think I had it in my mind that I loved the business. I might one day want to be a director. And I was given an 8mm camera. I didn't really start playing around with it seriously until about, I don't know, 14 or 15. But I think the key to all of that, of course it's so much more advanced now, is starting to grasp an understanding of the power of editing. Well, actors are always at the center of the sort of the problem solving that goes with trying to work a scene out, and whether it's movement or with lines, what they have to say. And so I think it's a really great training ground. It's not seeing the whole picture, but nonetheless, the process is kind of similar. Then when you start directing, you just step away and you don't just look at your characters' problems and questions. You sort of look at the overview of the story. So for me, it was a pretty natural transition. I even suggest to people who have no interest whatsoever in acting, but want to be directors or writers, producers, to take some acting classes, to be in some plays, understand what it is to sort of be vulnerable, be out there, and be a part of telling the story, you know, communicating it directly to the audience. It was important to me to be as adventurous as I could be and not get labeled the way I had been as an actor. But also, you know, it's just a reflection of the kinds of movies that I love. Like, the one thing you haven't seen yet is a horror film. I don't think I would understand how to really make a good horror film, but I do love fantasy and sci-fi. So that genre doesn't intimidate me, and I think it's just fun to explore. At least it is for me. You know, directors, some of us are sweethearts, some of us are jerks, some of us are talkative, some are very quiet. None of that really matters very much, although I always think that it's nice to be decent to people, but that's me. It's not imperative. The big thing is taste and judgment. That's what it's all about, and it's understanding, you know, what exists within the possibilities of the story you're interested in telling, you know, and how many of those details can you capture? How can you sequence them together in the editing? You know, what does that add up to? And it really doesn't much matter how you get there, whether there's a large crew or a small crew, whether it takes a long time or just a little while. What it really matters is, what did you get? And what does it mean to other people when you edit it together and share it with them? I think that the big challenges are still trying to get basic emotional ideas expressed in a challenging, logistically complicated place. So either the weather is a factor, crowds, technical difficulties, all that's going on, and in the middle of it is something really human and emotional that's going to require, you know, acting with focus and sensitivity. The combination of those two things are always when I'm most on edge when I'm on the set, because, you know, if you fail in one area or the other, the whole scene is destroyed. You're not going to get it that day, and that's a whole day of resources, you know, lost, and that's always a shame. One of the things that I suggest to almost anybody, and I do it myself from time to time, is whatever the genre, if there's a movie and there's a that you particularly like, and there are sequences that you remember and that you think are cool, watch them over and over again. Watch them a couple of times with sound, and then watch them a couple of times without sound. Because when you pull the sound out, which is like the final finish that really, in a lot of ways, brings a lot of the, you know, gives a lot of the impact to a scene, you also begin to see really how the filmmakers captured those images. Did they use the same shots over and over and keep cutting back to them? Was it always a different shot and a different angle? Is the camera moving? Is it static? You know, what's the language that they're using, and what does it mean? And it answers so many questions, because we sort of understand movies intuitively, but when you really start breaking them down and understanding what was done on the day to create that sequence of shots that we love, that has an impact on us, you know, it's like a light goes off. You just begin, it simplifies everything and removes a lot of the mystery. Anybody can shoot anything, but it's how you begin to build it and piece it together that I think means the most. And of course, the editorial software is so cool now that, you know, anybody should take advantage of that, and you know, and start putting together images.
I actually wrote the story and produced Indiana Jones. I didn't actually direct it. It was that other guy that looks like me. I'll give you two things. One which I've answered a few times here around the table, so I figured I'd share it with everybody, which is, you know, how did I end up where I am? When I was in high school, I was a consummate underachiever. I hated school. I loved to build things. I loved woodworking. I loved working on cars and engines. Worked in a foreign car service, and all I wanted to do was race cars. Right before graduation, I was in a terrible automobile accident and was almost killed, and as a result of that, sort of sat in a hospital for a long time thinking about my place in the world, and decided that I would give education another try, and took my very bad grades to a junior college and discovered social science, the humanities, became very infatuated with anthropology and psychology, and suddenly found something that I really loved, and did very well. And then when I graduated and I was about to go on to the last 2 years of college at San Francisco State to get a degree in anthropology, my best friend, who I'd grown up with since I was 4 years old, said, you know, come with me to Stockton. I have to take a test to get into USC, and I don't want to do it alone, and come on, just take the test with me so I don't have to be there all by myself. So I said, okay. So I went up there and took the test, not thinking that I'd pass, but I did pass, and actually I got accepted at USC, and I said to my friend, well, now what am I going to do? I said, I really like anthropology, and I think I want to do that. And he said, yeah, but you wanted to go to Art Center. You really wanted to be an artist, and you know, this is your second choice, anthropology. And I did. I wanted to be an artist, a photographer. I'd done a lot of photography, and I wanted to be an illustrator. But my father said, there'll be no artists in this family. You know, that's a horrible way to make a living. And if you want to go and be an artist, then you're going to have to pay for it. And he knew me well enough to know that I wasn't about to do that. I will take the route of least resistance. I had sort of picked up my grades, but I was still a consummate underachiever. And so he said, well, you know, SC, they've got a department there of photography. I said, oh, that sounds good. He said, it's easier than PE, you'll love it. I said, well, okay, maybe I'll do that. So I went down there, and it wasn't a school of photography, it was a school of cinematography. And it wasn't actually a school of cinematography, it was actually a school of cinema, where you learn to make movies. And I said, this is insane. You mean you go to a university and you can learn how to make movies? I never heard of such a silly thing. So, and I hadn't really paid much attention to movies when I was young. I sort of watched a little bit of television stuff. Went and saw Earth versus the Flying Saucers and, you know, Bridge on the River Kwai and a few things like that. But I didn't know anything about movies. And I got there, my first semester, I had to take a lot of requirements, you know, Spanish, science, that sort of stuff. But I got to take two classes. One was a history of movies. And growing up in a very small town with one movie theater, I hadn't seen a lot of movies. And we didn't get a television until I was 10. So in those days, one of the main advantages of being in a film school is when you take a history class or something, you actually got to see movies that you couldn't see. It's an amazing thing, the world you live in today. You can actually go down to a store and just get any movie that's almost ever been made. and you can see it, and then you can actually have the filmmaker, in the extra bonus disc, tell you how they made it and everything. That's basically what a film school was, except you were surrounded by a lot of kids that sort of believed the same thing you did. So I got there and I learned about movies, which I really didn't know anything about, in terms of the history of movies, watching really great movies. And I had a production class, Introduction to Animation, where eventually they gave me 1-minute film, and they said, here, run the camera, follow these instructions. Move it to the right, move it to the left, move it up, move it down. And so I took that little assignment with my 1 minute of film, and I made a 1-minute movie out of it. I took a lot of still photographs and created a collage and a whole different way of doing animation, and put a soundtrack to it. My professor was unbelievably impressed with it, and it blew everybody away in the film department, and they sent it out to festivals, and it won like 47 festivals. And I said, wow, I know how to do this. I'm actually pretty good. Matter of fact, I'm better than anybody here. I love this. This, I want to do this the rest of my life. And so I was lucky enough to find my path, my passion. Before that, I had passions. I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to build cars. I wanted to create things. And I liked anthropology. I was very interested in social science, very interested in why we do things, where we came from, all kinds of, mythology. And I realized after a few years, and then I went to film school, made movies, and ended up being where I am. But I realized that I was following, on everything I did, I was following something I really cared about, something I loved, something I was passionate about. And I kept following that passion, whether it was cars, whether it was anthropology, whether it was art, photography. And eventually it led me to my huge passion, my real passion, which was making movies, which combined all of those things. And I realized that had I gone on to get my degree in anthropology, I would have probably made anthropological movies in New Guinea or someplace, and eventually been on National Geographic and the History Channel, and been then making features, and I'd have done Star Wars just the same. If I'd have gone to Art Center and become an illustrator, I would have probably started doing animation and doing animated films and making animated things, and then ultimately I would have gone on and been right where I was. So no matter which route I took, because I cared about all of them, they all led to the same place. Had I done what my father had wished me to do, which is to go into the office equipment business with him, which I knew I wasn't going to do, I knew I hated that, my life would have been unpleasant. And so I think it's very important not to do what your peers think you should do, not do what your parents think you should do, or your teachers, but to do what you inside, or even your culture thinks, but do what's inside you. When I went to film school, everybody said, well, you're nuts. What are you going to film school for? Nobody from a film school had ever gotten a job in the film business. Just had never happened. So you were just doomed to be a ticket taker at Disneyland. So they was like, why would you do that? Why don't you take a major that you can actually get a job at? Why do them? But once I fell in love with it, there was no going back, even though I had absolutely no chance of making it in the film business. And I did the same thing when I graduated. I moved back to San Francisco. And they said, well, you can't make movies in San Francisco. You're crazy. I said, but I don't want to be in Hollywood. I don't want to do that. I don't like those kind of movies. I want to do different kind of movies. And they said, well, you'll fail. It'll just never happen. And we managed to make it work in San Francisco. So that's the long story of how I got here. Another short story of one thing I discovered along the way is that several speakers up here have talked about happiness. And I've discovered along the way that happiness, you live in two worlds here. Happiness is pleasure, and happiness is joy. It can be either one. You add them up and it sort of falls under the uber category of happiness. Pleasure is short-lived. It lasts an hour, lasts a minute, lasts a month. And it peaks and then goes down. It peaks very high. But the next time you want to get that same peak, you have to do it twice as much. It's like drugs. You have to keep doing it because it insulates itself, no matter what it is. Whether you're shopping, whether you're, engaged in any other kind of pleasure, that all has the same quality about it. On the other hand is joy, and joy is a thing that doesn't go as high as pleasure in terms of your emotional reaction, but it stays with you. Joy is something you can recall. Pleasure, you can't. So the secret is that even though it's not as intense as the pleasure, the joy will last you a lot longer. And people who get the pleasure, they keep saying, well, if I can just get richer and get more cars, you'll never relive the moment you got your first car. That's it. That's the highest peak. Yes, you can get 3 Ferraris and a new Gulfstream jet, and maybe you'll get close. But you have to keep going, and eventually you run out. I mean, you just can't do it. It doesn't work. So if you're trying to sustain that level of peak pleasure, you're doomed. It's a very American idea, but it just can't happen. You just let it go. Peak, great. Pleasure is fun. It's great. But you can't keep it going forever. Just accept the fact that it's here and it's gone. And maybe again it'll come back and you'll get to do it again. Joy lasts forever. Pleasure is purely self-centered. It's all about your pleasure. It's about you. It's a selfish, self-centered emotion that's created by a self-centered motive of greed. Joy is compassion. Joy is giving yourself to somebody else or something else. And it's a kind of thing that is, in its subtlety and lowness, much more powerful than pleasure. If you get hung up on pleasure, you're doomed. If you pursue joy, you will find everlasting happiness. So with that, I'm gone. Bye-bye, thank you.
This is a .44 Magnum, as you know, the most powerful handgun in the world. Not anymore, but it was then. And it has fired neither 5 nor 6 because it's empty. And this is one of the original guns from the movie. And when I did the second movie, I said, I want one of those guns. Can't you get the prop department to steal one of those guns and give it to me? So Clint and Warner Brothers publicity guy arranged to get that, and they put a plaque on it and everything. So it's a very valuable gun now, and it's become an icon. Anytime you make a movie, there's lots of scene changes, and if the director wanted to and said, I'm going to do your script exactly the way it's written, which I do when I direct one of my scripts, obviously when you're there on the spot, you're going to change things. You're going to find things that are better and worse, and the actors are going to say different things, and so there's going to be a lot of changes and stuff like that. And people always say, well, what part is your original? I said, all the parts you liked. Clint Eastwood is very, very much that way, very quiet, very, no big deal, very unpretentious. There's no, everything is straight up, just what it is. I am sure that he had no trouble all of his life in dealing with fans or anything like that, because he probably changed very little as time went on. He's basically the same guy now that I knew back then, And he's a very good person. He's a very generous person. He's one of the few actors that if you call him up, he'll always call you back in an hour or two. And I've made movies that are that other actors who are famous actors, their best movies. And if I call them up, they'll say, what does he want? I better check. None of that with Clint. Clint's right up there, and everybody admires him, because of that. He has those old, almost Midwest values. My, kind of input into the character came from a number of things. I knew a cop who was kind of a Dirty Harry type cop, and he'd shot quite a number of people. He was a Long Beach detective, and he said always, when I'm put on the case, the verdict is in. and he didn't usually bring the people back, you know, and he was a real classic kind of character because he was more out of L.A. Confidential than Dirty Harry. But he was an interesting guy because he, in his part-time, was a dog trainer, and he was very gentle in training the dogs. And he believed that you had to be very gentle in training dogs, but he was not gentle with human beings, you know.
じゃあ最後に日本の監督、特に若い監督たちと、それからこれから監督になろう、これはまだいっぱいいるんですよ。
いるんです、わかります。
本当に。だからそういう人たちのために一言最後におっしゃってください。苦言でも。
僕はだから一番言ってるのはよく僕のところにも来るんだけどね。で監督になりたいって、だから監督になりたいってね、今監督一本の写真撮るのにね大変な金かかるわけですよ。簡単には監督にはなれないしね。それねいろんな修行もしなきゃならないし、いろんな経験積まなきゃならないし、そう簡単に監督になれるわけじゃないけど、本当に映画を作りたいんだったらその脚本を書きなさいと。脚本だったらわらばんしと鉛筆があれば書けるんだ。で本当に映画のなんていうの骨格なりね、映画っていうのはどういうものかっていうのを具体的につかむのは脚本をリードする以外にないんだから、シナリオを。でそれを言うんですよ。とねそれでも書かないんで、しんどいらしいんだよね。だからとね確かにしんどい仕事ですよ、本書くっていうのは。でもねバルザックも言ってるけどね、この小説家にしてもね、何が一番必要だし何が一番肝心かって言ったらね、その一時一時書いていく、その退屈な作業に耐えること、これがまずそれがなきゃだよ、それを考えてバルザックの仕事を考えるとね、頭打たれるな。もう我々一生かかっても全部読み切れないようなものをあの人は書いたんだから、実際に。あの人の書き方知ってる？面白いんですよ。汚い字でこう書くでしょ。すぐ印刷に回しちゃうわけ。でね、こんな大きな紙にこう1ページこのぐらい、それを出てくる印刷したら来るでしょ。それをこう全部直していくわけ。ほとんど前に書いてあるのがないぐらい。でまたそれ印刷に回すんです。これはいい方法ですね。これは印刷は大変だろうと思うけど、だからあんだけのものを書けたんだね、あれ。それも一つの秘密かもしれないけどね、やっぱり一番あれはその耐えることですよ。その一つ一つ書いていかなきゃなんだ。200枚なり250枚なりをね、それに耐えられない人が多すぎるね。それ慣れればね、平気で書けるようになるんだけどね。だから本書きに鉛筆とこうわらばんしがあればいいみたいなので、成瀬さんなんかもね同じ宿屋で本書いてて遊びに行くとね、原稿用紙がこうポンと置いてあって鉛筆が一つ置いてあるんですよ。でこう話しながらね、時々こう持って帰る。で本ができちゃうの、うまい本が。でもね笑い話だけど「ちょっと読んでいいですか?」って言ったら「ふふ」なんつってたら「誰と誰の部屋」って書いて「誰と誰何かしてる」って何かしてる。成瀬はねその本でいいわけよ。自分がやるんだからそれを考えてそこで書く必要はないからね。何かしてるって。でもあれはこう癖っていうか平均で書けるようにならないと、退屈な作業が。でその一日黙って朝から座って少なくともね23枚は書けるよ。どうあれしたって、それ積み重ねてきゃね何百枚になるわけでしょ。でそのコツがね分からないんだと思うんですよ。すぐ最初お芝居が早くそこ行きたいと思っ たりするからね。だから山へ登る時にね、一番先に言われるのは頂上を見るなって言うんですよ。足元を見て歩けって、みんなそうよ。であれコツコツコツコツ上がっていくうちに上行くんでね、上見てたらねくたびれちゃって、それと同じじゃないかしらね。だからやっぱり書くためにはそれに慣れることだし、そういう苦痛であることを苦痛でないように、それがもう習い性になるように努力しなきゃならないしね。どうもね大抵投げ出しちゃうんだよね。でね、助監督なんか言ってんだ、いっぺんでも本投げ出したらおしまいだろって言うんですよ。いっぺん投げ出したらね癖がついちゃうの、苦しくなるとそこでやめちゃうんですよ。おしまいまで絶対書けって言うんです。この曲がりなりにはね、最後までは。途中で苦しくなっていっぺん投げたらもう絶対ダメだぞと、なんか苦しくなっちゃうと投げちゃうんですよね。で今のね人たちはね本読んでない、ロシア文学なんかちゃんと読んでる人いないんじゃないですか。これはやっぱりそれをやっぱり全部ある程度読んでいかないとね、これはね何にもないとこから出てこないやつだ。だから僕よく想像っていうのは記憶であるって言うんだけどね、そう思いますよ。その中から出てくるんでね、何にもないとこなんか生まれてこやしないのよ。何かいろんな経験があるわけよね、読むんだりなんだり、実際に実生活のあれだったり、何かがなきゃね想像できないでしょ。そういう点でやっぱりまずもっと読むべきですね。絶えず今の小説だっていいけども、それからやっぱりクラシックは一応読むべきだと思うね。
Everybody thinks that directing is an exercise of control. Well, look, to me, it's a strange profession we chose as directors, because it's a combination of being tough as nails and being as permeable and fragile as you can. And you need to sort of separate the two. You cannot be completely fragile, because then you won't make movies. You used to become a poet or a painter, because a filmmaker is never going to die and they're going to find a drawer full of movies that he never did. And, oh my God, and it's going to be on DVD and Blu-ray. It won't be. You have to be a tough motherfucker to get into the business side and fight and tell the bastards no. And I won't do it. I'll do it my way. A lot of fights. So you have to be tough in that, and you have to fight and be able to defend what the movie needs to be defended. And then at the same time, you need to be incredibly permeable and fragile. And for example, you can be screaming at your producer one moment about the crane not being ready, and then you have to be completely open with your actor to watch the actor perform. You cannot, so it's very, very strange. And that goes for the childlike imagination. You have to preserve that. And yes, it can get really bad, but I think that's the one thing that that experience gives you. I've been doing this for 25 years now. And, after year 20, you go into the set and there is a certain thing that clicks and allows you, but you're always mortally afraid.
Soy un fauno, vuestro más humilde soy.
You are what you are, and that's what you bring to the movies you make. It doesn't. All we can do as artists is the synthesis of something that has been done before. We're 2,000 years in, at least, in civilization. Every song has been sung, every story has been told, but your voice hasn't been heard. Your voice is yet to be heard. And in that I package two things that are one and the same, your qualities and your defects. And as a Latin American, the way I live it, we could be having dinner and somebody says, I saw a ghost, and they say, oh yeah, pass the bread. It doesn't matter. I saw a ghost. Sure you did. My grandmother came to visit me last night and told me a secret from heaven. Sure. Where's the salsa? Magic and realism in Mexico, same thing. Same thing. Brilliant. That's why Buñuel went to Mexico and said, this is the most surreal country in the world, because it's absolutely true. And that's why what an European would qualify as an absurdist thing is what is natural to me. You take the things that are more extraordinary and you root them in the ordinary. The conflation of those two things. And if you come from a European or Anglo-Saxon point of view, these things are different tonally. But for a Mexican, it's second nature. You know, we are altar makers. You give me 5 genres and I'll organize them in a certain shape and I'll make a little altar. Crazy. It's gonna have a, you know, like magpies. We find a shiny object and accommodate next to a less shiny object and we construct things, and that's synthesis, by the way. That's what is new. Nobody has organized those shiny bits the way you do it. Everybody thinks the director is purely everybody thinks the directing is an exercise of control. And that's a myth that we enthrone, because of course the great legend is Erich von Stroheim did 120 takes, Orson Welles knew everything, blah, blah, blah. But I can tell you in reality, the directing, no matter who you are, is the art of orchestrating accidents, you know, because of course you prepare. Of course I color code and design the movie to a T. Of course all that happens. But every day you're gonna get 30 curveballs. The sun is setting, the actor twists his ankle, the car crashed, whatever it is, and you cannot say, oh well, because the day cost between $25,000 to $125,000, you know. So you cannot stop, and you need to take what is there and make it work, you know. And I think that part then is combined with the fact that as a childlike imagination, you need to be open to see what is right about it, you know. Let me put it another way. If an actor acts and you have only one idea of how the scene should be, the actor is going to come with great colors, he's going to put them on the table, and you're not going to see any of those colors. You're just going to see red, because that's what you wanted. And maybe green is better. You can say to the actor, try this other way, and if it's the right way and it's your way, you insist. But you have to be open, and the same is true of every accident you may encounter. There is a great Zen saying that says, the obstacle is the path. And it's absolutely true for a director. Whatever you see as the obstacle is yelling at you, this is the way to a better solution. So an obstacle is only a path that has been looked at wrong, you know. And I think that's a thing that we do in our craft that we don't talk about enough. I think the process of discovery is, look, making a movie, in my opinion, is you're constructing something that needs to look real. And like every lie, the more details you add, the more truthful it sounds. If I told you I'm late because I couldn't find parking, you can go either way. But if I tell you I'm late because I was about to park on Wilshire and this red Corvette just parked and this guy was sipping his latte and I was honking and he wouldn't turn, you added details that you go, well, it's a truth experience, you know? It's a truth, and then it's the same with film. The more layers you add, the more truthful it seems, or real. All of my life, when I approach a new project, and I'm 50 years old and I've done now I don't know how many movies as producer, director, blah, blah, blah. And I still have the same emotion. When I go into a project, I go, how much am I willing to lose to do that image? And there's always 1 or 2 images in every project that you would mortgage your house, sell your car, give everything you have to make sure that image comes to safe. What you go through, doesn't matter if they give you X amount of time, but you need to always protect the images that are crucial. So there's always an image that makes you say, I'm willing to forsake everything I have in life to protect that image. And the second thing I feel very important, do not get wrapped in the industry side of this. That's what I find really heartbreaking, that people are now, a lot of times you're discussing film with people that love film, and it's like you're listening to an agent from an agency or a head of a studio. They know the grosses, they know who's doing this, they know. That's absolutely not important. The important thing is that tradition you are going to belong to, and do not get caught on the other side. Stay true to the other side that needs you and needs to exist urgently.
Yeah, we need people that are passionate about telling stories. Numbers are great, but
I tell
stories.
you, when you have a movie and it's opening, yes, pay attention to your obsessively. Saturday, Friday, Thursday, yes. But beyond that, do not get caught in the business. That's very important to forget.
Near positions and awaiting orders.
Remain in the Miracle Mile, engage at your discretion.
My first American experience was almost my last experience because it was with the Weinsteins at Miramax. And I can tell you, two horrible things happened in the late 90s. My father was kidnapped and I worked with the Weinsteins. And I don't know which one was worse. Actually, the kidnapping made more sense. Because I knew what they wanted, you know? And I really hated the experience, but I learned to fight. And two things that happened that were positive on Mimic. I lost casting battles, I lost story battles, I lost many battles, but the one thing Mimic is, and 100% is visually, exactly what I wanted. Our direction, camera moves, color palette, cinematography. And I realized, okay, I learned that, and I learned a lot more. I really, on Mimic, I learned to move the camera in a really beautiful choreography with the actors, because Bob Weinstein was always saying, why don't you move the camera? You never move the camera. I go, okay, I'm going to move the camera, but I'm going to move the camera the way I want it. And I devised this idea of counter movements for the overs, and that's the way I shoot now. Without that experience, I would have not progressed. And when anyone approaches me and says, I want to be a director, I always tell them, then you should just be a director and don't say I'm going to be, because you can direct good or bad, but you can direct from your iPhone, from your cell phone, with your sister's cousin video camera, with a webcam, with right now, except in the most abject circumstances, most people can get a hold of an image audiovisual generating machine, and they can be directing and then realize that they are already directing. Directing doesn't mean anymore and shouldn't mean anymore directing feature films. And I think that so as long as you have minimal access to any media, you should be a director if you feel like you want to. And the advice I feel is that it's always better to answer through your work the things you don't like in a piece of media. If you dislike the movies that are being made, make your own. Show the world what you want to do, what you think this medium should be. So the advice is, if you want to direct, and even easier, if you want to write. You know, I think that writing is one of the only things that can be done with very little resources. And even if you die and you were unpublished, you still have a chance. You know, it's truly, you cannot do that with directing. You need other people, you need a little bit of help, you need at least an actor in front of the camera, you know, but I think what I say is go and do it. I was having breakfast with Daniel Krauss, who I was doing Troll Hunters with, and I said, what else are you working on? And he said, well, I have this idea about a janitor that falls for a creature in a super secret government facility and takes him home. And I thought, that's it. I said, I'll buy that idea and I'll write the screenplay. And it's my next movie. And, you know, like Devil's Backbone, like Pan's Labyrinth, like this, there was a complete certainty on my part that everything would work. That doesn't happen on the others. There's not, those three movies and Chronos, there was complete certainty. Like I had an unwavering belief. Then it wavers at the end, after you go through hell. But you have the certainty, I must make this movie. And it's not ego, and you don't want it to be liked, you don't want it to be accepted, you just need to make it. And it's a very different sensation than the other times where you go, oh, I want to see this sequence or that sequence, but no, this is a complete, almost like you're listening to a song, and it comes to you complete at once, you know? I think what I strive to is to connect deeply with audiences that like what I do, even if the audience at large does or doesn't. It makes no difference to me. I make weird movies no matter what size the movie is, and they're not for everyone. And a lot of people may be puzzled or say, why did he do this way? But I only do things that I hope speak to somebody in the same fetishistic way that I was spoken to by people that got high on their own supply. Because I get high on my own supply. I make the movies because I want them, you know, and I whether it's robots and monsters duking it out, or it's a post-war fable, or whatever it is, they're done because I wanna see them. We exercise in a thing that is an act of art and an act of commerce. And the act of commerce hurts only in that it tells you you're not communicating to more people than you wanted, you know? But the act of art is the principle. You need to preserve that before anything else. That's your primal concern, I think.
What's some stuff that aspiring filmmakers can do just to separate themselves from the herd, from the noise?
Well, I think that be themselves. I mean, you can be hard to peg. Some people may like you, some people may not like you. Some people get what you do, some others think you're crazy. But if you are true to yourself, if you only do things that you really believe in and that are personal to you, then, you know, you don't need the approval of anybody else, really. Right. I mean, that's in my opinion what distinguishes not only the great horror filmmakers, but the great filmmakers in general. You know, some people can go through life shooting B movies, and eventually they get discovered, you know, by an audience that caught them at the right time. Some people go all their lives shooting sort of underground little things, and they can't find their audience. And it's a matter of being true, not trying to be somebody else or have some different type of budget. I mean, you'll find your audience, and your audience will find you. All of them have them. All of them are some form of autobiography. Pacific Rim, even Blade 2. I mean, seriously, like Nomak and his father, that relationship is very much the way I felt about my dad, the poor man, you know. But I always, I have never made a movie that I wouldn't die for, you know, and it doesn't matter if it's commercial or people think it's commercial. I've said no to incredibly lucrative things, you know, incredibly lucrative. Like my agent must be very unhappy with me because I go, no, I'm going to do this other movie, okay. But all of them are biography. All art is portraiture. All art is portraiture. And all art is political. Those are things that you can't avoid. And you will know a person, like, for their art, if it's true, more than you would know probably from living together for 10 years. But my movies are all cabinets of curiosities, of who I am. I used to talk to ants. I used to love insects. I wanted to be a naturalist, a biologist, an entomologist. So, you know, everything you see is portraiture, you know. I am that weird.
You're the best man I've ever met.
You do need to never lose your hope. It's an evolutionary business. In other words, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be merciless. And if you break, you shouldn't be making movies. You know, it's the end of it. You need that combination of resilience and fragility. So, you know, it's, you have to have it. Because you live with rejection for decades, sometimes as a director, and you end up making the movie you want to make. So if I say no, that doesn't mean I'm right or I'm wrong. You just say, F him, I'll show him later. You know, I'm going to make it, and that fat bastard is going to have to say, I was so wrong, and hit himself in the head because he didn't do it. And I think that's the thing to do, is like, show us.
don't tell us, do the things. And if you do them wrong, but you do them in your own terms, that's how I define success. Failing in your own terms. Or first-time filmmakers, I always tell them, look, making movies is eating a sandwich of shit. And the only thing that gets a little better is, as the years go by, you get a little more bread. But the shit's always there.
But isn't that true of life also?
I think it is. I mean, I use another metaphor for life. But for film, I tell you, that one fits.
But in the end, somehow you find the joy.
Well, you end up convincing yourself that it's peanut butter.
And is it ever peanut butter?
I want to believe it is.
I think people are perverts. I've maintained that. That's the foundation of my career.
When you set out to make a movie, it doesn't happen exactly the way you have it in your head. There is this exploration, there is this evolution, there's this unfolding or revealing of the material.
It's a very, very, very powerful medium. A group of people who are mostly strangers are sitting in the dark, and they've given you access to their brains through their eyes and their ears for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. That's a big responsibility, and you have to, and to me, directing is not so much what you want to see. On the day, it's about limiting all the stuff that you don't want to see.
As soon as you take a camera out of its box, put a lens on it, and everybody's in makeup and wardrobe, it's an inherently fake thing. And you're just looking for clues and ways to sort of dispel what audiences have become used to in terms of the presentation of ideas. You're trying to sort of find new clues as to, or ways to sort of blur the lines between what is something that's so presentational and so silly in itself, and give it a little verisimilitude so that people can kind of connect it to them.
I think the greatest thing that all filmmakers need to have is the ability to articulate your intention. Because if you can do that, and you're going to need to do it, you're going to need to do it with a screenwriter, you're going to need to be able to do it with a financier, you're going to need to be able to do it with every single actor that you're hoping to seduce to be part of your cast. You're going to have to do it with the marketing people, you're going to have to do it with publicity, you're going to have to be able to explain why your film needs to be treated in a different way, why it needs to be understood that it's not.
If anybody has interest in true crime, it's always that, right? It's always that thing that you can't quite touch, you can't quite get at it, you don't understand what makes them do what they do.
Cinema is an inherently risky and exciting and imperfect and emotional medium, and it has to include all of those things. As soon as you start limiting what it is that people can say through movies, you're kind of inherently uncinematic. The audience has to feel it. If they don't feel bad, if they don't feel horrible about violence, it's a problem. I think it's a problem for the movie. I don't want violence in movies to be like that. I don't want it to be a joke. I want people to recoil from it and think it's awful.
And how dictatorial is a David Fincher set?
I don't think it's dictatorial at all. I mean, I'll say this. If the movie is great, I'm going to get too much credit. And if the movie sucks, I'm going to get too much blame. When the shit hits the fan, all of a sudden, everybody scatters and you're the guy standing there going, wait, who's got a suggestion now? So if I'm going to take the blame, if I'm going to take the brunt of it, I'm going to make the decisions.
I don't always have the best ideas. I'm not always right, but I'm always for the movie. I have to create an environment where they can do that, and that may mean being unkind to get everybody's attention so that we understand we're not going to save this in coverage. I'm not going to allow your hangover to influence how I'm going to cut the scene.
If you have 4 different actors in the movie and you sit with one of them and watch the movie, you'll have a completely different view of that movie than if you sit with one or the other.
But I want to cut the scene the way I want to cut the scene. I want to cut the scene the way the story mandates, not somebody's comfort. More important than the legal ability to be able to say, I don't have to listen to you, is the ability to say, I hear what you're saying and I understand exactly what it is that you're saying, and it has no place in this film for the following reasons. I think people tend to be reasonable if you can be supremely specific about what it is that you want to accomplish. I made a crucial error. I listened to the people who were paying for the movie, and they said the way to go about this is not to work with your friends. The way to go about this is to work with people who've done this time and time and time again. And basically that translates into meet a lot of people who are going to resent you and your age and are not going to want to take instruction from you, and allow them to tell you what you can't do.
I try to kind of take everything that can go wrong into account, because something's going to go wrong on any given day. But I don't also want to overthink something to the point where it's just becomes sort of boring execution or, checking off a list. I want it to be communal, and I want people to have an investment. I want the actors and the cinematographer and the dolly grip, and I want people to be invested in coming up with ways to make things more concise.
People who label other people perfectionists are probably just
smaller roles. I mean, even Helena Bonham Carter, this is a bizarre
fantastic.
film. Yeah, fantastic, but you wouldn't think she'd be the first kind of person necessarily to go to.
Helena we had a script that Brad wouldn't commit to, and Andy Walker came in to do a polish. And I was kind of like, I feel like we're really close. He was like, yeah, we're really close, but let's do a little more, spit shine on it. And so I said, okay, if we're gonna do that, Andy and I are gonna come over to your house every morning at 8 o'clock, and we'll work until we get it right. We would make coffee and we would talk, and he, one day, as I walked in, he said, have you seen Wings of a Dove? And I said, no. We put it in, we watch it, and I said, she's such a kind of perfect little doll. Do you think we think she can be like foul-mouthed and nicotine stained and Adderalled? And he was like, I don't know, let me meet with her. So I went to the Four Seasons when she was in town, and I met her, and she was foul-mouthed, nicotine-stained, completely, caffeinated. And she was like, why would you think of me for this? And I was like, I don't know. And Michael Kaplan, who did the costumes, kind of came up with this idea that he was like, you know who she is? She's Judy Garland on her last legs. And I was like, wow, that was perfect. So we showed her, and that's what she did.
I have to ask you about the takes issue. You famously have a lot of takes.
My philosophy is you spend $250,000 on a set. You're going to put it on a soundstage, it costs you $5,000 a day. You're going to put $8,000 worth of lights you're going to bring a $150,000 crew in. You're going to bring actors in from all over the world. You're going to put them up in hotels. They're going to come there, and the idea is to get them out as soon as possible. Who wants to live like that? If I fly you in from Iceland and you're supposed to do one day, I want to make sure that we get it. There's a point in time, whenever an actor says, I'm sorry, I lost. Can we start again? They were great. Right before they pull the pin on the whole thing, they were great. And I've shown, it's that thing of when you fall face first into something and you kind of know, what the text is and you know what you're supposed to be doing, but you lose your train of thought. it's almost always the most exciting thing. Something is really, and I was, you know, I almost know when somebody's going, oh fuck, I'm sorry. It's kind of when you're doing this, and then everything goes kaflooey. But my process is about, I'm gonna give you 17, 18, 25 bites at the apple, because if you're smart and if you're conscientious, you've worked out in your head as an actor what it is you want to present me. And presentation is a kind of weird, translucent, diffuse, plastic hymen between what I want it to be and what you want it to be, what the actor wants it to be. And there's always this thing of like, yeah, I've gathered my senses and I'm ready to show you my wares. And I almost always feel like it's bullshit. I almost always feel like it's controlled. And so what I want to do is go, great, show me that. We shot 7 takes. Okay, now let's start. You know, are you done? Because, you know, I know you won the Oscar last night in the tub and you've figured out what this is going to be, but now I want to challenge. Now I want to get beyond muscle memory. I want you to know exactly where to sit in that chair. I want you to be really comfortable because it's your home. And so you come in, you throw your coat on the couch. When you've done that 15 times, it starts to look like you live there.
Some directors you hear don't like actors and aren't interested in that and are kind of using them as pawns.
I don't want to do that. I'm not one of those directors like, I could do that. I could not fucking do that in my life. Like, I could never. And to me, if you can help them be great, everybody wins. Like, that's the point. That's why we're here. That's why we're shooting. You know, we're shooting to make all of this great. The camera is going to trap them in amber for all time. And it's the magic of when somebody is doing something in the background that evolves and they come into the foreground and they become part of the action and they take over. I have to create an environment where they can do that. And that may mean being unkind to get everybody's attention so that we understand we're not going to save this in coverage. I'm not going to allow your hangover to influence how I'm going to cut the scene. I'm not going to allow your bad hair day to mandate that we're going to be, you know, the scene plays out in overs. I'm going to get a good master, maybe 3 that are very different in what they're, and then I'm going to go into coverage and I may get 1 to 3 really great overs that are really interesting, and then I'll bring back and do singles. But I want to cut the scene the way I want to cut the scene. I want to cut the scene the way the story mandates, not somebody's comfort.
Social Network. I remember getting incredibly excited at the idea of you directing a film from an Aaron Sorkin script about this subject matter.
When you read a script that good, you just say, where do I go to surrender? I thought Zuckerberg was hilarious. When I was given this script, it was under very strange kind of alien auspices in that they were like, we're making this movie. So you tell us how much it's going to cost and you tell us who you want to put in it. And yeah, it's an incredibly exciting thing to be able to just cast people who are right for it. Andrew Garfield wanted to play Mark Zuckerberg. He was good. He gave a good reading. And then Jesse Eisenberg sent his audition tape in, and I grabbed Aaron, I brought him over to my computer, and I hit play, and Aaron went, oh my God, he does me better than me. And I was like, it's gotta be Jesse. And I called Andrew over, and we sat in my office, and I said, I can't offer you Mark Zuckerberg, but I would love it if you would come to a read-through and read for Eduardo. And he said, really, why? I mean, what? And I said, I think you have a mechanism. You, as an actor, build an umbilicus to the audience. You create an emotional attachment. That's your gift. I don't need that for Mark Zuckerberg. I need that for Eduardo. And if you will come and read through, I think you'll see what I'm doing. And, you know, no strings attached now. And he said, okay. And he came and he read, and we finished the read through, and we walked out in the parking lot, and he goes, I get it. This guy's amazing. And I said, so do you want to play Eduardo? And he said, I would love to. And everybody was like that. Everybody just wanted to tell the story.
In Gone Girl, your new film, You're dealing with relationships between married people that are kind of not as they seem. They're kind of pretending to be something, aren't they? Was that what attracted you to that novel, that subject matter?
Yeah, I wasn't that intrigued with, I mean, I love the plotting, and I loved, you know, it's very witty. It has real insight, I think, into certain feminine perspectives that, you know, maybe we have ignored to our detriment. But the thing that was profound, you know, we learn to, we construct a facade of ourselves. We construct an image for people to deal with us and understand us. You know, we learn from teachers, we learn from parents, we learn from siblings how to present the best version of ourselves, edit, and then we go out into the world as adults and we mate, and we couple, and we draw people, seduce people with this projection of ourselves. And often completely oblivious to the fact that the other person is doing that too. And there comes a point in, you know, it's not the 7-year itch or the 3 to 5 years into a relationship where one or more of the people who's entered into this contract says, I can't keep it up. I'm not interested in being the man of your dreams or the woman of your dreams anymore. I don't know what to tell you. And this movie was about the resentment that might engender.
Ben and Rosamund are perfect in that film.
They were both our first choice. Ben had he's obviously, he could be homecoming king. He obviously could be a frat guy. You know, he obviously, and he was willing to kind of be, you know, the 40-year-old version of that. He also had a very distinct relationship and understanding of what it is to be in the wood chipper of public opinion, and not have any say or any control over it. And when we started talking about Amy, one of the things that I realized about Rosamund was that I had seen this work. I pride myself on being able to see, you know, an actor's utility belt. I try to gauge them, who they are, what they're made of, by the things that they default to and where their instincts take them. And I'm, you know, that's all I do all day. So I'm reasonably good at it. And I had no take on her. I had no idea, and I needed that. Amy has to be unfathomable.
House of Cards. Yep. Entering the world of kind of what I would call premium TV. You know, TV now, you know, often is as good, if not better, than film, and Netflix kind of at the front. Was all of that what attracted you to? Was it Kevin Spacey? What was the
rights for the show were being shopped in Hollywood, and my partners, who I had sort of said, let's make TV together, were sent this DVD set of this wonderful British show, and I was finishing Dragon Tattoo, and they both started calling me saying, you gotta watch this DVD, you idiot. Like, just, the rights are gonna be gone to this thing, and and I watched it and I thought, this is insanely good. It's so simple and it's so dramatic and it's so rich. Television has become the place for characters to evolve. There's very little time in movies anymore for characterization. And I think television is a place where characters can be slowly peeled and revealed. I want everybody, I want the makeup artist, I want the boom operator, I want everybody to feel it's the best work that they've done, or it's the best adaptation that we can do. My father once said to me, I don't know who he was quoting, but, you know, learn your craft, it'll never stop you from being a genius. And that's the kind of thinking, you know, that's what you want to surround yourself with.
17 filmmaker Paul Thomas Anderson made a mock documentary about the life of a porn film star. 10 years and $15 million later, Anderson's project has become Boogie Nights.
1, 2, 3.
Did he say anything? Boogie Nights is being compared to films by Martin Scorsese, Robert Altman, and Quentin Tarantino, and was called the most seductive cautionary tale ever made by The New Yorker. Joining me now, filmmaker Paul Thomas Anderson, and I am pleased to have him here to talk about this film and an extraordinary attention being devoted to an independent film. Welcome.
Thank
Great
you.
to have you here. Why 10 years between the time that you made that little documentary, which was about 30 minutes, as I remember,
Yeah, and
this completion?
You know, I don't know. I just I kept playing with it. You know, I wrote it after doing the short film. I wrote it as a full-length sort of documentary, taking that kind of Spinal Tap approach. You know, but by the time I sort of finished that, that format had kind of been worn out and done many times, and I kind of realized I was really just sort of blatantly ripping off this Spinal Tap thing, and I got to sort of find a new way to do this. And in the meantime, I'd written my first movie, which is called Heart 8, and then just kind of...
It was finally called Heart 8.
It was finally called Heart 8. Thank you. Wink.
Those of us who love it called it Sydney.
That's right. Thank you. God, it's good to be here. I feel comfortable. You know, and I don't know, somewhere in 10 years, 2 hours was added, you know, on top of the half hour.
Yeah.
And I just kind of figured, well, the way to do this is just kind of go nuts and just make it straight narrative, but really kind of just start writing, and wrote 300 pages of stuff, and eventually had a shooting script of 186 pages.
Casting.
Yeah. The best part. Casting and writing are kind of the same thing to me, you know, because I write parts for actors that are my friends, or actors that I don't know that I really want to work with, like Julianne Moore is someone whose work I just loved, you know, and I wrote this part for her, but I didn't know her. But it was great to give it to her and say, this is for you, you know, and she said yes. And John Riley and Phil Hoffman and Philip Baker Hall and Bob Ridgely, a lot of the actors in the movie are real good friends of mine, and it's great to write parts for them, because you know, they're my friends, and I watch them kind of suffer in Hollywood, you know, not being able to play parts that they should, you know. If they're good at playing the white trash hillbilly, they get the white trash hillbilly parts, you know, forever. And I can go to them and say, so what kind of part do you want to play, you know? And say, well, I want to do something other than the stuff they're offering me, you know. So it's nice to do that, you know.
What about the lead?
Marky?
Yeah. Not the first choice.
No, he wasn't. Well, he is now.
No, of course he is. You'd like to look back and
That's
say,
right.
I knew this all along.
All along.
I
Yeah.
knew this. I wrote it for him. I knew it would be, he'd own the part.
That's right. I knew all this would happen for him.
He's an interesting guy. He came by and we did a conversation. He's a very interesting guy.
He's smart and smooth and
not at all like you imagine.
No.
Because of all the
that stuff there before, you know. And it was funny because when I sat down with him, well, he wasn't the first choice. I had thought of him a couple times because I'd liked him in the Basketball Diaries. And the first choice was Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo eventually decided to do the Titanic, and so I went to Mark, you know, and sat down with him.
But did Leonardo recommend Mark?
He did, actually. I mean, I had Mark in the back of my head. My casting director was really saying, Mark, you're great, you know, and my producer was saying, Mark's great. And Leo said, meet Mark, you know. Not that I had to be convinced, but I actually really wanted Leo, you know. And Leo said, I'm going to do the Titanic, meet Mark. So I sat down with Mark, and he talked about this early stuff. It was kind of funny, because we sat down, and I said, so, you know, have you read the script? And he said, well, to be honest, I've only read 30 pages. And I thought, who is this jerk, you know, hotshot guy who's only read 30 pages? And he said, listen, I love these 30 pages, and I know I'm going to love the rest of it, but I just want to make sure before I really fall in love with this and want to do it, I want to make sure you don't want me because I'm the guy who will get in his underwear, you know? Yeah. Because, you know, people were offering him stuff like that, like come rap in a movie, come be the underwear guy in a movie, you know? And I said, I don't know anything about that. I want you because I saw you in the Basketball Diaries, you know, and I want to hear what you have to say about this script.
You saw some acting ability in the Basketball Diaries.
Yeah, he was great, you know. Nothing against Leo, but he stole the movie from Leo, you know. He was so great.
Then why didn't you go to him first?
Yeah, I know.
I might ask.
I just can't. I don't know. Stuck on the big star, you know. He's not, you know, unlike most of the other actors in the movie, he's not a trained actor, you know. It's just this thing of talent. It's just this raw, big ball, glowing ball of talent, and his instincts are always
Does
great.
that present a different challenge than, say, working with someone who comes in more than just raw talent who comes in with some acting craft that they have incorporated into their experience. Do you do it differently? Do you work differently?
No, to tell you the truth, no, because, you know, a good actor is a good actor, and you know, back to your question of casting, that's the old cliche, that's 99%.
Yeah, right.
It really is.
It really is?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a job as a director to the actors. That's my theory, is that my job to them is as a writer. It's like, write them a good part, do my job there, and then
Write
as
a good part, choose the right person to play it.
Exactly. And then I will have done my job. As a director, it's just like keeping your sense of humor and every once in a while reminding them to keep it simple, you know. But it's just being a fan as a director.
Burt Reynolds.
Yeah. Burt Reynolds. He's great. You know, he's Burt. And
yeah. Again, not the first choice.
No, not the first. Well, you know what? He was the first person that I had thought of when I was writing it. I don't think you can write a movie about, you know, 70s porn and a character named Jack Horner, who's the sort of father figure, without thinking of Burt Reynolds.
Right.
You know?
But you thought about Warren Beatty.
I did. Well, Warren called me up, and I think what eventually I started to figure out was that Warren really wanted to play Dirk Diggler, you know? I said, you don't really want to play Jack Horner, you want to be the kid in this movie. He said, yeah, I do. I said, well, so, yeah, I talked with him for a little while about it, but...
Now, do you think he seriously thought about making this?
Yeah, I do. I think he really liked the script, you know, and...
And why didn't he do it then?
You know, you'd have to ask him. I think it's funny because when he saw the movie, and he called me and said, you know, that he really loved it, and he said that it fulfilled all of his concerns, that all of his concerns and why he didn't do the movie, which was his concerns about the morality and the sort of moral center of the movie, that he just said, he admitted that he wasn't able to really see in the script, and I guess I wasn't able to communicate to him through talking with him.
What was that issue for you as a director, the morality of the film? Because a lot of other people would have thought the same thing that he was bothered by.
Right.
How did you address that? I mean, what did you as a filmmaker do to have this be considered not just some movie about pornography, but
Right.
something more? Something that had the same kind of buzz that Pulp Fiction does.
Right. You mean in convincing
whatever
the
it was
actor?
that bothered, what was it that bothered Warren in the end?
I think what he might have been looking for, which maybe some other people were looking for, was a clear kind of moment, or a clear moment when someone stands up and says, what we are doing is wrong, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Some much more blatant,
Right.
much more dramatic, clear, precise.
Yeah, exactly.
Making porn films this way is not
right. Yeah, I mean, I think there was something that I was upfront with the actors about, and maybe, you know, was my confusion about the issue, and saying that there's a version of this movie that is confused, and that has to be okay, and then I don't, you know, I support this as much as it really kind of turns me off, and I'm confused about it, and we have points to make, you know, within this movie that we can put a period at the end of, but it's okay to be elliptical about something if we are confused, you know.
When you put it together, is there a sense you had something special when did you first know that this had a chance?
It felt so good when we were making it, you know, like we were having so much fun, and it really felt nice. It really did, and but I think that kind of the excitement that we had probably cautioned us in thinking that it's too good a time and we're too excited about this. This is probably like the most expensive home movie ever made for us, you know what I mean? And we'll really like it, you know, when we watch our own videos of it. But certainly something happened. Something started to swell. I think that there was a sort of buzz within kind of Hollywood, you know, people that had read the script that were either really excited about it or really had a big question mark about it, like, will they pull that off?
Exactly right. Will they pull it off? Because they've got a good script.
Right.
But we've seen good scripts go down the tubes before.
Right.
You know, we've seen directors not be able to take the material they have and do something with it.
Right.
You know, and you hadn't been tested that much.
Right.
And you put these actors together, and Reynolds was not coming off of a brilliant time.
Right.
And many believe this might do something for his career in a significant way.
Right. And same with Mark, though, too. I mean, I think they were not...
First big stop for him.
Yeah, exactly.
For those who are watching this and have not seen the movie, what's the story? What's this movie about? The people who make porn movies and what happens to them in the 70s?
Yeah. It's funny, because you say that, you know, and some people will sort of run for the hills. Right. You know, they hear porn, they run for the hills, and you want to kind of stop and say, well, no, it's sort of about the sort of the need to kind of create the surrogate family within this world. And then they really roll their eyes, and they go, well, you know, you're pulling my, you know,
yeah, right.
Screw you, you know.
I don't want to hear about surrogate families.
Yeah, and then you sort of, you know, you just get in this kind of tangled web, you know. It's kind of like the rock star who introduces the song before he sings it, like, this is a song about love and redemption, and you're just like, sing the song, just sing the song.
Roll tape. Here is our first clip, our second clip from Boogie Nights.
She's a wonderful mother, you know. She's a mother to all those who need love.
All those who need love.
All those what?
All those who need love.
Whose idea to put the rollerblades on the...
The roller skates there on Roller Girl?
Right. You gonna take credit for that, or
yeah, no, I'm gonna take credit for it. I'm just wondering if I should tell the truth on how I.
No, come on, tell us.
I went to the Sundance Lab, actually, and you know, to work on my first movie,
right.
And it's really kind of great up there. And you go and you screen movies and stuff. And there's a wonderful guy up there, who was a projectionist that I kind of befriended. And I found out that Robert Redford sort of had a stash of movies. You know, like he had a sort of pristine print of The Chase and of The Hit, this
right.
Stephen Frears movie. And it turned out the projectionist had a porno movie. So I would sort of have these late night screenings up at the lab. You know, like after everybody went to sleep, you know, we'd all come down and go down.
And we'd invite all your friends over in the middle of the night.
And we'd be down there in the middle of the night.
Go into Redford's vault and watch his films.
Go into Redford's vault, you know, break in. I he was going to kill me, but
I hope he's watching.
Yeah, break in, you know, and kind of screen these movies, and you know, went through all the good stuff, The Wizard of Oz, you know, the last reel of The Wizard of Oz and The Chase, and got to this porno movie where it was this girl roller skating around and stopping and looking in windows, you know, and she'd watch a couple have sex and then roller skate to the next, and I just said, well,
Roller Girl is born.
Roller Girl is born. You know, and also too, it's I think the name, cause when you write, you know, like the guy that the hot dog vendor is hot dog vendor. Right. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. You just write hot dog vendor. I didn't have a name. You know, it was just Roller Girl. Yeah. You know, and maybe I'll figure a name out later. It just became.
Roll tape. Here is Roller Girl in action.
I miss my tape. I love him, Roller Girl. You know, I mean, I really love the stupid shirt. I love you, Mom.
A couple of things about this. What happens to Dirk?
Yeah.
I mean,
Dirk, you know, cocaine, and you know,
just loses it.
Loses it, you know. You know, his ego happens, you know, and cocaine, and you know, he's become a big-time movie star, you know.
How much of this is? What was the name of the John Holmes bio? What was it? Who was the guy? There was a book written about
Holmes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's a great Rolling Stone article written, and I don't know.
Okay,
what's
the title?
It was something about Wonderland, because there was the Wonderland murders.
Did you base this on any original material?
Some stuff was plucked from his life. You know. Original material meaning...
Yeah, right. Some of you, in other words, the script that you wrote,
right,
you know, come from, in a sense, were you informed by, you know, sort of stories of porn stars who
yes.
sort of had gone to the top,
yeah,
and then had lost it because of addiction, because of ego, because of...
Yeah. I mean, certainly John Holmes was a story of Shauna Grant, and, right. You know, pieces of real porn stars' lives, like Seika, you know, Veronica Hart, maybe to the Amber character, and sure, it plucked pieces, but I also think I plucked as many pieces from any, you know, so-called legitimate celebrities, you know, movie stars, you know, who you've seen rise and fall and go through that. You know, essentially this sort of story is any of the Busby Berkeley backstage musicals, you know, yeah. The Kid with the Dream and the Rise and the Fall and all of that. So, but yeah, we certainly did pluck pieces from.
A couple of things that people notice about this film. First of all, was the opening shot.
Yeah. Yeah, the opening shot is one of those big, fun, show-off moments where you get to, you know...
Director stretch his stuff.
Exactly, where you get to go, I'm directing. You know?
This is my baby.
Yeah, and I think those are okay, you know, if they're well earned, you know. That one isn't earned because it's the first shot of the movie, but in some way, to me, it kind of frees the movie up, you know, and kind of goes, have fun, you know, and this is going to be a long, winding ride, you know. And they're really fun to do. These long, complicated tracking shots are really fun to do. There's something great. I think the actors love them. You know, movie acting is so sort of pieced up and chopped up, you know, that they don't really get a chance. Very rarely is action called, like kind of like being on stage. Action is called. You know, the curtain comes up, and like 3 or 4 minutes later, their scene happens. You know, which is kind of fun for them. You know, to really act something through and let it breathe and let it happen.
I read somewhere that the films you love, Nashville,
yeah,
Robert Altman.
Yeah.
Goodfellas.
Yeah.
Martin Scorsese.
Yeah.
Jonathan Demme.
Yeah. He's the best.
David Mamet.
Sure.
Yeah, Quentin Tarantino's not in there, but might as well be included in that group, or not.
No, I think he's a wonderful filmmaker. I mean,
he just didn't inform your life or your ambition, your desires.
Not really, but certainly, you know, the success of Pulp Fiction helped a lot of people get movies made. A lot of people, you know. So in that regard, certainly.
It said something new, something different, something that feels
something
special.
that made a lot of money, that didn't cost much and was different. And, you know, that's a big deal, you know, and that's great.
I'm fascinated by you and the way you, I mean, you seem like a kid. How old are you?
I'm 27 now.
And here you are 27 years old, and you've got a big movie, a movie
Yeah.
that everybody's talking about. You have wanted to do this since you were how old?
Born. I can't remember. There's only one other thing that I wanted to do, and I thought I wanted to be a boxer. But that was because I saw Rocky.
Yeah.
And my dad said, I don't think you want to be a boxer. You want to be like Rocky? I said, I want to be like Rocky. He said, maybe you want to be an actor or a writer or a director or something like that. I said, yeah, that's right. That's what I want to do.
But you didn't really want to act at all, did you?
No.
You've never wanted to act?
No.
Because?
It's too hard.
And you respect it?
Yeah, it's the hardest job in the whole world, I think, you know, and I don't know how they do it. I really don't, you know. That's why I just sit back and just let them do it. And I have too many friends who are actors who would really kill me if I ever tried, you know. I would really be killed.
You dropped out of school because all you wanted to do was to learn how to make movies.
Yeah. That seems to me the only way to go, you know. I mean, film school was never an option. It seems to me to be a waste of time and a waste of money, in all honesty, really. I mean, certainly I had a leg up in that I was born and bred in Los Angeles, where, you know, to get a job on a film set is, you know, just as easy as, you know, I don't know.
And then Detroit getting a job working for an auto company.
Exactly. So I did have a leg up there, you know. It surrounds you. But, you know, my film education really came from watching other movies, you know, and I think there's a scary mentality, I think, in film schools. My small sort of dealing with them is something that's really terrifying. I walked into a film class and it was about screenwriting, and this guy, the opening line was, you know, if you're here to write Terminator 2, just leave now. And I thought, well, that's terrible. Could be a kid in the corner there that wants to write Terminator 2. That's his vision. That's his movie. That's what he likes. Let him do it, you know. Yeah. And the mentality of film schools is we'll start out with, you know, Potemkin. First day in class, here's Potemkin. You know, every kid in the class is going to just fall down. You know, what do you do? It's like, they should do it backwards, you know. Start with Terminator 2 and work backwards and sort of, and ease into this and sort of, you know, trace the heritage, you know, trace it back. Watch a Scorsese movie, which everyone sort of loves in the class and is very excited by, and trace back and go, okay, here's who he was riffing off of. Here's these patents that he has kind of built upon, you know, and study it that way.
One of the great moments of this program in its 6 or 7 year existence is Scorsese talking about Fellini, you know, and he wanted to, and he came here when Fellini died, just to pay homage to Fellini. Because he was informed by Fellini the way you're informed by Scorsese.
Yeah.
In the way somebody who's 10 years old wanting to be you is informed by this and whatever movies. What do you think Scorsese and Altman and Mamet and Demme have in common? What do good filmmakers have?
Just a persistence of vision. I think they all have kept their attitudes, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like any of them are lazy. They just don't stop, you know? And they just don't stop. I mean, there's something about, I think, all four of them that is the biggest trick, I think, is that they're incredibly selfish filmmakers, you know, in the best possible way. You know, they're really making themselves happy first. And it's just wonderful that it happens to also communicate to all of us and make it enjoyable to all of us. But there's a sort of, you just see them sort of, I see with each of them, you know, they're sort of raising their watermark each time and really trying to do different things and new things while keeping their patents. You know, you can watch any of their movies and you know you're watching.
It has a stamp, a signature.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But also then frees them up to kind of make different movies. You know, for Scorsese to go make Age of Innocence, or Demi to kind of branch out and do something like Beloved, which he's doing now.
Congratulations.
Thank you very
It's
much.
a terrific film, and you're a fascinating guy. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Now you have other reason to be happy that you live in France.
Il y a d'autres raisons pour lesquelles vous devriez être heureux de vivre
Because
ici.
although you read in the papers every day that the French cinema is falling down,
Parce que bien que vous lisiez tous les jours dans les journaux que le cinéma français est en train de
I began
s'effondrer,
reading that first about 1947.
je crois que la première fois que j'ai lu ça, c'était en 1947.
The fact is that unlike other countries, you are the authors of your films if you ever are lucky enough to make them.
Contrairement aux autres pays, vous êtes les auteurs de vos propres films si vous avez la chance de les faire.
And that is not true in America.
Ce
And
n'est
it's
pas le cas
not
en
true in
Amérique.
most of the countries of the world.
Ce n'est pas le cas dans la plupart des pays au monde.
And it is something to make a movie and to feel that you are the author légalement.
Et c'est quelque chose de faire un film et de se savoir légalement l'auteur.
And it is a glorious part of the French law that I'm speaking of. I know nothing about the rest of it.
Et c'est un des points glorieux de la loi française. Je n'en connais rien, je ne connais pas un autre.
I'm not, now, given the luck of being French and the bad luck of being French,
Maintenant, vous avez la bonne fortune et la mauvaise fortune d'être français.
because the bad luck of being French is that you have a difficulty in reaching an international public.
Car le problème, la mauvaise fortune du fait que vous soyez français, que vous ayez l'intention de faire des films en France, c'est que vous avez beaucoup de mal à atteindre un large public, un public international.
There are several very interesting reasons for this.
Il y a pas mal de raisons très intéressantes pour ça.
One of them is the fact that you all want to be directors.
La première est que vous avez tous envie d'être des metteurs en scène.
If only more of you wanted to be actors,
S'il y en avait un peu plus parmi vous qui voulaient être acteurs,
we might have some vedettes.
nous pourrions avoir des vedettes.
And if we had vedettes, we would be able to sell French movies facilement all over the world.
Et si vous aviez des vedettes, nous pourrions enfin vendre les films français facilement au reste du monde.
But there have only been two directors in the history of the world
Mais il n'y a eu que deux metteurs en scène dans l'histoire du
who have
monde
brought the public in large quantities because of their name.
qui a fait entrer un public en masse dans les salles uniquement sur leur nom.
I will name the two, and when I tell you that I detest both of them,
Je vous nommerai les deux, et puis quand je vous dirai que je les déteste tous les deux,
I will shock you to your bones 50%, you know?
je vous choquerai jusqu'aux os, au moins à 50%.
Cecil B. DeMille and Alfred Hitchcock.
C'est-
They are the only two who were vedette. Nobody else. In France, it's different. People will see a film. You used to see a film by Jean Renoir. They may see a film today by somebody who got the Palme d'Or, or even somebody whose name I never heard of, because I live in a provincial country where we never see anything by any other filmmaker.
En France, c'est différent, parce que vous allez voir des films de Renoir et un certain nombre d'autres personnes dont je connais le nom, et d'autres dont je ne connais pas le nom, parce que je vis au fin fond de la Cambrousse, dans un pays qui en tient lieu en tout cas.
But it is true that you cannot fill the salle by being a metteur en scène.
Mais c'est vrai que vous ne remplissez pas une salle sur votre seul nom de metteur
And
en
the
scène.
first job, as I said, after the community, which didn't ask for a theater, which didn't ask for a movie.
Et votre premier job, après ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure sur la communauté de gens qui ne veulent pas savoir où est le théâtre, où est le cinéma.
Now they've got one. They're not going to go in to see what a director did.
Maintenant qu'ils en ont un, de théâtre ou cinéma, ils ne vont pas y aller pour savoir ce qu'a fait le metteur en scène.
And this is a very wholesome situation.
Et ça, c'est une situation très installée, très cohérente et très bonne.
Wholesome. Excellent. Because the director, like the orchestra conductor, has become gonflé.
Parce que le metteur en scène, tout comme les metteurs en scène, tout comme les chefs d'orchestre, se
Their
sont enflés.
importance is, you know, the great old music used to be played by the orchestra and the concertmeister, the first violinist. They got along very well without these incredible hams who jump up and down and weep tears and so on, calling themselves conductors.
Parce que dans le temps, la musique se faisait très très bien avec un orchestre et une bonne entente entre le premier violon et celui qui agitait la baguette, et non plus comme ça se fait maintenant avec des Am I wrong? All right.
Juste le premier violon, il n'y avait pas de maestro.
Entre le premier violon et l'orchestre, pardonnez-moi.
Oui.
Et non plus comme cela se fait un peu maintenant avec des pantins qui s'agitent comme des malades et qui passent pour être chef d'orchestre.
And le théâtre, the director of the theater is an invention about 150 years old.
Et le directeur du théâtre, et le metteur en scène de théâtre est une invention qui date de 150 ans.
Maybe 200, maximum.
Peut-être 200 au maximum.
It was always the chief actor.
C'était toujours l'acteur principal.
With the assistance of the stage manager who put on the play.
Avec l'assistance du directeur de scène qui mettait en scène la pièce.
Nowadays, I think largely inspired by the cinema.
De nos jours, et je pense que ça a été inspiré en grande partie par le cinéma,
there is a new giant walking across the planet who is called the conductor or the director.
Il y a une sorte de géant qui arpente à grands pas la planète et qu'on appelle le metteur en scène.
Now, this is not to say that we have not seen unforgettable things on the screen, which were the work of great metteurs en scène.
Ce qui ne veut pas dire que nous n'ayons pas vu des œuvres inoubliables à l'écran qui soient des œuvres de grands metteurs en scène.
It's not to say that we have not seen great theater, which was the work of great metteurs en scène.
Ça ne veut pas dire qu'ils n'ayons pas vu de théâtre, de grands théâtres qui soient l'œuvre de metteurs en scène.
But the theater and the cinema must not depend on the director.
Mais le cinéma et le théâtre ne doivent pas complètement reposer sur le metteur en scène.
People always answer that by saying, yes, what's important is the story, the script.
Les gens répondent à cela toujours, oui, mais ce qui est important, c'est l'histoire, c'est le scénario.
They are absolutely wrong.
Ils ont complètement tort.
The story and the script is the third most important thing.
Le scénario et l'histoire, c'est la troisième chose dans l'ordre de l'importance.
Because you can make a wonderful film about nothing.
Vous pouvez faire un film fabuleux sur rien.
Look at Fellini.
Regardez Fellini.
The most important thing in a movie is the actor.
La chose la plus importante, l'élément le plus important d'un film, c'est l'acteur.
And everything which is in front of the camera.
Et tout ce qui se passe devant la caméra.
And the decadence of the cinema, and we have a certain decadence, comes from the glorification of the director as being not the servant of the actors, but his master.
Et la décadence du cinéma, car il y a une certaine décadence dans le cinéma, vient de la glorification du metteur en scène qui n'est plus le serviteur de l'acteur, mais son maître.
Because the job of a director is to discover in the actor something more than he knew he had.
Car le travail d'un metteur en scène est de découvrir chez l'acteur quelque chose qu'il ne savait pas, dont l'acteur ne savait pas qu'il l'avait en lui.
The job of the director is to choose what he sees.
Le travail d'un metteur en scène est de choisir dans ce qu'il voit.
And to an extent, to create.
et dans une certaine mesure de créer.
But a great deal of what is applauded as creation
Mais une grande partie de ce qui est applaudi et loué en tant que création
is simply there.
est
It
là.
was there when he put the camera.
Était là quand il a commencé à poser sa
That
caméra.
actor, that bit of scenery,
Cet acteur, ce décor,
that veil that hung over the river.
cette
It was there.
espèce de voile qui flottait au-dessus du fleuve, c'était là.
And you're intelligent enough to shoot it.
Et vous avez été assez intelligent pour le tourner.
So that the director should be very intelligent, preferably not intellectual.
Donc un réalisateur devrait être surtout de préférence intelligent, de préférence pas intellectuel.
Because the intellectual is the enemy of all the performing arts.
Car l'intellectuel est l'ennemi de toute art de représentation.
So let us please, since I'm not talking to actors,
donc puisque je ne parle pas des acteurs,
let us respect and love them and cherish them and help them to be great.
Je vous en prie, aimons-les, respectons-les et aidons-les à être grands.
Because they are the people who have made the cinema unforgettable.
Ce sont eux qui ont rendu le cinéma inoubliable.
And that's the end of my lecture. I'd like to hear somebody call me a liar. You spoke about writing, for example. Writing has absolutely no connection with the theater arts.
Vous parliez de l'écriture. Or, l'écriture n'a aucun rapport avec l'art de la représentation, les arts de la
The writer
performance.
for the theater, the writer for the cinema, is doing something else before the cinema is made. He is operating the way a novelist is operating, or a journalist or a poet.
Celui qui écrit pour le cinéma ou pour le théâtre opère avant que le cinéma intervienne. Il opère comme un romancier ou un journaliste ou un poète.
He is alone.
Il est seul.
And everything about the work of the director consists of working with many people and extracting from all of them the maximum human richesse.
Et l'essentiel du travail de metteur en scène est de travailler avec un groupe de gens et de tirer de chacune de ces personnes la richesse optimale, maximum. Je ne veux pas vous répondre.
I completely agree with you on the point of what we should do with actors. That the actors.
Je ne veux pas vous traiter de menteur et je suis parfaitement d'accord avec vous sur ce que vous dites à propos des acteurs. Est-ce qu'on peut faire avec les acteurs?
But I would like to know what you think about this vegetarian, about the fact that the directors are always using the same actresses or actors over and over again.
Et que pensez-vous à ce moment-là de ce qu'on pourrait appeler le végétariat avec les réalisateurs qui se servent constamment du même petit groupe d'acteurs et d'actrices, de stars? C'est ça?
You don't like that?
Vous n'aimez pas ça?
I would like to know.
Je voudrais donc savoir ce que vous en pensez, Monsieur Wells, et d'autre part ce que vous pensez aussi des réalisateurs qui emploient des acteurs qui n'ont jamais suivi de cours ou simplement des gens qui ne sont pas des acteurs.
Not even go to an actor's school.
I believe that the best acting happens between actors who are accustomed to working together.
Je crois que le meilleur de l'art de jouer se passe entre deux acteurs qui ont...
Pas deux acteurs, les acteurs.
You said two.
No, I didn't mean it.
Okay, you didn't mean it.
All right. There's a kind of terrible jury down here.
Yes, there's a whole. I mean, we're both on that. C'est ce qui se passe entre des acteurs qui ont l'habitude de jouer ensemble.
Yes, because a company of actors, whether they are in the theater or in the, seem to be the favorites of a director, such as Renoir had, such as John Ford had.
Des acteurs qui font partie d'une sorte de troupe ou qui ont l'air d'être des favoris d'un metteur en scène, comme par exemple c'était le cas chez John Ford ou chez Renoir.
Oui. They become a kind of family.
Ça devient une sorte de famille.
And they understand the thoughts of the others before they are spoken.
Et ils comprennent leurs pensées avant même qu'elles soient exprimées.
And they are able to produce more force, more human energy, because they have grown into a single unit.
Et ils peuvent donner une plus grande décharge d'énergie parce qu'ils sont devenus une sorte d'entité, une entité.
Of course, the grand exception to this is the real star.
La grande exception à ça, c'est la vraie star.
And the very star is an animal absolutely separate from actors.
Et la vraie star, c'est un animal d'une espèce totalement différente des acteurs.
He may be, or she may be, the greatest actor in the world.
Il ou elle peut être le meilleur acteur ou la meilleure actrice au monde.
But he is not like actors.
Mais ça n'est pas la même chose.
The vocation of being a star is separate from the vocation of being an actor.
La vocation de star est complètement différente de la vocation d'acteur.
It is very close to wanting to be president of the United States.
C'est très proche, en revanche, de la vocation d'être président des États-Unis. Il y avait un monsieur là.
I was a terrible student in high school, and the thing that the auto accident did, and it happened just as I graduated, so I was at this sort of crossroads, but it made me apply myself more because I realized more than anything else what a thin thread we hang on in life. And I really wanted to make something out of my life. And I was in an accident that, in theory, no one could survive. So it was like, well, I'm here, and every day now is an extra day. I've been given an extra day. So I got to make the most of it. And then the next day is I've been given 2 extra days. And I've sort of, you can't help in that situation but get into a mindset like that, which is you've been given this gift, and every single day is a gift. And I wanted to make the most of it. Before, when I was in high school, I just sort of wandered around, and I wanted to be a car mechanic, and I wanted to race cars, and I just, the idea of trying to make something out of my life, wasn't really a priority. But what the accident was allowed me to apply myself at school. I got great grades. Eventually, I got very excited about anthropology and about social sciences and psychology, and I was able to push my photography even further, and eventually discovered film. And in film schools, I decided to go to film school because I loved the idea of making films. I love photography, and everybody said it was a crazy thing to do because in those days nobody made it into the film business. I mean, just unless you were related to somebody, there was no way in. So everything, it's silly. You're never going to get a job. But I wasn't moved by that. I set the goal of getting through film school, and just then focused on getting to that level because I didn't know where I was going to go after that. I wanted to make documentary films. And eventually I got into the goal of, once I got to school, of making a film. One of the most telling things about film schools, you got a lot of students in those days especially, it's not quite so much today, but wandering around saying, oh, I wish I could make a movie, I wish I could make a movie. I can't get in this class, I can't get any, first class I had was an animation class, it wasn't a production class. I had a history class and an animation class, and in the animation class, they gave us 1 minute of film to put onto the animation camera, to operate it, to see how you could move left, move right, make it go up and down. And it was a test to see, and then the teacher you had certain requirements that you had to do. You had to make it go up and make it go down. And then the teacher would look at it and say, oh yes, you maneuvered this machine to do these things. And I took that 1 minute of film and made it into a movie. And it was a movie that won 20 or 25 awards, in every film festival in the world, and kind of changed the whole animation department. And meanwhile, all the other guys were going around saying, well, I wish I could make a movie, I wish I was in a production class. And so then I got into another class, and it wasn't really a production class, but I managed to get some film, and I made a movie. And I made lots of movies while I was in school, while everybody else was running around saying, oh, I wish I could make a movie, I wish they'd give me some.
Was always extremely curious about why people did the things they do. And I was always very interested in what motivates people and telling stories and building things. I've always been very, very into building things, whether they're chess sets or houses or cars or whatever. And I like to put things together. And so when I was young, from at least my teenage years they were completely devoted to cars, and that was the most important thing in my life from about ages of 14 to 20. Everybody has talent, and it's just a matter of moving around until you've discovered what it is. A talent is a combination of something you love a great deal, something you can lose yourself in, something you start at 9 o'clock, look up from your work, and it's 10 o'clock at night. And also something that you have a talent, not a talent for, but skills that you have a natural ability to do very well. And usually those two things go together. Learning to make films is very easy. Learning what to make films about is very hard. And what you really got to do is focus on learning as much about life and about the various aspects of it first, and then learn just the techniques of making a movie. Because that stuff you can pick up pretty quickly. But having a really good understanding of history, literature, psychology, sciences are very, very important to actually being able to make movies. No matter how easy it looks on the outside, it is a very, very difficult struggle. Most people, you don't see the struggle part of a person's life, you only see the success they have. But I haven't met anybody here at the Academy or anywhere else that hasn't been able to describe years and years and years of very, very difficult struggle through the whole process of achieving anything whatsoever. So, and there's no way to sort of get around that. And the secret is just not to give up hope. And it's very hard not to, because if you're really doing something worthwhile, I think you will be pushed to the brink of hopelessness before you come through the other side. And you just somehow have to hang in through that. I've had much more down in my life than I've had up, and much more struggle. I started first of all, when I went into film school, everybody said, what are you doing? It's kind of a complete dead end for a career, because nobody has ever made it from a film school into the actual film industry. Just, maybe you go to work for Lockheed or some industrial company to do industrial films, but nobody actually made it into the entertainment business. I had no interest in going into the entertainment business, so I didn't really care. I was more interested in just doing films, going back to San Francisco, doing experimental films and that sort of thing, and maybe making documentaries and that sort of thing. So I didn't care. Then I finished school. I went to San Francisco, and everybody said, "Why are you going to San Francisco?" I said, "That's where I live." And they said, "You can't possibly work in the film business living in San Francisco." And I said, "Well, I want to live where I want to live, and I will make films because I love to make films." My first 6 years in the business was, hopeless. And there's a lot of times when you sit and you say, "Why am I doing this? I'll never make it. It's not going to happen." It's just, I should really go out and get a real job and try to survive, because I borrowed money from my parents, I borrowed money from my friends. I was sort of, it didn't look like I was ever going to actually be able to pay anybody back, which is a part of living. You do have to eat, pay your rent, and pay back your friends who are supporting you. It took me years to get my first film off the ground, and as I talk to film students now, especially, I say the easiest job you'll ever get is to try to make your first film, because that's the easy one to get, is the first film, because nobody knows whether you can make a film or not. You've made a bunch of little projects, you've shown off you have talent, and you talk real fast, and you convince somebody that you should be doing a feature, and they let you do a feature. After you've done that feature, then you really have a heck of a difficult time getting your second film off the ground, because then they look at your first film and they go, "Oh, well, we don't want you."
I came from a very avant-garde documentary kind of filmmaking world. I like cinema verite documentaries, and I like non-story, non-character tone poems that were being done in San Francisco at that time. And that's the filmmaking that I was interested in. Francis Coppola, who was my mentor, he's a writer and works with actors, stage director, and I said, "You got to learn how to do this." And so I took him up on the challenge, wrote my own screenplays, learned to write.
It took me
and work
3-4 years to get my from my first film to my second film, of banging on doors, trying to get people to give me a chance, writing, struggling with no money in the bank, working as a editor on the side, working as a cameraman on the side, getting little jobs, eking out a living, trying to stay alive, and pushing a script. That
American Graffiti, I was still struggling with my I don't want to be a writer syndrome, and I had some good friends of mine that I wanted to write the screenplay, but it took me like 2 years just to get the money to do a screenplay, and I got a little tiny amount of money, which I had to go to the Cannes Film Festival to get on my own. And so finally I got this money. I called back and I said, I got the money, we can start working on the screenplay. And they said, oh, we don't want to do that now. We got our own low budget picture off the ground and we can't write it. And I said, oh no. And I said, what am I going to do? I'm in Europe and I'm not going to be back for like 3 months and I want to get this thing off the ground. So they recommended another student from school that I knew pretty well. And I had a story treatment that laid out the entire story scene by scene. And so I called him up on the phone from London and I said, do you want to do this? And he said, okay. And the person I was working with at that time as a producer made a deal with him for the whole money, because there wasn't very much. It was so tiny that he could only get him to do it for the whole amount of money. When I came back from England, the screenplay was a completely different screenplay from the story treatment. It was more like Hot Rods to Hell. It was very fantasy-like, with playing chicken and things that kids didn't really do. And I wanted something that was more like the way I grew up. So I took that and I said, okay, now here I am. I've got a deal to turn in a screenplay. I got a screenplay that is just not the kind of screenplay I want at all. And I have no money. And I spent the very last money I had saved up to go to Europe to make the deal. So I had nothing. And that was a very dark period for me. So I sat down myself and wrote the screenplay. I kept getting phone calls from producers saying, I hear you're great. I'd made a film called THX, which had no story and no character really. It was kind of an avant-garde film. And so I had all these producers calling me saying, I hear you're really good at material that doesn't have story. I've got a record album I want you to make into a movie. Or things like that. And they were offering me a lot of money. But they were terrible projects. And so I had to constantly turn down vast sums of money while I was starving, writing a screenplay for free that I didn't like to write because I hated writing. But I did finish it, and I did write the screenplay, and eventually I got a deal to make the movie. And then after I finally got that, then my friends came back in and did a rewrite on it. But it was a very dark period, and I could have very easily just taken the money and gone off and done one of these really terrible movies. And I don't know what that would have done for my career, but there's, when the times are hard like that, you simply have to say, this is what I want to do. I want to make my movie. I don't want to take the money. And you just walk forward step by step and get through it somehow. And I got through, actually only took me about 3 weeks to write that script. And I just, every day would sit down at 8 o'clock in the morning and I'd write until about 8 o'clock at night. And I just said, I'm going to finish this, as painful as it is. And I'm going to ignore these phone calls of lure of riches and get through this.
After I did American Graffiti and it was successful, it was a big moment for me because I really did sit down to myself and say, okay, now I am a director. Now I know I can get a job. I know I can work in this industry and ply my trade and express my ideas on things and be creative in a way that I enjoy. Even if it's, I go down to end up doing TV commercials or something, or I fall back into what I really love is documentaries, I'll be able to do it. I can get a job somewhere. I know I can raise money somewhere. I know I can do what I want to do. And that was a very good feeling because I know at that point I'd made it. There wasn't anything in my life that was going to stop me. I had a very, very difficult time with my first two pictures. And when I started working on Star Wars, my second film, American Graffiti, had not come out yet. And so
in the beginning, it wasn't something anybody was interested in. And I'd taken it to a couple of studios, and they had turned it down. And then one studio executive saw American Graffiti and loved it. And I took him the proposal. He said, I don't understand this, but I think you're a great filmmaker, and I'm going to invest in you. I'm not going to invest in this project. And that's really how it got made. American Graffiti was really my first attempt at doing something mainstream, so to speak. And even it was so, one, it was in a genre that was looked down upon, but I loved when I was a kid. It was about my life as I grew up, so I cared about it a lot. And then on top of it, it was in a style that was different from what everybody was used to. It was intercutting 4 stories that didn't relate to each other, which nobody really done before. Now it's sort of the standard fare for television. And it had music all the way through it, not just score, but actual songs from the period, and that is something that nobody done before. And they just sort of described it as a musical montage with no characters and no story. And so it's very, very hard to get that off the ground. And on top of that, it was a B movie. I almost got it set up at American International Pictures, where they liked doing those kinds of movies, but it was too strange for them in terms of the style. And Star Wars was kind of the same situation, where it was a genre they weren't that interested in. Science fiction was not something that did well at the box office. It dealt with robots and Wookiees and things that generally most people, they couldn't read it and say, I understand what this is all about. They just were completely confused by it. And really on top of that, it was aimed at being a film for young people. And most of the studios said, look, that's Disney's. Disney does that. The rest of us can't do that. So we don't want to get in that area. So I had so many strikes against me when I did that. I was lucky that I found a studio executive that just believed in me as a filmmaker and just disregarded the material itself. I was working with a British editor, and the scenes would come back, and I'd go on the weekends and look at the scenes with the editor, and they weren't working. And I was very down about the whole situation. So I went in myself on Sundays and started recutting the movie. The editing wasn't obviously bad, but it just wasn't working, and I couldn't quite figure out what was going on. I mean, it was either I was doing a terrible job directing this thing or something else. And as I started to cut the film together, I realized that I was making cuts that were, a foot away from where the editor had been making them. And I'd been using the same pick takes that I'd given him, but I was just slightly moving it ever so slightly in one direction, and it suddenly clicked in and started working, which was a great relief to me, because up to that point I was feeling very desperate about the whole situation. I made a pact with myself that I was going to make all 3 movies. And in order to do that, as I started to make my deal with 20th Century Fox, I acquired the sequel rights, because I didn't want them to bury the sequel. I wanted to make these movies, and I was determined to make these movies, regardless of whether they wanted to or the movie made any money or not. And then I got the merchandising rights, which weren't anything at the time, because there was no such thing as merchandising on movies. Some TV stuff, but not movies. Their lifespan is just too short. But I figured I could make posters, I could make T-shirts, and I could publicize the movie, and hopefully people would go see it. And because the studio, everything is sort of a struggle again to survive, which is the studio won't put enough money into your movie to get it into the theaters, to do the advertising. So I will say, well, I don't have any money, but I can maybe make a T-shirt deal, and I can maybe make a poster deal, and I can maybe get these out at science fiction conventions and things before the movie comes out and promote the movie. So I did it as sort of self-preservation. I think for most creative people, they don't like others looking over their shoulder saying, why don't you make that green? Why don't you make that blue? Well, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? I don't like that. Don't put that in there. I want You know, it's sort of like Michelangelo and the Pope in terms of doing the Sistine Chapel. It's a very irritating thing, and I'm sure Michelangelo is very irritated with the Pope. And so you try to get yourself into a situation where you only have to answer to yourself, where you can ask advice of people, you know, and sort of work with your peers and mentors and things to try to do the best job that you can possibly do. There's nothing worse than the frustration of having somebody who you feel doesn't get what you're doing, trying to turn it into something else. And it's a very, very annoying and sort of frustrating thing, and I just never wanted to go through it. I was very fortunate as I came up through the film business that I was able to insulate myself from that. Occasionally I get a studio recutting my movie at the very end, but I would always fight and get it eventually, even if years later, get it cut back. But it comes out of film school, I think, where the primacy of the creative process in terms of making a film is what you live for. You know, it's not a business. It's trying to create something interesting that you're proud of, and try out creative ideas that may seem really off the wall, may work, may not work. Success is a very difficult thing. It's much more difficult than one might think. And when I first had a successful movie, which was American Graffiti, fortunately it was huge, but it wasn't so huge in terms of monetary things, and it came so slowly that I was able to assimilate it a little bit. Star Wars was much more difficult, and I had a lot of friends who had become very successful, and they said, "Boy, watch out, boy! When that one hits, you're really going to be thrown for a loop." I said, "Oh, no, I went through American Graffiti. I can handle this. I know, you know." But when Star Wars finally, you know, the reality of it hit, and all of the attendant things that go on around it hit, psychologically, it's a very, very difficult thing to cope with, and you really need time after an event like that in your life, especially if it comes very fast, to assimilate what it is that's happened to you, and how everybody relates to you, and how your life is. Here you spent your whole life just begging and, you know, using every means at your disposal to get one person or two people to say yes to your project, or say yes, I'll do this, yes, you know. And then suddenly everybody says yes. Suddenly everybody wants you to do everything and anything you want. And then you have to start learning how to say no. And tons of opportunities come your way, wonderful opportunities. And but you can't do them all. If you start doing them all, your life gets very unfocused, you get overwhelmed, and you collapse, basically. You know, your feelings of invincibility and stuff sort of turn into a morass of depression. And you know, I've seen it happen to a lot of people, and I went through it myself. It's unavoidable if you're successful. And no matter how much you think you can deal with it, you know, you can't. I've discovered that most critics themselves are cinematically illiterate. They don't really know much about movies. They don't know the history. They don't know the technology. They don't know anything. So for them to try to analyze it, they're lost. But your friends usually know what they're doing, and they can critique the technical side of things to say this doesn't work. You're putting the cart before the horse. This kind of stuff. And then the rest of it is what you like. You know, it's a personal. You know, it's in the eye of the beholder. You know, I like this movie. I don't like this movie. There's a lot of movies that are badly made that I love. There's a lot of movies that are just beautifully made, but I don't like them. And critics have a tendency that's all they focus on, which is I like it, I don't like it. It's good, it's bad. And it doesn't work that way. And so you really have to not deal with that part of what happens. It's the same thing with the audience. You know, I've made some movies that have, 10 people have gone seen. Nobody wanted to go see the movie. And some films that the people who went and saw them didn't like it. Probably, there's maybe a half a dozen of us that actually like the movies. But that's fine. If I like it, then I'm happy with it. And you have to sort of accept that no matter what. If nobody else likes it, you're not going to stay in business, the business of making movies very long, because you need the resources in order to keep going. So you have to try to find a niche audience or some kind of an audience that has the same likes, dislikes, and aesthetic sensibilities that you have. I think one of the reasons that Stephen and I have been as successful as we have is because we like the movies. We like to go to the movies, we enjoy movies, and we want to make movies like the ones we enjoy. We want to be able to entertain the audience. We want to be able to startle the audience. We want to be able to blow the audience away and have them walk out of the theater saying, "Whoa, that was fantastic! I was really moved by that." That's where part of the fun of it is, you want people to think, you want people to be emotionally moved, there's theory behind that in terms of storytelling. It's been around for thousands of years, that's where something like live theater or live performance is something that is very valuable, because you get instant feedback from your audience, and you kind of know the things that work and the things that don't work. That's the advantage that the Greek storytellers had and Shakespeare had, that us in the film industry it's harder to come by, which is to be able to see an audience reaction and then adjust to what works. So you have to use your experience of sitting through a lot of movies. I don't ever see movies by myself. I always see them with other people, because I want to know what works. I want to know where they laugh. I want to know where they don't laugh. I want to know what they think about it afterwards. Because in the end, that's the art that I'm working with, is trying to communicate in a way that is effective, and people react to. So I can't ignore the people I'm
technology as sometimes sometimes an end to things, and it isn't an end in certain cases. In the movie business, the act of creating in the art form of movies, the craft of movies, is completely technical. I mean, that's all it is. It's a big technical thing, as opposed to writing a book or something, which is partially technical. I mean, the writing part, using the different pens, the different papers, that was all a big deal as you went back. The first printing press, binding books, paperback books, cheap books for a lot of people. That's all technology that allows the writer to reach a better audience, and sometimes in the case of painters as opposed to writers, express themselves more clearly. A lot of painters, Michelangelo, a lot of painters in the past were very adept at mixing colors and coming up with new colors so they could express things in new ways. The technology of brushes and all those things were very important to how they applied their craft. Same thing in movies, only it's 100-fold. The first movies, they just put up a camera and had a train come into a train station, and everybody was amazed. And that was sort of all technology. Just look at the technology. But as it grew into more of an art form and much more sophisticated than that. And what we've been doing ever since then, whether we add sound or whether we add color or whether we use digital technology, is simply a way of broadening the canvas so that we have more colors to work with. As it started out, it was cave paintings, and they're very, very beautiful and very significant. But as you get along, the technology of using canvas or sculpting in different kinds of material, suddenly it all advances to a point where it gets very sophisticated, and you can tell much more interesting stories and you can express yourself more clearly. And that's what's happening today, and that's why all artists are constantly pushing the technology of their medium to be able to widen the range that they can use their imagination. The area that has the most range at this point is probably literature, and always has, because it's the key to the mind, and it's very direct. So and there, it just depends on paper and how you manage to use your words. But theater, Shakespeare, most of Shakespeare is written around the technology of the day. And things are staged in a certain way and written in a certain way in order to deal with the limitations of the stage, of the flickering candlelight and of the rowdy audiences, and how do you get people off the stage and get new people on the stage if you don't have a curtain and those kinds of things. So in a lot of ways, the artist is restricted a great deal by the technology of the medium that he's working in. And in film, because the nature of it is so technological, the artist has been the most restricted in what he can do. And digital technology and the new kinds of things we're working with today that we're pushing forward allows you to tell a bigger story and use more imagination than you were able to do in the past. My life is making movies, and I like storytelling, and I've got a lot of stories that are stored up in my head that I hope to get out before my time is up. And so for me, looking at it, it's just a matter of, how can I get through all the stories in the amount of time I have left? And my dream is that I get to do it. I would like to see our society mature and become more rational and more knowledge-based, less emotion-based. I'd like to see education play a larger role in our daily lives, and have people come to a larger understanding, a bigger picture understanding of how we fit into the world and how we fit into the universe. Not necessarily thinking of ourselves, but thinking of others. I guess the advantage that my generation had is when we were in film school and we were starting in the film business, the door was absolutely locked, and there was a very, very high wall, and nobody got in. Therefore, all of us beggars and scroungers down at the front gate decided that if we didn't sort of band together, we wouldn't survive, and that if one could make it, that one would help all the others make it, and we would continue to help each other. So we banded together. I mean, that's how cavemen figured it out. Any society starts that way. Any society begins by realizing that together, by helping each other, you can survive better than if you fight each other and compete with each other. If I got a job, I would help somebody else get a job. If somebody got more successful than me, it was partly my success. My success wasn't based on how I could push down everybody that was around me. My success was based on how much I could push everybody up. And eventually their success was the same way, and in the process they pushed me up, and I pushed them up, and we kept doing that. And we still do that. And even though we all have, in essence, competing companies, we see it as if everybody succeeds, or my friend succeeds, then everybody succeeds. So that's the key to it, is to have everybody succeed, not to gloat over somebody else's failure. One of the basic motifs of fairy tales is that you find the poor and fortunate along the side of the road, and when they beg for help, if you give it to them, you end up succeeding. If you don't give it to them, you end up being turned into a frog or something. So it's something that's been around for thousands of years, a concept that's been around for thousands of years. And it is even more necessary today when people are much more into their own aggrandizement than they are in helping other people. I mean, the one thing about you here at the Academy here is constantly about public service, about helping others. I don't think there's anybody who's become successful that doesn't understand how important it is to be part of the larger community, to help other people in the larger community, to give back to the community. And it's not something you start doing when you've made it. Now I'm on the top, I can sort of enhance my joy and self-esteem by helping the poor underlings. It's when you are at the very lowest level and you're struggling. When we were in film school and stuff, we were all very, very poor. We were all very, very struggling. We all need jobs very desperately. And if one of us couldn't get a particular job, we'd send another friend in on the interview because we were hoping that one of us would get the job. And so you do it right from the very beginning. You can start every single day. Whether it's helping your brother or sister, or helping your peers at school, or helping in the community. But it's not just a kind of public service thing. It's a way of life. If America is the pursuit of happiness, the best way to pursue happiness is to help other people, because there's nothing else that'll make you happy. You can be as rich and famous and powerful as you want to be, and it will not bring you happiness. And that's said over and over and over again. It's such a cliche that it hardly needs to be said, but people don't understand that it's actually true. And you can find people rich, powerful, and famous, and they aren't happy. And you can find people who have discovered the fact that it's really helping people, it's really being compassionate toward other human beings, that makes you happy. that gives you a spiritual fulfillment and a kind of fulfillment that goes way beyond anything that you can buy. I say this is a 5,000-year-old idea, and every prophet, every intelligent, rational, successful person has said it, and it's a very, very simple idea. And most
after a lot of struggling and sort of reflection, I realized that the time you have to give is now, regardless of how old you are. And it's kind of a realization, because one, it's kind of, you mean I'm in that position already. It's sort of a way of saying, oh my gosh, I'm one of them. I'm one of those old guys that gives libraries to schools and things, and here I'm only 20 or 27. And I think I've seen, again, a lot of people go through this who are working so hard, they wake up one day and realize that those things that they say, I'll do that someday, I'll do that someday. Well, that someday is today. And if you have the means to do it, then this is the time to do it. And it's a little hard to do when you're building up your nest egg, so to speak, your security blanket, to give it away. And my feeling is, you can't give the time away. You should give, part of your resources away.
The film world is abuzz because of the fact that you're going to work for and with Francis Ford Coppola.
With?
With.
Yeah.
Yes, let me correct that. You said somewhere that you were very fond of The Godfather, but not of Apocalypse Now. That interests me.
I think there was not enough money in Apocalypse.
What? Not enough money? But...
No, it was, 40 million in a picture. That was only what was the payroll of American embassy in Saigon for one afternoon.
Oh, I see.
So, if he was going on the money way, it's not $4 million, which is not enough. It was maybe $40 billion. Then he can maybe reach what was the American war in Vietnam about. Mm. And if not, if he has not $40 billion, then he better do 2 or 3 million pictures.
I'm almost certain that I see the point.
I'm sure you do.
Yes. That reminds me
it's
of...
It's not a question. Very often in pictures they oppose art to money. Mm-hmm. And very often people think they try very hard, they think of themselves as artists, and they try very hard to not to be linked with money, to be separated, to be independent from money. I don't think so. Art is not independent from economy. But on the reverse, economy is not independent from art. I remember speaking with, being invited with Mr. Blue Dawn, the head of Paramount and Girlfriend Western, and I said that to me, you are not independent of art, Mr. Blue Dawn. He said yes, and we went into his dining room, and it was full of Picasso and Renoir. Yeah. Obviously, he was not independent from art.
Do you assume that he put those there, or that the designer did?
Well, nevertheless, they were there.
They were there, yeah.
So it was no need. I mean, art and economy are both sides of the same medal.
Mm-hmm. Well, Picasso was not uninterested in money, was he?
Of course. I'm not.
No.
I like money. I think the money things is the only way you can have great fun in making movies. Mm-hmm. To spend money a different way than your dad has told you. And this is very hard. You became really independent when you have the power to spend the money for the movie at your own timing.
The way you want to.
No, the way the movie needs it.
Does that mean if you want to take 3 years to go back and forth,
sure,
you should have that freedom?
I mean, the best example is Chaplin. It took him between 7 and 8 years to deliver every movie. And that's why maybe they were so strong and praised by all over the world.
Mm-hmm. How do you see the controversy which has blown over pretty much by now, but the idea of Vanessa Redgrave being cast as you know, there was a tremendous flap, as we say, about that, and it seems to me most of the arguments about it missed some essential points, but if only because it distracted from the work so much. It was hard to...
I don't understand what does that mean. Does not everyone have the right to be in a concentration camp?
What?
I mean, from what I heard, why Vanessa can't be in a movie playing, why not? Because she's supporting PLO?
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the idea, yes, and that it so upset the lady she played, for one thing, that...
No, I don't understand. She's a good actress, a good girl, and it was mainly, maybe she'll understand better a support of PLO by playing this character. And
right or wrong?
Well, right or wrong, but you need first, there is nothing like one image. An image is always a link between the result of the shock of two images.
Mm-hmm. Would you say that the personal feelings of the woman she played play a role in this, or were important, or should have been considered above?
She probably did. She did, because she's an honest actress.
Yeah. But the woman she played wanted her out of it.
Well, but maybe let's ask
there are people who would say she suffered enough being in the concentration camp without it.
Then let's ask the woman to try to play it. And if she's better than Vanessa,
that would be...
Or maybe let's ask the woman before trying to make a test and to play an unknown Palestinian woman. And maybe it will change her point of view then.
It's unlike any other situation, because there's never been anything like the concentration camps. You almost have to have separate rules for that subject and every other subject.
Yeah, that's what we said about why are people afraid by images. An image is something very, I mean, it's not dangerous. You can, you just have to study. If it's wrong, you do another one. It's like justice. I mean, you work on experiment, and then you have the good evidence. But even one evidence is not enough. It has to be opposed to the other evidence. And then the justice comes from little to little.
I must ask you this, so I don't leave it out. Much is made of your peculiar way of photographing a scene, and there are times when it looks like the camera got loose and wandered away in the middle of a conversation. And you have talked in a way that intrigues me, but I don't understand it, about space, the space between two characters. You talk about Velázquez, the painter, sometimes became more interested in the spaces between people than the people themselves. I don't get it, but I'd like to.
Well, communication is being between.
Mm-hmm.
So I think to be between is the only way to go to the people. If you start from one point, maybe it's too strong, like in this case between the Jewish woman, the Vanessa case, because it's too strong. You have to start between. And a camera, I mean, this camera is between us. That's because of that we can talk to each other. If not, if the camera just, or I use an image, I mean, to go from one station to another one, you need a train. I think movies are the train, not the station. And I feel myself as being more as a train and less than a station. And that's an explanation why I'm less anguished, because I'm not waiting anymore for the train.
It all seems to fit together. Could you illustrate it with us? If this scene were about you and me talking, I mean, if that were the scene, it would not surprise me in one of your movies if in the middle of that the camera were to examine the plants behind us.
No, just look at the face of some nice people here.
Oh. But the space that is literally between us is this space in here.
Yeah, but this space is ugly, so it has no...
Well, we don't have Blue Horn's money to decorate it with Picasso.
No, it's not real space. I mean, space is the time you need to go to someone else.
Okay. What do you think of Truffaut's latest movies?
Well, frankly, I think it's, but I'll compare to another French movie maker we hated by that time, and I think he still doesn't like, it's Claude Autant-Lara. And I think since we were friends 25 years ago, rather close friend, well, then I can see time and space because it has nothing with me in common, and I've probably nothing with him in common.
So you'd say he's somehow lost you as a viewer?
Total stranger. So I really wonder how can he deliver such a film today, which is very successful in France today. I've never been successful as he is.
Why can't Americans make better movies as you see it?
Oh, they can, but they probably don't want.
Why?
I don't know, they must, maybe they feel too comfortable at home, and to create you have to go out of your home and to come back maybe, but you have to go out once or another. I mean, and probably they don't want. Most of the movie makers, it's my opinion, I mean, they don't need movies. They want to be in the business, which is quite a good reason, because it's an easy business, and but they don't need really a movie to bring to someone else, even to one people. I know that from myself. That's why I consider myself more as a doctor or as a patient, and the movie more like a X-ray. So I can show whether my disease or my health to someone else, and if he likes me, he'd like to help me to be cured or to go on. So there is an image of myself, and I need it to speak to someone. It's not possible if not possible to communicate directly with words without images, or just by touching. But you can't touch everyone like that all the day.
No. Leads to problems.
I mean, I don't know, but I never...
And there's only a minute remaining. What was the last time you saw what you thought was a great American film?
I think the latest one I see, which is a very good one, was Martin Scorsese, Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, which I think is a great American film.
And why did that please you more than others?
Well, it's too long to explain, and I have to explain or to criticize it, but with images and sound, just not by words, which is difficult. If not, you do statements, and I don't want to make statements.
Okay. In 20 seconds, I heard the most mysterious thing about you, that there was a part you had in a movie, and if you couldn't, you wanted either Diane Keaton or Robert De Niro to play it.
Yes, I made a mistake because I saw them both, and I proposed both for the same part. And they say the one who will say yes, then it will be a male character, and if she was, it will be a female character. But they were puzzled. They didn't understand, because a character is just, to me, it's a move or a motivation. It can be played by a woman, a man, or a child, or an animal sometimes.
Does it bother you when they say he's a great innovator and groundbreaker, but other people must go on from where he is, that he's not a great filmmaker?
I don't understand.
That your innovations are brilliant, but that the films as a whole are always mysterious and disturbing in some way.
Maybe it was too much, but I think nowadays it will not be that way, so they are wrong saying that.
Now they're wrong.
Now they're wrong,
in the new film. A very fast good night to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Across the channel from Sir Richard Attenborough, director Louis Malle has established himself as not only a giant of French cinema, but a European filmmaker of world renown. He quite simply makes classic movies. The Last Metro still grips us with taut drama. Au revoir, l'enfance is Mal's haunting childhood memory of German-occupied France. Atlantic City and My Dinner with Andre will be screened as long as there are projectionists. Louis Malle's next movie is called Damage. It comes from Josephine Hart's best-selling novel, and we're pleased to welcome him here this evening. Thank you for coming. You optioned Damage when it was still in galleys.
Well, she sent it to me, Josephine Hart. She asked her agent to give it to me, and so that was about 4 months before it was published. I think there was already a lot of interest in the
What struck
studios.
you about it? What was it about this story of an obsessed love that turns a man from a life of conservatism and order and solid reputation into an obsession with an affair?
A study of
classic story, isn't it?
Study of chaos. So it's like a Greek tragedy. I thought it was incredibly difficult to do, which is always something that interests me. And I'd not dealt with anything like that for some time. A very disturbing and even shocking tale of, what love can do to us.
All right, let me just talk about this. I'll lay it out. You lay it out for me. Stephen, played by Jeremy Irons, is a 40-ish member of Parliament, a conservative member of Parliament, and he meets a woman. Pick up the story as to what happened to him, and then, because I'm interested in how you communicate what you wanted to communicate about this obsession.
Well, I'm not sure I want to answer you because I think it's the advantage of being a filmmaker that you don't have to explain yourself in words. Actually, this is a script, for instance, written by David Hare, has very little dialogue. It's things happen, and
especially with her eyes,
in a sort of mysterious way, and it's the sort of the classic love at first sight. They meet in a boring reception at the French embassy, and she comes to him to say that she says, "I ought to introduce myself. I'm a friend of your son." And then they start looking at each other a little more than they should. And I was trying to make the point that both their lives was just about to change, and then it goes on. I mean, it's not in one scene. Then they meet again, and then she calls him, and
he says,
"Give me your address.
I'll be there in an hour."
I'll be there in an hour.
And he does, and that starts this torrid relationship.
It's a torrid relationship, but at the same time, because he's essentially a good man, he's also, of course, tortured because he's, destroying his family.
It's his son,
his wife,
fiancée that he's having this
also,
affair with.
He's used to live a very sort of clean and respectable
life. Okay, but here's
life.
my point. I know you don't want to talk about this, but let me try one more time. Well, what you've got to do is show why these two people, are entering to this, crossing this divide and entering into this place where they really are saying goodbye to a lot of things and creating a lot of dangers for themselves. And he's giving up order and reputation and everything else. It's his brother's. I mean, you have got to show why they are so obsessed with each other in order to make it work, right?
Well, it's rather difficult because, it's happened to a number of friends of mine.
Who fell in love with first glance and somebody and then risked their career and everything because of this?
Yeah, I've seen that happen. People sort of drop out, but it's not. It's very difficult to explain rationally by definition. It's something that you would explain after it happened, but not on the moment. And I try to show that, of course, it was like a magnetic attraction and a sexual attraction, but also that there might be an element of self-destruction in this relationship.
Well, it clearly is
on both sides, and it's it's bound to end tragically, and they both know it, and it's a lot about pleasure, but there's a certain amount of I don't know, violence and despair in it.
You think a Frenchman is better? This is an English story, but somehow because it's love and passion, a French director is better able to do this?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I can tell you that I work with this wonderful English writer, David Hare, and
who wrote my Miss Saigon? Did he?
No. He wrote plenty. He wrote a number of great plays, and he's also a director. And when we got to those scenes, we discussed them, but he refused to write them. He said, "Well, you know, I'm English. This is not my terrain. This is all for you, Louis. Good luck."
And you wrote them?
Good luck. I didn't write them. We improvised them with the actors.
All right, set this scene up. This is Jeremy Irons playing Stephen with the young woman, and I think it ends with she's saying she's a damaged person. Set up the scene for me.
Well, it's a scene after, it's rather at the beginning, but it's when he's really hooked. And there's been before that a scene, a family dinner, which was a little difficult for him.
All right.
And then
because his son, who is the fiancé, is there and all that.
Yeah, his son was a wonderful young man, and so he follows her home and he comes to see her, and they have they sort of grab each other and they have a rather warm, love scene, and then after that, they're on the bed and they talk, and she talks about her brother, and we'll know later that the brother has been just a real trauma of her childhood because he was desperately in love with her and committed suicide.
So she's a damaged person and a survivor.
And she's very honest because she warns him that she's trouble.
Yeah. Roll tape. Here it is.
You see, if you can imagine, the worst thing that could happen ever in the whole of your life, well, that happened to me. My brother killed himself over me. I had to decide. I made up my mind. Because I could have gone under. But I wasn't going to. Remember, damaged people are dangerous. They know they can survive.
Yeah, that's nice. May I turn to, is it a true story that when you met your wife, there was a 5-hour lunch at the Russian tea room?
It is true, yes.
Yeah.
A very long lunch.
And was it?
The customers for dinner were coming in, and she suddenly remembered she had to go to the ballet with friends, and so that was pretty much that. I think at the end of this afternoon, we knew pretty much. It was not as violent and desperate as damage is, but we knew that something had happened, and it was forever.
Alice Arlen, a friend, I think, has said that between the two of you, it's like she would be the only possible person for you, and you the only possible person for her. There was this sense of, to know the both of you that.
Well, it's terribly nice to say that because Candice is somebody extraordinary, so I'm very flattered, but I think so because I'd been married once and I was decided never to marry again, and Candy had been, this was a really sudden, and it's really interesting because we sort of knew each other without knowing each other.
I know the feeling.
And we would meet in social, dinners or whatever, and sort of almost avoid each other. I think, and we've often talked about it, I think what happens is we knew that we shouldn't fool around. Maybe the moment had not come, but we had to, you know, I think we knew, and for quite a few years. And then one day I called her and invited her to lunch, and this long lunch.
And you really knew then. Best lunch you've ever had?
Best lunch.
And then there was a daughter. And now you spend a lot of your life in Paris, and she spends a lot of hers in Los Angeles, and then you get together, and somehow that works.
Well, it works, yes. You know, it's not that I would suggest I've tried to suggest the producers of Murphy Brown to shoot it in Paris, but
Yes. Murphy goes on location. FYI comes to Paris.
Actually, when I'm not working, I'm spend a lot of time in Los Angeles, like I'm doing now. But after Damage, and they spend the summer in France. But you know, she's stuck there for a while because I was happy to read that Cheers was off the air because. After 11 years.
So it means it may only be 11 years, that's right.
Hope.
Murphy will make, after 11 years, you may get her back. A couple of quick things. One is that you had a battle with the censors on this thing. They gave you an NC-17, and you said at that point, I'll never cut this film.
And I did.
And you did. Yeah.
Shame on me.
Shame on you.
Well,
7 seconds you cut, right?
Yeah, well, we changed the order of a scene and we did a little monkey business, but basically, fortunately, it's the same scene, and they accepted the change and gave us an R. I'd not realized because that NC-17 was such a disaster.
It means anybody under 17 can't come to the film.
Well,
is that what it means?
No, it's just that they used to call it X, which means you know, this is pornography, which I thought was, I don't think that Damage has anything to do with pornography, but and they changed the name. They called it NC-17, which technically means forbidden under 17, but actually people look at it still as an X, so it doesn't work for us. And you know, especially I'm very proud of Damage, and I hated them to sort of give the stigma of you know, it was not right.
Yeah, we Americans sometimes get obsessed by sex, which you Frenchmen, I suspect, think we're a little bit prudish, don't you? Wow.
No, I think it's different. For instance, what strikes me as
nudity is a better word, not sex, but nudity.
What strikes me, yes, as a foreigner. As a foreigner who lives here all the time, but
yes, I know.
is this yes, there's a taboo on nudity, and where it seems like violence is completely acceptable. You know, I don't know. It's the National Rifle Association.
I know.
But it's really like that. It's sometimes, I must say, if I was a censor, there are certain things, certain violence that I think would be
much more obscene than any nudity you'll ever see.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Next project, is it underway, or are you still in the process of?
No, I'm just going to take time off. I'm getting very lazy, and I'm even considering retiring.
Oh, sure.
And live in Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's a long way from being a cameraman for Jacques Cousteau, isn't it?
It's a long way, but well, you know, some people think my films are a little sort of underwater.
Underwater. Well, I read that somewhere. Someone said about that. But look at this. When you look, this is a filmography, which is a sort of like a bibliography. And look at this, from 1953 to 1992, Alamo Bay and Lacombe, Lucien, Pretty Baby, Atlantic City, My Date with Andre, Crackers. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you very much.
Bye-bye.
Louis Malle, thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow night. Tomorrow, a special broadcast of an hour with NBC News anchor Tom Brokaw. See you on Friday. From Carrie to Body Double, Brian De Palma is recognized as the master of the psychological thriller, but he's also won over audiences and critics alike with comedies like Wise Guys and action dramas like Scarface. With his new film, Raising Cain, he again treats audiences to the nightmare world of the mind, and we are very pleased to have him join us now to talk about that and some other things. Welcome.
Nice to be here.
Let me talk about what is on every article that's written about you, as you know, they're looking and they're saying they want to compare this and look at this and ask about you coming off of Bonfire of the Vanities. Let me at least begin there.
Sure.
There's been a book written about it called what was the
Devil's
name?
Candy.
Devil's Candy by Julie Solomon, who
Right.
writes for Wall Street Journal. For once, for me, what the hell happened with Bonfire of the Vanities, so that I can then put it in perspective of where you are now with this film and go on and talk about it?
Well, it's almost the classic Hollywood story, and I, who have always felt that I was sort of outside the system and could always make it work for me, just fell completely vulnerable to it, in the sense that I had a movie that had a kind of a large budget. So I thought, well, how am I going to make this big, kind of expansive Bonfire of the Vanities? Yeah. And then I proceeded to try to figure out ways in order to make the characters a little more likable, so
Right.
you might go to a broader audience. And then I made decisions down the line like that. Consequently, I completely violated the text of the book, basically.
What I admire about you is many things, as you know, but what I especially admire about you is how straightforward you have been in saying exactly what you have said now. So many people will say when they make a movie that's not so good, well, I thought it was pretty good, or it wasn't my fault, it was somebody else's fault.
Right.
You have said, as you just said, I wish I had done it differently.
Well, I made the classic mistake, which is to change the text that I love so much.
Right.
And I changed it to a point that nobody liked it.
Because you wanted to make it more attractive in your mind at that time to a wider audience.
Yeah, you wanted to make the characters a little more likable.
Yeah.
I mean,
because Sherman McCoy, there was nothing likable about Sherman McCoy.
No, Sherman McCoy was an arrogant aristocrat and a very unlikable character.
Hanks was your choice, or was that clearly the director's call, or was that the studio's call?
Always the director's call.
Casting is always
Absolutely.
a director's call.
I mean, you may think, well, maybe it really should be somebody else, but if you're going to go with this particular vision, and it was my idea as much as anybody's, and I ultimately make the final decision. So you can't say, well, it was the studio, or people were making me do this, or making me do that. And I think what's interesting about the book, in the sense that why Julie was sort of invited in to write about it, because I've been constantly asked questions over the years about, well, did the studio make you do this, or did the studio make you do that? And it was like the reporters were writing about MGM in the 30s and 40s, and they had no sort of contemporary idea of what the system of making movies is like today. And I thought, well, here's a chance to let them see what it's like, for better or for worse.
Clearly, I have done some bad interviews, and I never go into an interview intending to do a bad interview. And you clearly went into this intending to make a terrific film.
Nobody tries to make a bad movie.
When did you know this was not going to turn out good?
I guess basically when we started to preview it, and we sort of got all kinds of negative responses from the audience. And then, of course,
but what? Not before then, when you just watched it alone?
Oh no, no,
in a screening room?
you get into the. You don't think you've made a bad movie, and I will say to this day, this movie, the way I made it, is an interesting movie that I like.
Yeah,
it is not Tom Wolfe's Bonfire of the Vanities.
So it's really bad in comparison to what it might have been.
Absolutely.
And in comparison to what the novel was.
It's like reinterpreting a Shakespeare play and setting it all in. The Trump Tower or something. It's a complete different interpretation. The problem is that everybody that wrote about the movie read the book. And consequently, their first perception was, this is ridiculous. It's nothing like the book I liked.
Is it true that Spielberg turned down the opportunity to direct this or not?
I have no idea.
Have you read that?
Okay,
I read that, and they said that the reason he turned it down and others turned it down was because they thought it was impossible to make.
And they were probably right. And I proved it. No.
All right, then, so you make this Bonfire of the Vanities, and and except for a few people that love you dearly, not many people like it.
Not even the ones that love me dearly.
Worse, you've got this reporter from the Wall Street Journal who's been walking through this thing as you did it, so you know there's going to be a book as well as a film. So in the end, you see this film and you get all of this review.
Bad.
So what does Brian De Palma do then? What do you do? Where do you go? What do you say? Do you want to hide? Do you want to go away for a year? What do you want to do?
You want to, basically go in bed and pull the covers over your head and not come out as long as possible.
Because David Lean, after Ryan's Daughter, did not make another film for 10 years.
14.
14, yeah.
14 years.
You know the story of Every Bad.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
No, you basically want to hide because, you know, it's like all your instincts seemed wrong, nothing you did worked out. You get incredible negative reviews and the picture bombs, so the business thinks you're completely
Right.
hopeless and you begin to wonder if you know anything anymore.
Yeah. Now, some say that you took this on because you wanted some kind of a respect. I read this somewhere in Hollywood, that you knew that if you made this, it would put you on a certain other level. I mean, you were on a pretty good level anyway, because I read you made a lot of terrific films. Was that part of it? I mean, did you think?
Not really, because, you know, I'd made such mainstream films like The Untouchables.
Sure.
This was, by making Bonfire was a risky thing to do for any director.
Because the book was so popular.
Not so much that, it's a difficult, dark, black satire. And if you make it the way it is, you may make something like The Magnificent Ambersons, which is a great movie, but nobody went to see it.
Did you then decide, after all this came out the way it did, that you had to go back to your own instincts?
To
Did
some
you say, I want to
extent.
make a small film, I want to do?
Absolutely, absolutely. You have a feeling that, wait a minute, I'm so off base here that I got to go back and do what I really understand. And my wife, Gail Ann Hurd, was very
Right.
helpful in this because she likes this genre.
Right.
And basically, by working together, we created basically this very modest thriller.
Now, did you marry her after Bonfire of the Vanities? You made the
Yes,
film?
yes.
You know, so there's some nice things happen to you after you made this
Absolutely,
film. You have a new
absolutely.
child, is
Yes,
that right?
absolutely.
Raising
Great
Cain, and you moved to Woodside, which is outside of Palo Alto.
Right.
Raising Cain is the new Brian De Palma film. We'll talk about that film now after having explored what is on everybody's mind once they talked to him for the first time since Bonfire of Vanities came out. Raising Cain, we'll talk about that. John Lithgow is in it, a close friend of Brian De Palma's, and we'll talk about that film and about the art and craft of directing when we come back. Brian De Palma's here. Talk to me about acting and actors. And, you know, I mentioned to you Dreyfuss, Richard Dreyfuss just here, and you said, gee, there's a really bright actor. And I said, well, you know, do actors have a different kind of intelligence than journalists or directors or whatever?
Yeah, they have kind of an instinctual intelligence. The great thing about actors is they feel things are not right, and sometimes they can't articulate it so that you quite understand what's going on. But I remember once when I was doing Scarface, I mean, I had this scene in this office where Al has to confront one of the drug kingpins, and he was having problems with it. And we'd rehearsed it a lot. And he has to shoot this guy, and there's something about this that didn't work for him. And we went back, we rehearsed it, I couldn't figure it out. And then by the way he was moving, I could see that he didn't have enough space in the set to play the scene. It was as simple as that. But I could see him feeling for something, but I had to figure out what it was.
He couldn't articulate it, or I didn't know how to.
Nobody knew, but he wanted to do something that the space didn't allow him to do. And then we just built the set about 3 times bigger, and then he did this scene brilliantly, where he sort of moves around the table to confront the
And you were telling me that Lithgow, the star of this film, has been a friend of yours for a while.
I saw John doing plays in college.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
Where in college?
Well, he went to Harvard, but he used to do plays at the McCarter Theater. And I saw him in Princeton do Moliere, you know, when I was 62, 63, and he was amazing. And I recommended him to a director who subsequently put him in a film.
And you said that he has something that De Niro has, which is what?
The ability to play different characters and physically look different without putting on any makeup. And in Raising Cain, where he plays a whole bunch of different characters, we didn't put any makeup on him at all, except when he plays his own father. And he looks so different by the way he plays the part, which is very unusual in film actors, because you're mostly used to Cary Grant or Burt Lancaster or Richard Gere, where you have a face that says, this is the star, and you're not used to having them look completely different within the characterization of what they're playing.
Set up this scene. I want to talk about Raising Cain a little bit here. What's the film about?
The film is about a child psychologist who gets very obsessed with raising his own child, and to the point where he winds up kidnapping her for all types of strange deeds. And John plays this child psychologist, and there are all kinds of other characters that you don't know whether they're real or not, because they may be imagined and they may actually.
And I read somewhere this film cost about $11 million. Is that right? Or
yes, we came in like $1.7 million under budget.
Under budget?
Thanks to my
wife, the
brilliant
producer.
wife.
Yeah. All right. Stan, roll tape. Here is Raising Cain, directed by Brian De Palma, produced. There is the woman there, the actress is Lolita, what's her name?
Davidovich.
Davidovich, who was
Yes.
in Blaze with Paul Newman,
Yes.
played Blaze Starr.
Mhm.
Yeah. This is going back to form for you. Is it easier for you? I mean, do you feel sure there in these kinds of, what's the
Well,
appeal?
the thing is that you make all kinds of different movies, but I always have these kind of mystery and suspense ideas. And this is an idea I had for many years. A friend of mine was a child psychologist, and he had a child, and he quit his job and stayed home to raise the child, and he was going to write a book about it. And I thought, what a strange idea, sort of studying your child. Then you think, well, maybe if I have a little trauma here, I can study how it grows and progresses. And that was the whole basis of where this came from. And Raising Cain is the character that, in fact, was studied, and how, in fact, he evolved as he grew older.
Do you have some great dream as a director that you have not yet fulfilled? I mean,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
To do what?
Well, we're all great admirers of David Lean because he made, like, the perfect movie. And
Lawrence of Arabia?
But I think Bridge on the River Kwai
Okay.
is really the perfect movie.
Why?
Because he builds all his characters and he sets the political world. He brings them all in conflict, and of course, they're all right is wrong for every one of them. Everyone who thinks he's doing right is absolutely doing wrong. And then he brings all these characters to play out this tragedy in this great physical scene of this blowing this train up on this bridge. It's like the perfect movie.
And terrific actors.
Oh, fabulous. And it says something about the concept of war for Americans, for the English, for the Japanese.
Yeah, life and death, everything.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
just like
you know, culture changes, everything.
Everything.
Everything's in there. Lawrence of Arabia had a lot of the same elements too,
Yes,
though.
yes.
Yeah. The hardest thing for you is finding the right property. I mean, finding something you really want to make.
Well, after you've made like as many movies as I made, and I'm working on like my 22nd now, you want to try to expand your vision as much as you can. You want to use all the things that you've learned, and then you have to have an idea or an emotional thing that stirs you enough to put all this to work. And the problem most of the time is that there's nothing that moves you enough to do it because you've made so many movies and you know all the pitfalls and mistakes. So or it's not something that's going to evolve in a way that's going to be exciting to you.
Where are you the happiest? You know, they used to say about Hitchcock that he was the happiest before the shooting started, that blocking out the shots, you know, and having the
getting
script,
the idea.
was having it all come together for him.
I'm a visual stylist, so I basically get some incredible visual idea. And in Raising Cain, the interesting idea was that, well, suppose I told a mystery story in an entirely different way. Most mystery stories are going from character to character and getting more information, which works great in books, but, you know, in the movies, you know, you drive up to the bar, get a little information, then you go and talk to the reporter, then you go and talk to the ex-wife, then you go and talk to this and that. And it's basically a lot of scenes of people driving over to places and talking to people, talking like you and I are talking now. This to me is kind of boring on the screen. So like in Raising Cain.
But not on the show.
Yeah, but yeah, not on the show. We are talking heads. But in Raising Cain, I tried to tell a mystery in which all the information is disclosed through dreams, fantasies, flashbacks. So you don't know if it's real or not until you've sort of seen it from a whole bunch of different points of view. Then you've got to sort of determine whether what happened did happen or was it imagined. And consequently, the audience is working all the time. And it's great because if you watch it with an audience, you see them sort of arguing about it and saying, did that happen? Didn't she do that? Isn't he real? And then they finally get it all put together in the end, which to me makes it very satisfying.
Do you like the editing process? I mean, do you like being in the editing room?
Yes. But see, my movies are so well worked out in advance that it's not like you have to sort of piece it together.
You don't have to save it in the editing room.
No, no.
It's just really a selection of shots, and you pretty much know what you've got anyway, so that's pretty much...
Well, this has a very complicated structural style in the sense of, you know, there are whole dreams within dreams within dreams, and the audience is constantly being pulled one direction and the other.
To those who say that casting is 75% of a director's work, do you say BS or what?
There's so many things that are so important. Casting is very important. If you have an actor that's not up to the role, you're dead in the water. You know, you cannot cut around to like a bad performance. You basically have to cut it out. So, you know, it's very important. But see, the great things about movies are there's so many things that are important. The script's important, the actors are important, the directors are important, and when you see it all cooking, like in a great film like Lawrence of Arabia or Bridge on the River Kwai, you say, my God, this is what it can be. It can be this big, this wonderful, this vast, this emotional. And most of the time we see like the smallest of things happening.
This is a silly question, but why don't we have more Bridge over the River Kwai? Why don't we have more Lawrence of Arabia? Why don't we have more Casablanca? Why don't we have more Citizen Kane? Why don't we have more?
Well, great movies, I think, are always made when you get a great group of talents, like the Renaissance, together in the same place at the same time. And, you know, we had Sam Spiegel, you had, you know, a great script, you had David Lean, you had all these things that came together at the time and made this great movie. The problem today now, and I was thinking about this a little bit as I was thinking exactly that question. You know, when the old studio system existed, it was interesting. You could get a whole bunch of really great actors because they're all under contract, and you could say, go over to Soundstage X, you're making Casablanca this week. You know,
and they went because they were under contract.
Now I was thinking, how do you get all those actors together?
You call Mike Ovitz.
You can't get them together because they're too expensive.
Yeah.
You know, I was sort of blessed with something like The Untouchables when I was able to get Costner, who was not discovered then, even in a couple of movies, but Sean Connery, Bob De Niro, Andy Garcia. And when you get all those actors together in one movie, wow. It's always great when you got great.
But as soon as you say that, I'll tell you the story of Robert De Niro and Meryl Streep, who I admire as much as anybody in the profession, making that film that was just terrible.
Right.
You know? They're two great actors turned out in a movie that didn't work.
Well, that is always possible, but there's nothing better than having your best talent all in the same place at the same time. You know.
Did they exceed what you thought was going to happen? Did the combustion? Was it synergistic?
Absolutely. I mean, you have Kevin Costner and Bob De Niro going at each other. It's like, that's really exciting. Yeah. You know? It's just great actors rise with great actors to act with. It's like, you're a good interviewer. You're a great interviewer. So you get a good interview when you're dealing with somebody that rises to the occasion. Right. You get a couple of deadheads here, we'll put everybody to sleep.
That's right. Earlier than we want them to go. Thank you. Raising Cain is the film. Brian De Palma is the director. It's good to see you. Good to have you back.
How exposed are you to the critics personally? Are you very upset if you get a bad review, or can you shrug it off?
It's a very weird thing. I am more upset by good reviews, as my friends will tell you. I can't tell you why. But those who know me well know by now to seek out some critical thing, because that cheers me up more than seeing one good one after another. I know it sounds nutty, but I get to feeling very unreal and very undeserving if the good ones go on for a while. And what I fasten on it, oh, this guy didn't like it. Oh, yeah, right, I agree with him, I think, for the half hour afterwards. And it sort of keeps me alive.
The New York Times critic, Stanley Kaufman, as well as many other critics in newspapers and periodicals, have credited you with the superb performance that Elizabeth Taylor turns in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. Now, I know you're going to say, no, it was all Elizabeth Taylor, but how did you coax and nurture this performance out of her?
Well, I think coax or nurture are not words that I would choose. A performance belongs to an actor. You cannot cause anybody, truly, you can't cause anybody to do what they can't do. What Elizabeth does is hers, and she's responsible for it. What I did, I think, is to serve it well, because, you know, you do many takes in a movie, and then you have literally thousands of decisions to make. Which moment do you use? And I think I saw it very much the way Elizabeth saw it, so that I chose to use the particular takes, the angles, the shots in which she found the thing that was most right. So we did it together. It's the way an actress and a director work.
Were you ever overwhelmed by the Burtons in the beginning when you thought you were making a film with them? Did it frighten you?
No. I must say I tried to be. I used to arrive on the lot, you know, because I'm very sleepy in the morning, and I would try to wake myself up, and I would say, wake up, you're directing a picture with the Burtons. And nothing would happen. But what I was eventually overwhelmed by was the job they did, their professionality, and Elizabeth has a very strange thing, which is that when you see her do something, you know, you're standing next to the camera, and you say, well, that's good. And then the next day you see it on the film, and it's 10 times better. It's like something happened. She really knows something about movies that many people don't know. Something happens to it in that developing bath.
What kind of a director are you in terms of your technique? Are you a hollerer, the way Otto Preminger is supposed to be? Are you a comforter? Are you a pussycat? What?
I would say neither of those. I don't holler. You know, I have maybe once or twice. You holler. There are people who like to be hollered at, as you begin to discover after a long time. And so I have hollered a couple of times. But generally, you know, and I don't mean this in any way modest, it's just true. The director is there for other people. If you're doing a play, you're serving the author. If you're doing a picture, you're serving the picture and yourself, but also the actors. The point is to help the actors. And if you can't help them, you're not doing your job. There's no point hollering at them.
You're involved with so many projects this year. It seems to me every time I pick up the newspaper, I read of something else that you're about to do. Would you enumerate just what projects you are going to do?
Oh, it's not that complicated. On Monday, this Monday, I'm starting rehearsal for a musical by Sheldon Harnick and Jerry Bach, who wrote Fiddler on the Roof. And it's called Come Back, Go Away, I Love You, for the moment.
That's not part of the title for the moment.
No, that's my comment on the title. And it's 3 separate stories, all musical, and it's going to star Barbara Harrison, Larry Blyden, and Alan Alda. And I look forward to that, and I'm scared, because I never did a musical. It should be...
That's right, it is. You've done comedies on Broadway, but
yeah,
not musicals.
No, I figure, let them sing. And then I'm going to do a picture called The Graduate with Larry Terman, and that isn't cast yet. And then I'm going to do a picture called Catch-22.
I also have read that you have your own production called Icarus?
Yeah, Icarus Productions. It's not, what it is, I would like to get together with many people that I've worked with and help each other. And it seems to me one of the things that happens in America really more than, say, England or France, is that when people begin to work a lot in theater and movies, you all rush off in opposite directions and you start companies named after your children. You never see each other again. And that I think the important thing is to join up together. It's called Icarus Productions, which I'm very proud of, because Icarus, as you probably know, was the man who thought he would fly to the sun, and he made wings out of wax and feathers. And the sun, as he got too close to the sun, it melted the wings and he fell into the sea.
Very symbolic, said the interviewer. Now, what does that mean?
It's just a reminder to
might
myself not to get too cocky.
Which brings me right into my next question, just as if it were a song cue. And that is that you're without doubt this year's #1 celebrity. You're too sensitive not to be aware of this. How does this explosion of fame affect you? Is it marvelous, as I would think it would be?
Well, yeah, it's nice. The main thing you should know about it, and you must know this from yourself, is that you don't notice anything. I mean, you're still home, you know.
But you're invited to everything. Every girl wants to meet you. You're the most eligible bachelor. I'm sure there isn't a party that they don't want you to come to.
Yeah, that's the best part.
That's the good part.
Yeah. That really is just fine, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that at all, and it's like this terrific present. As for the rest of it, you don't notice it, you're not aware of it, because I sit here at home and I see my friends and I work a lot, and that's about all I notice. Sometimes I read something in the papers.
Now, what has success taken away from you? Anything?
I hope not. The reason I'm hesitating is because I'm trying to decide whether it's success, whatever that is, or just getting a little older. What I'm sometimes afraid of is that you do get a little insulated. Like, I went to the movies last week, and there were 4 of us, and we had to find a place to park the car. That took about 40 minutes. And then we lined up for another 40 minutes to get into the movie. Then we get inside, and the candy machine was broken. And the girls gave a very complicated candy order. So this other guy and I went out, and we had to get this kind of bar here and an ice cream sandwich there. Then we got back into the movie, and it was 106 degrees, and the air conditioning had broken down. And so we wanted to get our money back, which we did. It took another half hour. We had to sign something. And then we went all the way across town. I won't bore you much longer. There's a point to this. And went to the same movie in another theater. And the evening, which was going to the movies, cost $12.50 for 4 of us. Now, we can afford it. But I started to think, you know, that I'm fairly insulated, you know. I usually get driven somewhere, or I'm going to somebody's house.
You could have called up and gotten those tickets free and gotten the best seat if you'd wanted to,
right,
too,
well, my point is exactly that it was sort of fun, really, you know, and if you get too removed from just living, like going to the movies is not supposed to be too hard, and I got a little worried about myself because I thought, boy, I'm exhausted, wow. You know, I'm not going out again for a while. That was really rough, going to the movies like that. And you don't want to get too insulated and get too easy on yourself. I think that's the only soft. That's the only danger.
You've been doing very well financially for many years now with Elaine May, when the two of you used to do your improvisations together. But in recent years, I'm sure you've made lots and lots of beautiful money. How do you indulge yourself?
Everything. I spend my money. I'm not sure on what. I don't think about it too much, really, you know. I buy things I like for myself and for other people, and I go places I like to go, and then I forget about it.
You're not a car bug or a...
Yeah, I'm everything now and then. I was a car bug for a while, and I got great cars that I wanted. And then I came back to New York, and I can't really use a car in New York, so I sold the car to buy a painting, and like that.
That's not bad. Yeah. We keep talking about Elaine May, and you can't talk about Mike Nichols, really, without talking about Elaine May and the wonderful improvisation team of Elaine May and Mike Nichols. Do you think you'll ever go back to being a performer again?
No, I don't think so, except that I really do get a kick out of working with Elaine and what we do together, so we might do that now and then, just because we enjoy it. Other than that, no. I'm much happier this way. No, I'm not a good performer in that way, you know, like even when Elaine and I used to be on the Jack Parr show, we would just sit there, boring, because we're not good at being on. And then you start to tell an anecdote because you've planned it, because they said, yeah, tell that anecdote about the time you got your foot caught in the subway door, or whatever it is. And that you're in the middle of it and you're so bored with it yourself. You have to be a performer, which I'm really not.
In the early days, when you were working as an actor, did you think in the back of your mind, really what I'd like to do is to direct?
Oh, no.
No.
No, it worked the other way around. I fell into directing the way I fell into everything I've ever done, by accident. Somebody said, you want to direct a play? I said, let's try. Then, the minute I started, I said, aha, yes, this is it. And then I realized, sort of looking back, that I had been thinking about it without naming it for years, that really what I'd done with Elaine and in this group we had in Chicago and everything that interested me about the theater was to be thinking about directing, but I didn't know it.
We'll be right back with more conversation with Mike Nichols. First, this message. Tell us about your early background. Where were you born and where did you grow up? A little of this I already know, but...
I was born in Berlin, Germany, and my father was Russian. My mother is German. And then we came over here because it was necessary in '39 when I was 6. And then we settled in New York. And then I went to school and I went to college in Chicago, and here I am.
Can you remember anything about Germany?
Yeah.
You still can't even now.
Yeah. I think about it sometimes because we got out, maybe 2 weeks in time, 2 weeks before it would have been too late. And that is, to put it mildly, lucky. And I think that if I'd had a life, how different it would have been.
Do you remember the first job you had?
You know, I was a camp counselor. I was a horseback riding instructor. I think that was my first job. I taught horseback riding.
Were you good with children?
No, I was good with horses. I was lousy with children.
You've now, I'm sure, been interviewed innumerable times.
I guess.
What's your least favorite question?
Oh, that's hard. I don't like terribly general questions like, who are you really? You know, those are very hard to answer.
Is there anything you wish an interviewer would ask you which he never has? And if so, tell me. I'll ask it right now.
You ask great questions. I'm very happy with your questions. I'll trust you.
All right. Now that you have, quote, everything, what frightens you, if anything?
I'm sorry to think so long. What frightens me really is loss of sensation, I think, is the only thing, is not to feel. And that seems to me for everyone to be the single thing to avert and avoid. But as long as you're feeling, I mean, to be feeling lousy is also very interesting. You know, nothing wrong with that sometimes. But I think the only thing that really would worry me is to begin to withdraw, to cease to feel. I have one goal, really, which is to be a good movie director, because I love making movies, and I would love to know how to do it better and better. And I love the idea of what I feel about movies, which is that if you come into movies, you're really apprenticed to giants, because there are people who have done extraordinary things in movies, I think more practically than in any other field right now.
Who are your giants?
Oh, Fellini and Truffaut and David Lean and endless people. The great thing about movies is there are about 100 very, very talented people. And that interests me immensely, because that's a much greater feeling to see how far you have to go. And again, I don't mean this modestly, it's just that movies are a very big thing. That interests me more than, say, working in a field where you think, oh yeah, well, I'm as good as anybody else.
What kind of movies do you like to see?
All kinds. I'll see any movie, and do.
Why do you have a picture of Charlie Chaplin upstairs?
I like him.
Not because he's an idol, but just because he's a man you like?
Yeah, he's as close to an idol as I get. I don't idolize people exactly. I admire them, and I admire him a lot.
If someone were writing about Mike Nichols, let's say in, in Russia, where you might not be known, and they had to do a little squib, the kind of thing that they do in a playbill, and someone said, give us the facts and tell us what is most pertinent about you, what would you say?
This guy, very boring. This guy who directs plays and movies.
Sidney Lumet has made some 39 movies in 4 decades as a film director. His first was the stunning 12 Angry Men, Dog Day Afternoon, Prince of the City, Serpico, Network, and The Verdict followed, among others. A D.W. Griffith Award winner, Lumet has just published a memoir of a life in the film business called Making Movies, and I am very pleased to have him here. Welcome.
Thank you,
It's great to see you.
Nice to see you.
take this is the upcoming, with all the power we have, we can get an upcoming New York Times Magazine review. New York Times review. Actually, we got it because it's out early. Roger Ebert says about you, making movies is a sane, even invaluable book about the job of being a movie director. From the creation of the screenplay to the final previews, Mr. Lumet explains every step in the process, drawing examples from his own career with startling honesty. This is not an autobiography, but it is a more revealing than most memoirs, discussing with complete frankness the technical, practical, financial, and artistic decisions a director makes. He ends by saying, I am sometimes asked if there is one book a filmgoer could read to learn more about how movies are made and what to look for while watching them. Excuse me. He concludes by saying, this is the book. Why did you write this book? I mean, obviously, if you thought you were getting these kind of reviews, then you have achieved the goal of making a book that would be a companion for everybody who wants to enjoy movies.
I never expected that kind of reviews, or the kind of success it's been meeting with Charlie, where we're in our second printing, and we haven't been out that long, which is terrific. I wrote it, Charlie, because I was so tired of the theories. I was so tired of students not knowing their work. You know, I taught a postgraduate course at Yale many, many years ago. Movie course. Film, it's tough for me to say the word film. Cinema won't pass my throat. And then I did another one in Columbia about 4 years ago. I was amazed at the ignorance of the students. And then also in terms of the general public, you know, that perennial thing that happens when you, people passing when you're shooting in the city and they're passing a location, and the first thing you say is, well, what's everybody standing around for? You know, and the fact is very real work is going on. And then the second thing that happens, which is when, if they come to the studio and see some of the work there, I never knew movie making was so hard, is what they inevitably say. So I thought that there'd be kind of a value on all levels just to really get down to how is a movie made? What are the steps? Who's involved? What are their jobs? On both a creative level and a technical level.
Okay. I want to talk about all of that and also talk later about some of the actors you've worked with, whether it's Brando, Faye Dunaway, many others, and in terms of what they bring to Al Pacino, what they bring to the table when you work with them. But let me just start off talking about, where does a movie start for you?
It starts when I either have read a script that's been sent to me, and what happens, Charlie, is I just react completely instinctively. I'm not analyzing it. I have no theme. I have no idea of the kind of picture I want to do. I'm open, and a very good audience. And what to me is interesting is that almost every time I've accepted a script, it's been on the first reading. If I've had to read it more than once, chances are I've said no. And
if it doesn't grab you at first reading, then you pass.
Well, you know, there are obviously deficiencies in this. I've done some very bad movies, but I've also done some very good ones.
And you also say that some of the movies that you did because, A, you needed to work.
Absolutely.
You got tired of waiting around for the right film, so you just made one. Or because you needed the money. In some cases, those films have turned out better than the movies you made because it seemed like the best thing in the world for you.
Absolutely. You know what happens? I don't think anybody good really knows when the work is going to turn out good. I'm not being falsely modest here. I think there's a reason I've gotten good results and other directors will never get good results. But it's a question of preparing the ground in such a way that the lucky accident can happen. And I know this is true of musicians. I know many writers feel that way. When you just prepare the ground so that the piece can take on a life of its own and run away with it.
Let me ask something that I've always wanted to ask you and others, and it may even apply to you in some instances. I love The Verdict. You haven't made anything since The Verdict that I like as much as I love The Verdict. Francis Ford Coppola hasn't made a movie that I really liked a lot in a while. Now, he would differ and say this was really good and this was really good. But I think the majority of film goers and critics wouldn't say that. How does someone like Coppola, you or occasionally, and other people who have shown they know what it's about and they're at the top of the class, fail at making good movies?
It happens, Charlie, out of two reasons. First of all, there's that very, very important area of self-deception, which is really necessary to even go to work in the first place, because the work itself is so hard. You've got to be prepared to say, I believe in this, I don't see the problem, a kind of plunging in with faith, and very often it's misdirected. I've had 2 pictures in which, around the second or third day of shooting, I realized, my God, I was wrong.
I've got to go through with it, but it's never going to be what I thought.
I've got to go through with it, and worst of all, I can't tell anybody because I'm the director, right? so there's that. Then there are pressures. It's a very strange marketplace out there now, and I know the rules of that jungle very well. And I always used to say I need 1 hit so I can get the money for 3 more flops.
Yeah.
And now it's getting even more severe, and I think, in my view, the taste level is slowly sinking in this country, not just in movies, I think generally.
Let me tell you an interesting story. I interrupt you. I had lunch yesterday with a great editor in America who said to me, who are the great poets today? Who are the great novelists today? Who are the great filmmakers today? He said, I think that we are not somehow today in our producing greatness like we used to. Now, a lot of people bemoan the good old times and the golden age of Hollywood, the golden age of television, all that. But here was somebody who would be classified as an intellectual saying, I don't see it out there. I said to him, you know, you're a great editor. Why don't you go commission a book, get somebody to write a book about that? What's happened to us? What do you think has happened in movies?
Television. I think basically what's happened, we are now probably on our third generation of people who did not know life before television, and that they're used to, they've been brainwashed into a state of acceptance of what television producers think is reality. Aaron Spelling's version of what reality is. And you know that wonderful line in Network when Peter Finch in his rage says to the audience, for God's sakes, you're real, I'm just a picture, you know, and which really sums it up, because people's contact with reality is completely determined by the box. And it's an isolated experience. Let's just start with that. It's not done, it's not shared in any way. And in my view, it's causing a major crisis in all aspects. You know, I just came back off this book tour, Charlie, and how can you hit cities more architecturally different than, let's say, Boston, Washington, Chicago, San Francisco, L.A. You know, they've almost got a culture. They do have a cultural difference about it. But you know what's happened?
There's a homogeneity.
Oh, every city has its Pizzeria Uno. You can go from Pizzeria Uno to Armani, you know, depending on how much money you want to spend. And every hotel is owned by the same people. We stayed at what is called a boutique hotel in San Francisco, a charming little place. It's owned by a chain, which is opening boutique individual hotels all over. And I think precisely, you used the word right on, that homogeneity is going to destroy us.
A couple of things about movies that intrigue me. You don't believe in, speaking of this, you don't believe that these testings and preview audiences, which can cause directors and studios to force directors to change endings, are necessarily good.
Right.
Right?
I think it's a disaster. I think because, again, it's forcing it onto a kind of homogeneity. The whole testing process, look, I'm not a fool. I know that movies have to make money. And I'd be thrilled to change the picture, not all pictures, but some pictures, to see if it can make more money. But the fact is there is no correlation. I once asked the man who conducts the research group, what is the correlation between your percentages and the cards that you break down in demographics that make the mind boggle, and the eventual
performance at the box office?
Right. And he said, we don't have those figures.
No one's ever done a study.
No, well, of course he's lying. Of course he has the figures. The fact is the figures just don't work out the way he would like them to work out so that he can get hired more.
The other thing, another incident from the book, Brando. Brando will give you, on separate takes, separate performances. One is he's reaching deep inside as an actor and going for what is inside of him that gives expression to the idea that he wants to convey. The other is a more studied, in which he is simply acting the performance.
It looks identical, Charlie. It's just empty inside. But on the surface, it looks as if it's exactly like the other
he,
take.
as an actor, if you, the director, choose the wrong one, not the one that genuinely comes from inside, he won't give you anything from inside for the rest of the film.
You've had it. Now, you know, a lot of people say, well, listen, what right does he have? That's so arrogant. What right does he have to test a director? I don't feel that way. And maybe it's because I passed the test, but the point is that acting is about self-revelation, and that's a very painful process. And he, in my view, has a right to want the person watching it to be able to tell the difference between when he's doing it and living it and when he's simply indicating it. I don't think it's invalid.
A good director can't screw up a great script. True or false?
False.
A great script can be screwed up regardless.
Funnily enough, in my view, great scripts can get screwed up more easily because the demand that they make is so much greater. I don't have to tell you, is there anything more boring than a bad Hamlet?
Well said, yeah. And nothing more powerful than A brilliant Hamlet.
Well, that's what it was for, right?
Yeah. So acting then is 75% of the game. The performance.
Certainly in the theater. Certainly it is in the theater. In the movies, you've got a great helper. That camera. It can do an awful lot of things that can compensate for even a bad performance.
Right.
It can't create a good performance, but it can provide an element that the performance should have provided.
Okay. I want to take a look from 12 Angry Men. What an appropriate film. I remember once going to a class about, and it was part of management training or something like that, and they had us see it. Some psychologists wanted to see this as a group, as an example of group dynamics, right, exactly. Certainly appropriate now as we are fascinated by what's happening in the jury room of the Simpson trial. But take a look at this. This is 12 Angry Men starring Henry Fonda and others. Here it is. Tell me about that movie and directing that scene and the way the camera pulled out so that you could see all of the people leaving the table.
Well, clearly it's a scene in which a man takes off on a racial attack, juror number 8 or whatever. I loved it. They never had names, only numbers. Mm-hmm. And slowly a protest evolves. One of the things that was very important, because it has to be completely believable, and it is very tough to make that believable, that 10 other people there'd be such unanimity in an opinion, especially on a racial level, that they'd make this step of protest. But if you noticed, Henry Fonda, our hero, was not the first one to get up. The first one to get up is actually a character who has come from a very similar background. So he's the one that starts it, and then others get up out of character, out of what their characters were. But the interesting thing, Charlie, is that doing it in one shot, doing it as a slow pullback, prevented it from becoming obvious and sentimental. In fact, it isn't for about till 3 or 4 people, till about the 4th person get up, that you even realize it is a protest. You don't know at first whether the guy isn't just
go to the bathroom,
right? You know, just want to shake his legs. And also, by doing it in one shot, I avoided all those silly intercuts of somebody going, glowering this way or drat, or any of those obvious reactions that would have had to have happened if it had been cut up. I also would have destroyed Ed's tempo. Ed Begley, who played the man, was a superb actor. And the very fact that he could gauge the performance by how and when people were getting up and moving away from, as you saw, the way he runs down in energy is quite moving.
Fonda to work with.
You know, there are certain actors, Charlie, who are so pure that, for me at least, they become a barometer of truth. I can measure the truthfulness of myself, of my own work, and almost every other person's work on that set by what they are doing. Fonda was one of those. And I don't know of a greater compliment that you think you can give anyone.
Pacino, speaking of actors, Dog Day Afternoon. There was that long scene on the
phone. I think that's as extraordinary a piece of movie acting as I've ever seen. It was very complicated, the way I set it up, because I wanted him to do both phone calls, the phone call to his male wife and his female wife, in continuity, and yet the two scenes together ran 14 minutes. I don't know if you're aware, but a magazine of film only runs 10 minutes. So I had to, from a technical point of view, I was using 2 cameras, starting the second camera when the first one was almost out of film, and so on. The thing about Al is he also has this purity mixed with this incredible, undeniable anger. He's so dangerous up there on the screen. Even in a moment of complete vulnerability, you have a feeling that he can just turn around into something. I'll never forget that amazing moment in Godfather when, I think it was Godfather 2, when Diane Keaton tells him that she's had an abortion. And he's just been pacing up and back, very still in that inner stillness that he's got. And all of a sudden he flies across that room and hits her. It's an explosion that's absolutely terrifying. And he has this in him, I think, this sense of rage.
What does a director give an actor like Pacino?
Two things. First of all, you give him a person who understands what he's doing, the thing that we were talking before about Marlon, which is very important to him. Second of all, once you've got that, you can find sources of stimulation for those feelings that he may not have been aware of in the performance of another actor, in the physical staging of the scene, or in the instance of the 2 phone calls in Dog Day Afternoon, in the way that I shot it, so that by the end of it, it got very complicated, Charlie. You know, the story was they were in that bank by then for 9 hours, and I just wanted him in a state of exhaustion beyond. Now, that state of exhaustion does another thing. It opens up emotions. I'm sure you've found, and most of us have found, that when we're tired, we weep more easily, we laugh more easily.
We get angry easier.
That's right. We're just wide open. And when we finished the first take, I said, Al, don't cut camera. I said, first, don't cut camera. Al, I want to go back and do it again. And he looked at me and he said, you've got to be expletive deleted kidding. And I said, I am not kidding. We have to go again. Action. And he started again from the top. And in the meantime, while that the exchange went on, they had changed a magazine of film. So that when he finished the second take of it, he literally didn't know where he was. I mean, the exhaustion was so complete. The amount of emotion.
Did he then recognize that the second take was better?
He didn't know. When we talked about it afterwards, he said, I didn't even know. I forgot that you told me to go again. I didn't even know we did a second take. Yeah. But when he saw Rushes the next day, he sure did.
Network. This is a Howard Beale when he's giving his speech and has a heart attack. Take a look at this, and we'll talk about the scene when we come back.
Programming you've seen
yes, it does. Tell me about the scene, though, with Peter.
Well, you know, he is a magnificent actor, and as you know, part of the point of that whole speech is that the show always ends on him having a fit. Right. I mean, he's in no real danger. He just has a fit, and the fit is the music cue. He's a consummate actor. Interestingly enough, the same thing that I did with Al on his Dog Day speech, I did with Peter on his first I'm mad as hell, won't take it anymore speech. 2 cameras, so he could go from one take to another. He wanted that part as badly as any actor I've ever known. I felt it was very, very important to get an American for it. And Peter was living in the Caribbean at the time. I don't remember which island. And said, look, I've got with me, he flew up to New York, he said, I've got with me a tape of Walter Cronkite, a tape of John Chancellor. I am going back down, and I'm going to work for 2 weeks, and I'm going to come back up to New York, and I'm going to read this whole part for you. And he did, Charlie. He did, and he read, my reservation was only about the accent. I mean, as an actor, he's magnificent. And he came back up and read 4 lines, and Patty and I said, it's yours.
Pat Chayefsky. Yeah. And it was, did he win an Oscar for that?
He did, posthumously.
Posthumously, that's right.
It was it's extraordinary. We were, you know, before the Oscar, while the voting is still going on, the company flies you out there and you hustle like crazy trying to pick up votes. And Peter and I were scheduled to do a radio show that morning, and at Beverly Hills Hotel, there's a small staircase down from the 2nd floor, and literally as I came down the staircase, he was sitting below, and I saw him go over. And that was it.
That was it, yeah. Knowing what you know and putting a lot, as Roger Ebert says, if you want one book on making movies, this is it. The title is Making Movies. What do you wish you had learned earlier? I mean, what have you learned that's important that you wish you'd known from the beginning?
I wish I'd had a little, I don't know if you can learn this, I wish I'd had a little better taste. Taste, yeah. I think I tended to overstate an awful lot. That may have been because I really wasn't used to, having come from television, I wasn't used to an image 30 or 40 feet wide, and that takes that's a whole different aesthetic, you know, because scale is critical.
So making for a television screen is a very different act than making for a movie screen.
Yeah, I think so. You have to tell the story differently. You have to use the camera differently. So I wish I'd had a little more restraint. But there are things I like too. I had a lot of courage, which
you
was
were
nice to
noted
have.
for making political films that had to do with a passion about politics in the broadest sense of the word,
Right.
not politics and who's winning elections, but the politics of, you were passionate about that. Can you make those films today?
I think it'll be very tough. I don't know, I haven't tried. But my guess is that they are running so scared, and the cost of production is up so enormously. You know, Charlie, if a picture doesn't gross 9 figures now, by that I mean over $100 million, they really look at it as a flop.
Notwithstanding how much it costs.
Yeah, exactly.
But the reason I look at it that way is because most films now cost over $30 million to make, I guess.
I think that's the average cost has gone up to there, and the prints and advertising are now equal, if not greater, than the cost of the movie.
What's your favorite film that you made?
That I made?
Yeah.
Charlie, I wish I could tell you. I'm ducking the question, and as you know, I don't duck many.
Right.
I duck it because, in a way, it makes an orphan out of the others.
Yes, indeed. What film that you have seen do you wish you had made?
I couldn't have made it, so it's safe to say that I think the best movie of the last 10 years is Hoop Dreams.
Do you really?
I think
a documentary.
I think it's an astounding movie about America, about people. There's no way of saying too much about that movie.
Sort of missed it on the Oscars, didn't it?
I think they made a great error by trying to. Well, it wasn't a great error. I would have loved to have seen it nominated for Best Picture because to me it was.
All right. Making Movies by Sidney Lumet. It's gotten good reviews. It really is an understanding of how the business is made. You'll learn a lot about cameras. You'll learn a lot about how actors approach their craft. It is not about a gossipy book about actors and actresses. It is really a book about one man's love for the craft of making movies and how he goes about it. And when you come away with this experience of reading this book, you'll understand more about movies, which all of us love.
You never really get an opportunity. You take an opportunity. In the filmmaking business, no one ever gives you anything. Nobody ever taps you on the shoulder and say, you know, I've really admired the way you talk and the way you draw. And I think you'd make a good director. It doesn't happen that way. You have to constantly be pulling on somebody's sleeve, saying, hey, I want to direct, I want to direct, I want to direct, and you have to be willing to make sacrifices to do that. The mistake a lot of people, I think, make in Hollywood is that they think, well, I'll get to the top of my field as a whatever, editor, production designer, writer, and then I'll just move laterally into directing and I'll be more respected and I'll have more power. It doesn't work that way because you drop right to the bottom of the pack as a director. You have to work your way up in that. I'm not saying it's not done, but so the way I did it was I came in through production design, which is good because you're thinking visually. And you're very aware of the director's problems in trying to tell a story and how the environment is, you know, a manifestation of the narrative in some way. And you know, I sort of proved myself as a production designer in the scrappy, stay up all night for 15 days in a row kind of independent filmmaking that was done at Roger Corman's place. This was in the early '80s. And when they see that you have the creativity and the stamina and that you basically understand filmmaking, it's not a ridiculous leap in that environment to say, I now want to try my hand. I want to direct. And I just basically went up to Roger one day and said, I'd like to direct second unit on the film that we were making at the time, which was a low-budget science fiction horror picture. And he gave me a camera and two or three people, and we started a little second unit, and the second unit basically became this steamroller that wound up shooting about a third of the picture because they were falling way behind on first unit. So they'd give me the actors and say, well, do scene 28 and scene 42, and all of a sudden I was working with actors, and that was terrifying because I hadn't really thought that part through yet, you know, that in order to direct you have to work with actors. It's not just about sets and visual effects. And so it was simultaneously a shock and a joyful discovery because I found that all actors really want is some sense of what a writer can bring to the moment,
some sense of a narrative purpose. What am I doing? What am I trying to do here? What's the scene about? And it's really pretty much that simple. So that was the next epiphany, if you will, which is this part of it is fun too. The part I didn't expect to be fun, the part I didn't expect to be good at, turned out to be, in a way, the most fascinating part. I wouldn't say I was good at it right away. It took me a long time to realize that you have to have a bit of an interlanguage with actors. You have to give them something that they can act with. You can't tell them a lot of abstract information about how their character is going to pay off in this big narrative ellipse that happens in scene 80. That doesn't help them. You know, they're in a room. They have to create an emotional truth in a moment, and you know, they have to be able to create that very quickly. So they need real tangible stuff, and that's a learned art, I think. But coming from writing and understanding what they're feeling and what they're thinking, what the character's feeling and thinking, and having thought about that a lot for months in advance is the way that I get enough respect from the actors that they trust what I'm saying, they trust what I'm giving them to do. I was hired to direct a film called Piranha 2. I was hired by a very unscrupulous producer who worked out of Italy, and he put me with an Italian crew who spoke no English, even though I was assured that they would all speak English. And I actually had to learn some Italian very quickly, and I'm talking about in 2 weeks, because that's all the prep time I had, because I was actually replacing someone else. And I was put into an untenable situation, and then fired couple of weeks into the shoot, and the producer took over directing. And it turns out that he had actually done that twice before on his 2 previous films, and that was his modus operandi in order to get the financing and then axe the director. And in the course of throwing me off the movie, he never showed me a foot of the film that I had shot. He held on to the dailies. We were shooting in Jamaica, and I would shoot in Jamaica, the dailies would go to New York, be processed. He'd fly to New York and look at them and not send them back for me to see. So I wasn't even seeing my own film. So he basically came in and said, your stuff doesn't work, doesn't cut together, it's a pile of junk, and you're off the movie. And then he took over the film. And I thought, you know, I really don't, I mean, okay, maybe I'm just bad. Maybe I'm just not good. So I went to, a couple of months later, I went to Rome to find out sort of the truth, like what really happened. And he wouldn't show me any of the film. And I had been in Rome prepping the film for a couple of weeks before we went, and I remembered the code to get in, and so I went in and I just ran the film for myself. And it wasn't that bad. Because all I wanted to know was just one simple fact. Could I or could I not do this job? And I made a few changes, before I flew back, which I don't know if they ever caught. I don't know if the editor ever noticed that I actually fixed a couple things. But I had to know whether what they had said was true. So here's a case where everyone around me had basically said, you stink, you suck, you don't know what you're doing. And I accepted it. But then a little voice kept saying, I don't think so. I don't think it could be that bad. I remember doing some pretty cool stuff with the actors in this moment and that moment. And I looked at it, and it was fine. So then I thought, you know what, I actually can do this. And I just fell in with a pack of thieves and wackos here. But I also realized that I was going to have to get busy and create my own thing, that nobody would hire me after that experience. Nobody would hire me and just put me on a film. I'd have to create my own thing and hang on tenaciously to that in order to be able to direct again. And that's why I wrote The Terminator, and I had many, many people trying to buy that script, but I wouldn't sell them. I wouldn't sell the script to them unless I went with it as the director. And of course, that was a turnoff for almost everybody. But we did find one low-budget producer who was willing to make the film, and that was John Daly at Hemdale, and that's how I got my real start. The road to success is like Harold and the Purple Crayon. You draw it for yourself. You have to imagine it first, and then you have to draw it, and then you have to walk it. But I think many people draw many lines that don't necessarily lead there, but the ones that do lead there are done by that process. Not for everybody. Some people can fall into good luck. Some people can have it handed to them, but I think the great majority map it out for themselves. But you always have self-doubts, and when you're working in a public art form like filmmaking, you don't really need self-doubt, because if it's bad, you're going to hear about it, exactly what's wrong with it, and if it's good, you'll hear what's good about it. So there are plenty of other people who will inform you. So self-doubt is not really necessary. You can sort of just set that one aside, just drop it at the door. What you need is a lot of confidence to stand up to the slings and arrows, the barrage of negativity. Because what basically it boils down to is that we exist in a peer environment. And when we're sort of on the fringe or on the outside and we're trying to get in, all our peers are like us. And just a bunch of friends or people with similar interests. And none of them think you're special. They think they're special. So no one's going to give you encouragement, or very few people will give you encouragement. It's like that old adage, it's not enough to succeed, your friends must also fail. You know. So you're not going to get a lot of tremendous encouragement from your peer group, and you can't feed on that energy. You can actually support each other in very tangible ways, but I think that thing of, dude, you got it, you're going all the way, you're not going to hear that. And you're certainly going to face rejection after rejection. You're going to knock on a lot of doors, and you're going to have to prove yourself. But I think, you kind of know that going in. If you're going into the filmmaking process, I think you have to go in with your eyes open, that's what it's going to be like. And here's an interesting thing, that there's a tremendous temptation to do a workaround, or to do a moral or ethical workaround or shortcut in a lot of situations, because it's easier, and it's just, you're so needy to get those little breaks and so on. And I think a lot of people get sort of ethically short-circuited at that stage, and they never recover. Because I think a lot of people would say, well, I'll do what I have to do now, but then later I'll be good. It doesn't work that way. You are who you are. And fortunately I've managed to get where I am with the occasional burglary aside, without having to really hurt anybody or go against my word. I think ultimately your word becomes the most important thing that you have. It's the most important currency that you have. Having a successful film is very important currency as well, but in the long run, your word is the most important thing. And if you say you're going to do something, you have to do it. And I think that's what saw me through on Titanic. Titanic was in some ways the roughest project that I've ever been involved with. And what saw me through on that was that I had a relationship with the people who were quite rightly panicking, but they never completely panicked because they knew who I was. And we always treated each other with a kind of a respect. And I always did what I think was the right or ethical thing throughout that. Even though it was costing me millions of dollars, personally, right out of my pocket. To do it, I felt I had to do it, or they would never trust me again on another film. And I think that's ultimately the most important currency that you reap from any situation. Pretty much every day. But the thing is that when you're in a leadership position, you can never, ever manifest that. You can never manifest the panic that you feel inside. And Titanic was a situation where I felt, I think, pretty much like the officer felt on the bridge of the ship. I could see the iceberg coming far away. But as hard as I turned that wheel, there was just too much mass, too much inertia, and there was nothing I could do. But I still had to play it through. There was no way to get off. And so then, you're in this kind of situation where you feel quite doomed, and yet you still have to play by your own ethical standards, no matter where it takes you, And ultimately, that was the salvation, because I think if I hadn't done that, they might have panicked, they might have pulled the plug, things might have been very different, the whole thing might have crashed and burned, but it didn't. We held on, we missed the iceberg by that much. Well, Titanic was conceived as a love story, and if I could have done it without one visual effect, I would have been more than happy to do that. The fact is that, you know, the ship hasn't existed since 1912, at least not at the surface. So we had to create it somehow. I visualized making a lot of big sets and so on and keeping the visual effects to a minimum. But it turned out that obviously it was a big visual effects show before we were all said and done. But that wasn't really my motivation to make the film. And I don't think that should ever be the motivation to make a film, that it should be a means to an end. You know, certainly there's an aspect of me that likes big challenges, big stuff, you know, whether it's big physical construction or visual effects or whatever. I think that's what I do best, and I think there are other people that work at a much more intimate level and do that solely that are better at that, you know. But I think that it was definitely a goal of Titanic to integrate a very personal, very emotional, and very intimate filmmaking style with spectacle and try to make that not be kind of chocolate syrup on a cheeseburger, you know, make it somehow work together. I think the spectacle got people's attention, got them to the theaters, and then the emotional, cathartic experience of watching the film is what made the film work. Because I think also, I think the spectacle served it, but was not the defining factor in its success. Once again, I think it's a question of balance. It's sort of like looking at a painting and saying what part of the painting is the part that makes you like it. It's sort of all of it, and it's all of it working together that makes you like the painting. I didn't know for a long time. I was fascinated by the sciences. When I was a kid, I used to spend all my time out collecting pond water and looking at it through my microscope and trying to identify the various protozoa, or I'd be looking through a telescope trying to find the great nebula in Orion or whatever, you know. My brain was going in all these different directions. Art was always sort of there, I was always drawing, but it hadn't really manifested itself as the main thing. And all the way through high school, even into college, I majored in physics. I hit a kind of a wall with the maths. And, you know, possibly with a bad teacher who kind of turned me off to calculus at a critical moment. And even though my grades were very high in astronomy and physics, I switched to English because I wanted to write. So it was sort of going in two different directions. It was a long time. It was about, I would say I was 25 or 26 before I really settled in and said, this is it, this is the decision, I'm going to work in film in some capacity. And what finally attracted me to film in such a definitive way was it was the only place I could reconcile the need to tell stories and to work in a visual art medium and the desire to understand things at a technological level and my fascination with engineering and technology. It's one of the few media that are you know, so dependent on technology. So it was a way to fuse those interests. I didn't know where I'd wind up within film. I actually started as a model builder and quickly progressed into production design, which made sense because I could draw, I could paint, and so on. But I kept watching that guy over there who was moving the actors around and setting up the shots, and I had never quite pictured myself as a director. I'd pictured myself as a filmmaker, but I had never pictured myself as a director, if that makes any sense at all. I mean, I had wanted to make films, and I understood at some intellectual level that the director was the person who was most in charge creatively, but I'd never sort of pictured myself in that role, kind of standing up there, the guy with the monocle and the megaphone, you know, had no meaning for me. But then I watched a couple of really bad directors work, and I saw how they completely botched it up and missed the visual opportunities of the scene when we had put things in front of them as opportunities, set pieces, props, and so on. And they had these great actors to work with, and they just blew it. And there was a moment where I said, I may not be very good at this, but I know I'm better than that guy. And that was kind of a critical moment, because when you realize that you can at least be better than somebody else who's already doing it, then you can visualize yourself doing the job. There were several light bulbs at several different times, and the first one was when I saw 2001: A Space Odyssey for the first time. And the light bulb there was, you know, a movie can be more than just telling a story. It can be a piece of art. It can be something that has a profound impact on your imagination, on your appreciation of how music works with the images and so on. It sort of just blew the doors off the whole thing for me and at the age of 14, and I started thinking about film in a completely different way and got fascinated by it. It's also, to my knowledge, one of the first films that really had a definitive making of book. It was such a fascinating film that they actually, they made a book about the making of 2001. It's the first one that I knew of that was available, and I read it from cover to cover 18 times and didn't understand half of it until many years later. But it started a process of projecting myself into the idea of actually creating images using these high-tech means. Of course, I did all my low-tech analogs of those means, you know, by buying models and gluing them on pieces of glass and moving them around, but it was good training to think spatially and to think, you know, in terms of storyboarding and so on. So I was already a filmmaker, but I hadn't really realized it yet. And then, ironically, that was happening in Canada, thousands of miles from Hollywood, and we subsequently moved at the age of 17 for me to Los Angeles, which is very close to, you know, the black hole of Hollywood itself. And yet at that point, I sort of said, well, I don't know if I can get there from here. I don't know if, you know, who am I to say that I could be a filmmaker? Didn't make any sense. So I abandoned it for grown-up things, and I decided to be a scientist. And it wasn't until, you know, many years later that I realized that this is really where my heart lay, you know. And then the next light bulb was really just the one that says, just do it. Just pick up a camera and start shooting something. Don't wait to be asked, because nobody's going to ask you. And don't wait for the perfect conditions, because they'll never be perfect. It's a little bit like having a child. If you wait until the right time to have a child, you'll die childless. And I think filmmaking is very much the same thing. You just have to take the plunge and just start shooting something. Even if it's bad, you can always hide it, but you will have learned something, you know. I didn't really have anything to say, but I had a lot of images, a lot of things crowding into my mind visually. I had read tons of science fiction. I was fascinated by other worlds, other environments. For me, it was fantasy. It was not fantasy in the sense of pure escapism. It was, as Isaac Asimov used to say, science fiction readers are people who escape from reality into worlds of pollution, nuclear war, overpopulation, and you know, it's a way of modeling the future or the present through the future. So, you know, growing up in the '60s, coming to my kind of intellectual awakening in high school at a time when the world was in complete chaos between the war in Vietnam and civil rights and all of the upheavals, all the social upheavals, you know, free love, you know, everything that was happening in the late '60s. It gave one an interesting perspective, being a science fiction fan and looking at a world that was coming apart and thinking in very apocalyptic terms about that world. And I've never lost that sort of almost a fascination with apocalyptic themes, and Titanic is just another manifestation of that, because for me, that film was just a microcosm for the way the world ends. However it ends, we don't know, but if it ends by the human hand, it'll end in the way that Titanic ended, which is through some casual, simple carelessness. So, you know, being a child of the '60s in that way, I think very much influenced the way I looked at what could be done with film. It was also a very interesting time in filmmaking, in the history of filmmaking, because it was the time when the paradigm of studio film production was completely deconstructed, and the independent films emerged, and all of a sudden the filmmaking world was turned on its head, and a film called Easy Rider came out that was made for $40,000 and made more money than any other film of that year, including all of the big studio films. And so the big smokestack industry of Hollywood was suddenly threatened from within by these auteurs, these punks, these young, you know, George Lucases and Martin Scorseses. And, you know, so was a fascinating time, and that's the time at which I came into my awareness of what film was and what film could be, so I was definitely informed by that. But I would say I didn't really have anything to say yet. You know, I just had a lot of images and ideas, but I hadn't you know, found my themes. It took time for that to happen. It took another few years. Never give up, because it's going to be unbelievably hard. It's going to be a ridiculously brutal uphill fight all the time. And you just have to have tremendous stamina and self-confidence to power through it. You have to not listen to the naysayers, because there will be many. And often they'll be much more qualified than you and cause you to sort of doubt yourself. But you know, what I learned from those early days was to trust my instincts and to not back off, because when the hour gets dark, your instinct is to, or your tendency might be to say, well, this is just too hard, and you know, nobody should have to go through this in order to accomplish X, whether it's a movie or whatever. But in the pursuit of excellence, and I think you can be in the pursuit of excellence when you're working on a low-budget science fiction horror film, if it's how you define it, you have to go all the way. It's that simple. Now, I don't mean trample over people. I don't mean turn into a screaming maniac. I mean you have to have made that commitment within yourself to do whatever it takes to get the job done and to try to inspire other people to do it. Because obviously the first rule is you can't do it all yourself. Even though you may know how to do many of these different tasks, you physically can't do it. And you need a team, and you need the respect and the trust of that team. So that was a lesson that took me a while to figure out, because at first I just wanted to do it all myself. I was like, you're doing it wrong, you know. And that doesn't work. That doesn't ultimately achieve the vision, whatever the vision is, whether it's, you know, someone else's vision, or when you know, in my case, when I started directing, it was my vision. I couldn't push people out of the way. I had to learn to inspire people to give me their best work. And I also had to learn to accept what they brought, even if it was either A, not as good, or B, good but just different from what I had imagined, and say that the end result of our collective efforts will be exactly that. It'll be all of our efforts together. It won't ever be exactly the way I imagined it. And that's, I think, an important lesson as well, is that in any group enterprise, it's going to be the sum total of the group. So choose your group well, and go in with that little voice in the back of your mind that says, be zen about it, be philosophical. It's ultimately going to be the best that these people can do. And you know, that's an interesting thing, because it a little bit flies in the face of the auteur theory. And I was sort of raised aesthetically on that auteur theory, you know, and looking at, you know, the much vaunted Hitchcock films that were planned down to every frame and every molecule through storyboarding, and it all you know, flowed from the forehead of Zeus. It's not that way. You know, you're a band leader. When you're doing your job best, you're a band leader. It's tough, and I'm still learning it, but I've learned it well enough, I think, to do some of my best work as a result of that lesson. You know, by inspiring the actors on Titanic, and in fact everyone on that film, the production designers, the people that were, you know, there were several thousand people working on that film, by somehow inspiring them to do their very, very best. They brought me, I think, all of the elements, all of the moments that eventually became that film. I couldn't have done it all myself. Couldn't have done a fraction of it, you know. I had dark hours on Titanic that were just as dire, if not more dire, than on Piranha 2 when I got fired, on Terminator when we had, you know, all these problems. I think that there's just I think that you have to find some kind of inner strength that says what I'm doing is right. It may not seem right to other people, and I may not be able to please them right now, and I'm going to have to proceed on this path for a while until I can demonstrate to them that what we're doing is probably the right thing, at least the best that I know how to do. And ultimately, you reach a point where people will hire you because you have the strength, or some people call it vision. I don't know. That's a bit of a lofty word, because I don't think it's something that comes to you necessarily in the night. I think it's something that's the process of a very rigorous mental processing of the data on a day-by-day basis, and the possibilities, what you can do and what you can't do. And over time, people will realize that you have what it takes to be in that situation where nobody really knows the answer, although a lot of them think they do or say they do. And you've come up with the right formula. And to have come out of these battle situations a number of times with the right formula on a consistent basis, they tend to trust you more as you go along. They'll never trust you completely. The they, whoever the they is. In my business, it's you know, the studio that's putting up the money, the completion bond company, whatever, the bankers, the people that don't really understand the day-to-day sweat, blood, and tears of the creative process. Because that's another lofty term, the creative process. When you're on a set, the creative process consists of, oh my God, how are we going to do that? You're going to have to move the wall back 3 feet, and then you're going to have to pile up some boxes over here and put the camera on it. It's all nuts and bolts things, and then you have to be able to switch that off in a heartbeat and think about what's the actor feeling, you know, what's the character feeling at that moment, and it might be some really important, very pivotal scene for them. So. I would say there's a certain tenacity that's required, and that tenacity manifests itself sometimes in unpleasant ways, and other times it can manifest itself in very noble ways when you can get other people to go with you that extra mile. And I think a lot about of what is misunderstood about my particular filmmaking process is that I get people to go that extra mile that they've never done before, and they go into new territory. They go beyond what they previously thought were their limits, and then afterwards they talk about it like it was a big adventure. Oh man, we worked around the clock, and you know, we all almost died, and it sounds like an indictment of the production as a bunch of wackos. But when in fact they're actually they want to share the fact that they did this, that they did go beyond. They went beyond in their creative capacity as well. And that's why they always all come back and want to do it again. Maybe just not right away. But I don't make films back to back anyway, so that I usually give them a year to go out and see what it's like on all those other boring movies, and then they all want to come back. I lived in a small town. It was 2,000 people in Canada. Little river that went through it, and we swam in you know, a lot of water around. Niagara Falls was about 4 or 5 miles away, the Niagara Falls. And so, you know, I've always sort of loved the water, possibly as a result of that. And that's manifested itself, obviously, in my work and in my own private time. I do an awful lot of scuba diving. I love to be on the ocean, under the ocean, live next to the ocean. But you know, in terms of you know, some wild family dynamics or anything like that, nothing that would necessarily indicate anything. I would say my mother was an artist. She was actually a housewife, but she was an amateur artist. My father was an electrical engineer. So right there, you have a collision of you know, left and right hemisphere thinking, and I think I got sort of equal parts of both. My mother was definitely an influence in giving me a respect for art and the arts, and especially the visual arts. And I used to, you know, go with her to museums and so on. And when I was learning to draw, I would sketch things in the museum, whether it was an Etruscan helmet or a mummy or whatever. I was fascinated by all that. You know, I think out of you know, an attempt maybe to get my father's respect or interest or whatever, you know, I was, or maybe it was just a genetically passed through love of technology. I was always fascinated by engineering, always trying to build things, definitely a builder. And sometimes being a builder can put you in a leadership position when you're a kid, because then it's like, hey, let's build a go-kart. Well, you go get the wheels and you get this, and pretty soon you're at the center of a project. I think that certain things must just be genetic, because I look back at who I was at 10 years old or 9 years old, and I'm the same person now, and in essence, wanting to build things and wanting to get a lot of people together and do some grandiose thing, whether it was build a fort or a tree house or an airplane. Once we built an airplane, not intending it to fly, just hang from a tree, but that sort of thing. And I realize I'm just doing the same thing now. I'm just getting a bunch of kids to help me build a fort, except that now it takes $100 million, and the kids are all my age. Yes, good student, mostly because of curiosity. I mean, a real natural curiosity. I wasn't trying to please anybody. I wasn't trying to, for me, it wasn't competitive against the other kids. It wasn't about trying to please my parents so much as I just wanted to know things. The sciences, history, even math, to an extent. I was just switched on somehow, and I think, that's the most important thing when I look back to that formative period, and I'm thinking junior high through high school. That it was a 6-year period. It was curiosity, and I spent all my free time in the town library, and I read an awful lot of science fiction, and the sort of the line between reality and fantasy blurred. I mean, I was as interested in the reality of biology as I was in reading science fiction stories about genetic mutations and post-nuclear war environments and distant interstellar travel and meeting alien races and all that sort of thing. I read so voraciously. I mean, it was tonnage. I rode a school bus to school for an hour each way each day in high school. Because they put me in a program, an academic program that could only be serviced by this high school that was much further away. So I had 2 hours a day on the bus, and I tried to read a book a day. And usually it averaged a book every other day. But if I got really interested in something, it was propped up behind my math book or my science book, all during the day in class. So it was really more by authors. It would have been Arthur Clarke and A.E. Van Vogt, all the kind of the mainstream old guard of science fiction at that time. And then in the latter years of high school, then you get into the newer guys at that time, Harlan Ellison, Larry Niven, people like that. But it was pretty much a steady diet of science fiction. A critical moment for me, I would have to say, was in my, we didn't call them sophomore, senior year sort of things there. It was in the 11th grade. My biology teacher, Mr. McKenzie, decided that what our school needed was a theater arts program, and we didn't have it. There was wrestling, basketball, football. It was a very jock-oriented school, and there was no theater program whatsoever. So we started a theater program from scratch. We bootstrapped it. He taught it, and I think he might have done it for nothing. And we took the class, but we really had to build the props and the scenery and the costumes and just do everything ourselves. And we had to turn the stage into a proper working stage. And it took a year, but we started putting on our own productions. And I think that was really a pivotal moment. And so my biology teacher was our muse at that time. And I think the fact that we were having to do everything, that it wasn't handed to us, may have created a kind of a work ethic that paid off then in independent film production, because it's the same thing. You're finding scraps and bits and pieces and putting it all together and putting on a show. And it's that sense of being able to create some moment of glory, some showmanship out of nothing, out of baling wire, that is maybe the lesson that was learned there as a result of this man who just decided to have a theater arts program. Otherwise, I would have been just, somebody who was marginalized by the fact that it was a very athletically oriented school. And now I've gone back to the school recently and found out that the theater program is the thing that the school is most proud of. Their teams are doing terribly, but their theater program is doing great, and they're winning in all these, dramatic awards around the province. This is back in Canada. So that's his legacy. But anyway, I think the point is that a teacher can be absolutely critical at the right moment in your life, and they can be a mentor. And sometimes it's only just one comment that they can make. And I remember I was talking to this man, my biology teacher, and he said, you know, I've seen your aptitude tests or whatever kind of testing they did back then, 30 years ago in Canada, and we believe that you have unlimited potential. Now, I don't know if he'd ever seen the tests, and I don't know if any of the data indicated that, but hearing that and knowing that somebody somewhere believed that I could go accomplish something was a big contributor to the self-confidence necessary to overcome all these things later, because you're going to have 10,000 people telling you why you can't do something. Sometimes it only takes one person to tell you that you can do something, and you take it to heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have remembered it all these years, and I remember where the conversation took place. I certainly didn't think of myself as gifted. Certainly the standards for being gifted in my environment were if you were good in Little League, or if you were good in football, or so I was more like the kind of the misfit, the outsider. And of course the misfits and the outsiders all collect together like this kind of pond scum around the sides, and that's where all I think the good ideas come from. I certainly never thought of myself as superior or gifted in any way. Just different, definitely different, and satisfied to be different. Maybe not always happy to be different, but satisfied to be different. Your defense mechanism becomes to be, contemptuous of people who don't think outside of the box, and I spent maybe a 10-year period in there, being in a way kind of intellectually snobbish and saying, you guys are just a bunch of jock idiots. And then I've spent the last 25 years trying to reintegrate myself into a kind of normal, being a normal person, and with limited success probably, but. I would say that my father was completely unsupportive in any way, shape, or form, and was really sort of just sharpening his knives, waiting for me to fail so that he could say, aha, I was right, you should have gone into engineering. And it was always this sort of attitude of, well, one of these days you'll get a real job, and this film thing, will pass as a fad. And so there was zero support there, and I actually think that it made me angry enough that I had to succeed. I think if I had a soft, rosy, supportive kind of, it's good if you do it, but if it doesn't work out sort of thing, it would have been different. But it kind of made me mad, and I had to prove that I was right, that this was the right thing to be doing. And I think it made me mad enough to get good, My mother, of course, at an earlier time was very supportive of the art, and the visual aspect of it. So it was an interesting kind of dynamic there that probably actually served me in the long run, although it's hard to see it at the time. It was certainly difficult financially, but you learn to survive. You learn to prioritize, and you learn, I think, also that if you're going to do something, you have to do it all the way, and you have to just put it before all other things. I think it's the old adage, the harder I work, the luckier I get. I think chance is not a big factor in the long run. It can be a huge factor in the short run, being at the right place at the right time. But certainly the critical factor, even with that chance, is being able to recognize a true opportunity and seize it the moment it presents itself, and not wait and overthink it because it will pass, And I think there are many talented people who haven't gotten to fulfill their dreams because they overthought it, or they were too cautious, so they were unwilling to make the leap of faith. I think there are a lot of people who are winos sleeping rolled up in a carpet remnant down in some alley someplace that also made that leap of faith and either made it at the wrong time or never had the skill to back it up. So it's necessary but not sufficient to have that as part of your makeup. But I think if you don't have the ability to make that leap of faith, it's going to be harder for you to accomplish something great, because there are going to be moments, there are going to be little windows of opportunity that open for a split second, and you either squirt through or you don't. But at the moment that you do that, you have to have prepared yourself. You have to have prepared yourself for that fight, because that's going to be the fight of your life. Whatever that opportunity is, when you grab it, it's going to be more energy than you can manage. It's going to be grabbing the tiger by the tail. And if you have not prepared yourself mentally for it, through study, through knowing and hypothesizing what it will be like when you're in that position, you won't be able to deal with it. And half of what you've concluded before the fact in your theoretical projections is going to be wrong, but half of it will be right, and that's the part you're gonna prevail with. The films that influenced me were so disparate that there's almost no pattern. Stanley Kubrick was an influence because I loved 2001: A Space Odyssey, and the more I learned about him and his methodology, the more I realized what a rigorous. I don't even want to use the word perfectionist, because that has a kind of a fussy connotation of unnecessary work, of unnecessary complication of the process. I think that his process was everything he did was necessary. But it was a rigorous intellectual exercise for him, and I was inspired by that. I've since come to learn that for myself it doesn't work that well. That there has to be some chaos. There has to be some looseness, so that the actors are given the opportunities that they need to give you their best, and that you have to not have preconceived it in such crystallinely perfect form that you don't leave the door open for the magic, because the magic doesn't come from within the director's mind. It comes from within the hearts of the actors, I believe, and so you just have to be there to kind of seize it at the right moment. But that was definitely an influence, and an important influence. Then the films, it was all the films that I saw in my last 2 years of high school. Those are the films that and maybe my first year of college. Those are the films that still burn very vividly for me, and they were everything from Woodstock to Catch-22 to Easy Rider to The Graduate. You know, it was such an amazing time. I mean, up through, let's say, The Godfather. You know, it was just such an amazing time in film production. Bonnie and Clyde. You know, just an amazing time, very eclectic and just breaking all the rules. Star Wars was very interesting because that was probably the film that galvanized me to get off my butt and go be a filmmaker. And the way it worked for me was that you know, I was an artist, I was fascinated by space, I was always painting spaceships and living in this world of these whizzing, you know, dynamic space battles and all that sort of thing. And I used to play, you know, we used to play Battleship when we were in class, where, you know, we'd just send coordinates to each other by notes and try to blow. Well, we turned it into Space Battleship, and we'd draw these elaborate spaceships and try to blow each other up. You know, that was, you know, my senior year in high school. So, you know, I was living in a Star Wars world in my mind, and all of a sudden I saw this film, and it was like somebody had reached into my hindbrain and yanked out a lot of stuff that was in there, and I was seeing it on the screen, realized. And not to take anything away from George's creation, because it's obviously a phenomenal milestone, but my reaction to it was not, oh, wow, that's cool, I want to see more. It was, oh, wow, I better get off my butt because somebody's doing this stuff, and it you know, and they're beating me to it. That was my reaction. So I basically quit my job and started you know, doing a little film with visual effects, and sucked my friends into that vortex, and we all quit our jobs, and fortunately we've all managed to successfully transition into filmmaking. of that little group of 4 people. The thing that is exciting about filmmaking is to think back to the moment in time right before you had the idea, and think about that at the moment that you're sitting or standing on the set, and there are thousands of people around, and they've built this huge set, and there are all these actors, and there's all this energy and all this focus, and realize that it's all in the service of something that was made up out of whole cloth. You know, I mean, that's fun. I mean, that's what an architect must feel like when they drive down the street and they look up and see a building that they designed. It's something that you imagined made tangible. And I get that rush much more on the set than I do when the film is done, because for some reason when the film is done, you've lived with it for so long that it's not new anymore, and it almost seems like just destiny. That's just what it is. But there's a time on the set when it's new and you can walk into it and you can see it, and it's this physical, tangible manifestation of pure imagination. Now, as much fun as that is, it becomes a curse the next time you sit down and face the blank CRT and you have to come up with something, because you know that there's going to be a moment in time when everybody's going to be standing around having built this and having gathered to do it, and this huge human enterprise, and you better think of something good, you know. So it's sort of the rush that you get out of it, but it's also the thing that haunts you before you start. I think that characterizing whatever I've brought to filmmaking is probably best left to others. I know what I've tried to do, which is tell stories that excite the imagination and maybe say something at a thematic level, maybe something about the human condition with respect to our human relationship with technology, because ultimately I think all my stories have been about that to one degree or another. And to allow people to step through that screen into that world, whatever it is, you know, whether it's the world of The Abyss or the world of the Terminator or Titanic, to let people live in that, create that space for them, and let them live in the shoes of those characters for a while. That's what I set out to do. I think it's really up to others to sort of sort it out, what it ultimately means. The thing is that I see my things that I've done that I know were inspired by other things. I see then other filmmakers picking up on my leads, taking it further, and I realize that it's part of an ongoing creative process that is kind of self-perpetuating. And so I think of myself as part of as a link in a chain of cinematic ideas, and it's fun. It's fun to have that place. Ultimately, the frontiers of filmmaking have never changed. I mean, I think they change in the specifics of the technology and the technique. But ultimately, it's somebody sitting in a room writing, it's actors saying the lines in front of a lens, and that image being captured, and that little slice of life, those characters, those relationships, being made alive in the minds of other people all around the world. I don't think that is fundamentally going to change indefinitely. I think the specifics are going to probably change a lot. You know, we'll have electronic, digital presentation of the films, you know, projection of the films. That's going to then start to inform the entire post-production process, where ultimately we won't be working on film anymore. We'll call it film, but there won't be any film involved. It may be shot electronically. Film itself as a substance, as a thing, may be obsolete within 10 to 20 years, other than, you know, atavistic artists who choose to shoot on film because of some real or perceived artistic need, in the same way that people still make pots by hand, even though there are machines that make them beautifully. But I think that you know, from a visual effects standpoint, I think that visual effects it's happening now. It's not even the next frontier. Visual effects are just becoming integrated into the basic fabric of filmmaking, where they're not something other. They're not something that is outside of the normal filmmaking process. Now all directors are working with visual effects, and it's just become as basic to the technique as a light or a dolly or whatever. which is good, I think. This is good. It's good to think it's empowering, I think, to the imagination to let people create whatever it is they want to create and do it in a very easy and straightforward manner, which visual effects are now capable of doing because of the ease of digital compositing. In terms of computer graphics and animation, I think that's going to continue to have an increasing role, and I think that very real characters will come out of that. I don't think we're going to replace actors. They're going to have to be non-human characters. I think there has to be a reason to do a CG character, and the reason is it can't be you or I. It can't be somebody that you cast and stick in front of a camera. It's got to be something different. But the traditional techniques of putting rubber on people's faces and making rubber puppets and moving them with hydraulics and so on, I think are going to fall by the wayside. Actors will still be empowered within that process because it'll ultimately still be a performance created by an actor in some way. They just won't have 5 pounds of makeup stuck on their face. There are many things that I'd love to do. There are still a lot of stories that I want to tell. I get very excited by all kinds of different stories. I'd love to do a film with a scientist as a main character, and really try to communicate to people the passion of science, because our culture thinks science is kind of unhip. Scientists get it, but I think that the greater community doesn't understand how scientists think, what drives them, and how their passion can be as great as the passion of an artist or the passion of a great athlete, which our culture respects much more, unfortunately. I'd love to be able to crack that nut, because I don't think it's been done well. I don't think Hollywood has served the science community well. They're usually stereotypes, geeks, bad guys, or distant, unemotional people. And of course, none of that is true, or it can certainly be true of individuals, but it's not generally true. I used to think that the great films that I saw, the great works of art, were just something that somebody imagined in every detail and then went and did. I didn't realize that the creative process is the end result of a lot of different people bringing a lot of different things to the table, and it's impossible to predict, and it's a real-time monitoring, shaping, molding process that goes along, and the end result may be quite different than what you imagined when you started out. But that's how it works. That's what it is. In terms of achievement, I'm at an interesting point right now, because I've just having done this film, it's definitely a high watermark, and I have to evaluate what that means. Do I let the success of that overpower my artistic instincts? Because there's a lot of things I want to do, and some of them I know for certain are going to be disappointments to people who think that I'm going to come out and try to kick Titanic's butt, because it might be some little intimate thing, or it might be something that's a little off center. And I think that what I find, interestingly enough, is that sometimes success brings with it a tremendous amount of scrutiny and anticipation of what's going to happen next, and that's not a good thing necessarily. That you want to have the freedom to just react instinctively as an artist and not second guess yourself. So when I've been speaking to young people, which I've been doing a lot lately, that are right at the cusp of sort of deciding their path, I relate to where I am right now. I relate where I am right now a little bit to where I was when I was 17, 18 years old, and thinking, I've got to make this big decision. I've got to make this big decision what I'm going to be, and if I mess it up, I mess up my whole life. And it's just not like that. It's an evolving process. So I think the illumination that I might be able to share that might mean something to people that are 17, 18, 19 years old and right in that point where they just think they've got to make this big decision is, you've got time. As long as you follow your heart, you'll be going the right direction for you. It may not be the direction that everybody around you thinks you should be going, but it'll be what's ultimately right for you. And I think the problem for a lot of people, especially when they show great potential, is that all of a sudden you got 50 people in your hip pocket telling you what you should be and what you should do. and that sometimes people need a push. Other times that those voices can be deflecting you off your true course. And I didn't find my true course until I was 25, so you've got time. I don't think you have till you're 45, but I think you have at least until you're, you know, in your mid-20s. And of course there are stories are legion of people who don't find their true calling until they are in their 40s or 50s. I had the great opportunity to become briefly friends with a woman who died recently at the age of 105. She's an artist in California named Beatrice Wood. And she was a little bit the inspiration for the character in Titanic. In fact, I called her up and asked her permission to use her a little bit, to interview her and use her as a kind of a model for this character, even though Beatrice had no connection to Titanic itself. And she said, "Oh, I couldn't possibly do that because I'm only 35." She was 102 at the time. She was an artist who none of her significant work was done before she was 90. She kind of switched on when she hit 90. And I think that's an interesting thing to remember. What people call obsession or passion, for me, is just a work ethic. And I think it comes a little bit from an insecurity that I'm not good enough, you know, that I have to, that there are other people out there that I admire, that I grew up admiring, that are still, you know, that are still making movies, and those movies are great. And you know, I've got to compete with these guys and these women, and you know, have I thought of everything? Have I thought of every detail? Is this the best the scene can be? You know, so that it comes a little bit from a healthy insecurity, the healthy insecurity that makes you better as an artist. And just from a kind of gonzo intensity, you know, I mean, I just like to do it full bore. For me, it's not about being comfortable. I want to be in there. I want to help the guys move the dolly. I'm at my best when I'm neck deep in ice water, trying to work out how we're going to, you know, keep the lights turned on when the water hits the bulbs. You know, I mean, the more the challenge is, the more I enjoy it, and the more I can lead other people into these situations where they all think they're going to die, the more fun I'm having. So needless to say, we have a few washouts. We have a few people that don't like my version of day camp. But I would say that 80 or 90% of them feel like they've been through something. They've done the best that they've done in their professional careers, and they're usually pretty eager to re-up for another one. Well, as a Canadian, the American dream had a very negative and pejorative connotation when I was growing up, because it was this kind of, you know, cultural imperialism. You know, I grew up in a border town on the other side of the border in Niagara Falls, Canada. And but you know, since I moved to the United States at the age of 17, I actually feel very much like I'm probably, in my basic genetic nature, much more American than Canadian, because I really believe in a lot of the, I believe strongly in a lot of the traditional values of this country in terms of respecting individuals' rights, the rights to, you know, the freedom of speech, and a lot of the things that are in the basic fabric of this country. And I think that, you know, Americans and Canadians even to a large extent they come from frontiersman stock. So they're people who hewed their civilization out of the wilderness. It wasn't given to them. You know, it's not like people growing up in Italy or France in the shadow of past glories from thousands of years before. You know, we made what we have, and we don't have a great cultural depth like they do, but what we have is ours, by God. And you know, I like that. I like that about it. You know, it sort of puts your hand on the tiller of destiny in a way, and America definitely has its hand on the tiller of destiny for this planet. For good or bad, doesn't mean you know what you're doing necessarily. But the other thing is that Americans are very, very happy to argue like crazy about everything and just hold things up to ridicule and challenge that other countries just take for granted. And I think that that's a good thing. I mean, the whole Monica Lewinsky thing is the dark side of that. You know, it just goes on and on forever, and the other countries all think we're a bunch of idiots. But it's a manifestation of a good thing, that everything has to be examined and challenged, and that's a great thing. I mean, certainly, you know, from an achievement standpoint, anybody can come here from anywhere, and if you've got the goods, it's a meritocracy. You know, yes, there are inequities, just like anywhere, but we challenge the inequities. We're trying to evolve. Other countries aren't. Many other countries, certain other countries, aren't even trying to evolve. They're not trying to challenge those inequities. You know, so I think that there's something that can happen here that's unique, and certainly because America has embedded within it this this thing called Hollywood or the movies or whatever, which is this kind of mecca to which filmmakers from all over the world come and participate. It's become a kind of entertainment / pop culture leader for the world, and so there's a grave responsibility in that as well. I'm not sure that responsibility is necessarily being that mantle is being worn well necessarily right now, but it's the place to be, you know. I could go on for hours about that.
The Hollywood studio system collapsed after World War II. It made way for a new breed of independent filmmakers. They included, and think about this list, Martin Scorsese, Brian De Palma, Steve Spielberg, George Lucas, and especially Francis Ford Coppola. With the Godfather trilogy and Apocalypse Now, Coppola developed his epic yet very personal style within the major studios. And then he started his own company, Zoetrope, and even bought his own movie studio in the early 1980s. Welcome.
Thank you.
What was it like growing up in your household? And when did all of this sort of sense of feeding this now legendary Coppola imagination begin?
It was I think, very magical childhood. In fact, for years, I thought my father, when I was little, was a magician. And it was only when I was a little older that I realized he was a musician.
Yeah.
But I very much remember the sound of the flute as a little kid, because being a symphony musician, he practiced, and prepared and warmed up. And I always used to hear this kind of beautiful sound. And to this day, when I hear a flute, it brings back my father to me. I lost him a couple of years ago. And I had an older brother who was extremely important to me, 5 years older, and always leading me into exciting new areas, literature when I was young, and it was just a very magical family, I think. And we had the Italian American influence. My dad always, although my grandparents and my parents really loved America as the Italian America does, they always made me feel as though our Italian culture was something to be proud of. And we ate pizza when no one ate pizza, and we had wine at the table.
They used to call you science.
Yes.
Why was that?
Well, I was a boy scientist. I loved, more than anything, technology and learning about the lives of the scientists. And I always had in my life, I do now, a little shop where I would build things and try to make inventions. And ultimately I was always involved in the radio club or the science club, or I could make little bombs that would blow up a remote when I was little, and I just loved science and puppets. And I think ultimately, and it's because puppets are sort of scientific a little bit, you have a string and the mouth opens, and that ultimately led me to participate in the lighting of the school plays.
Yeah. And the love of movies?
I always loved movies. My brother used to take me. My first impression of films were the Korda films. The Thief of Baghdad, The Man Who Could Work Miracles. To this day, I adore the work of Alexander Korda and that unique style that they had. But we went to the movies. I always went with my brother, and but I first became involved in theater before really thinking that I might be a film director. From being the person who did the lights and worked on the tech crews of high school shows or what have you. Ultimately, I became, in my college career, kind of interested in directing, mainly because I was always up on a ladder hanging a light and watching the the professor direct the actors, and after a while I got the confidence that I could do it, and I started to do that.
Other than Alexander Korda, who influenced you? I mean, who was shaping the way you thought about film and the way you thought about what you wanted to do with your life?
Well, first I have to say that it was the theater and the work of Tennessee Williams and Elia Kazan, being a drama student of the 50s. These were the magical names. Of course, Marlon Brando. I really loved and responded, as many people, to Tennessee Williams plays, and read them very young. And in fact, I did a production of Streetcar Named Desire when I was 17 in college. I became a little bit of the boy wonder of Hofstra College. I in fact started the drama club that's still there, the one that I did. And I even tried to start a Hofstra cinema workshop, which in those days, funny how it is now, but I think 2 students came. But I had a very...
Did you merge something, though? I mean, was it something you created, something called the Spectrum, or you merged
the Spectrum? Yeah, what it was is there were 2 big organizations. One was the drama organization, one was the musical comedy organization, which I was... and I discovered that the funding for the plays was really coming from the student activities fee. And what I did basically was become president of both of them at the same time and merge them together and issue a decree that only students could direct the major productions, of course, and that's how I got my chance.
Was being at Hofstra shaping influence?
Totally. Hofstra was a wonderful place. I had wonderful teachers, some of whom are gone, Professor Beckerman, who later went to Columbia. And, you know, this was precedental to let young students take over normally in a school, the faculty directs the shows, the big shows. And Hofstra had a beautiful theater, still does. And, you know, partly my own political maneuvering, but also, I think, under a proud eye of the faculty, we took on some enormous production as kids and musicals, original musicals. And it was, I think, the encouragement of you know, a young artist needs to know that they can even do it in order to aspire to do things. And I got that at Hofstra.
Well, I read a story about you going to the movie and seeing Sergei Eisenstein's 10 Days That Shook the World, based on the John Reed book, and that somehow it changed your outlook.
Well, I wanted to go to the Yale Drama School, and I really wanted to be a playwright in those days. And it was, you know, it takes years to make a writer, and certainly my efforts as a playwright, although I had a playwriting scholarship at Hofstra, I just was, you know, I just didn't feel that I had any talent, and talent was a big commodity in my family. I mean, my father was, you know, very tough on whether you had the gift of talent or not. At any rate, I didn't feel I had any writing talent, although I would write every day and try. And so I sort of became a director in school almost by default, because I seemed to have ability to get the show on and to get the sets built. But one afternoon around 4 o'clock on a fall day, the little theater, I saw a poster that said they were going to show this Eisenstein film. I had never heard really of Eisenstein. And I saw 10 Days That Shook the World with 3 other people in this room. And I was so impressed. I'd never seen, of course, it's a silent film. I'd never seen film that worked like that. And it was on that day that I said I wanted to be a film director and not a theater person. And it's funny because Eisenstein himself, who was a theater designer, in his autobiography refers to the fact that on a certain day, equally, he said the cart broke and the driver fell into cinema. Yeah. So he had a kind of, and for a while, Eisenstein became a little bit of a guiding influence, because I felt it was very good that I get a good theater basis in theater craft and acting, and then go on to movies. And to this day, for young people, I would very much recommend that they work in the one-act play form and with actors and in theater before they get involved in the movies. And a lot of directors don't have really the experience with working with actors that they might get if they started.
Because what, they go to film school and then go directly to working in movies and never hit a theater experience?
So even in film school, it's amazing. Really, all over the country, there could be a film department and a theater department, and the students don't mix. They don't know each other. The directing students in the film department will never go and do one-act plays, which is the best thing a film director could do. To first work with the performances and the content without the burden or the obligation of the camera. you know, and then having done some one-act plays and really have a sense of how you help an actor get to what you want, then go on and start to see what's the best way to put a camera to it.
But how did you get from being influenced by Sergei Eisenstein to working for Roger Corman, who everybody knows is the king of the B movies, yet at the same time has touched the lives of a lot of people?
Well, I went to the UCLA Film School in 1960, and you know, the first thing they told you at UCLA was, well, 10% of you are going to even stay in this program, much less
become movie makers.
Yeah, and it was very much what we felt was, you know, our wildest hopes were that we could maybe make an industrial film, or you know, or whatever kind of film, a U.S. Agency film or something. But the film, feature film directors didn't seem, you know, they were older, and they didn't. No one from a film school had ever directed a feature film, so you know, it wasn't as it is now, where young people have the model of Steven Spielberg and they want to go in his footsteps. It seemed like a closed thing, and of course I having a lot of theater experience, I was dying to work with a camera, and I was very and I was a writer, and I was a writer who had put in a lot of years trying to be a writer, whether I thought I had talent or not. At least I did it a lot, and there was an ad for Roger Corman, and we all knew that one thing about Roger is he made a lot of films, and if you would work cheap, you could work in films and be around a set, and I hadn't even been on a movie set in my life. So I remember that the day I was waiting for the callback of whether I could go in for the interview was also the day that the phone company was going to cut off my phone because I didn't have any money to pay the bill, and I was just sitting there saying, please don't cut off the phone.
Because I'll never get a job.
Yeah, because, you know, and then sure enough, I did get the call, and they did cut off the phone about an hour later. And I went and was interviewed, and I got this job, which was a funny job. Roger's assistant interviewed me, and that led to a relationship where I sort of became his assistant, because I would do everything. I would wash his car, I would move the sod of his lawn, I would rewrite scripts, I'd be the dialogue director on the Vincent Price movie, and I would edit all night. In fact, I even used to slump over the moviola and even be sure that when he came in at 9, there I was with my arm over the moviola, and
as you were taking care of.
Yeah, and he would see that I had, you know, been there all night, which I had.
Yeah. What led to the first film?
Well, Roger in his closet had, you know, sort of these rolls of old film, you know, really even, they weren't even little trims, it was whole cans of films that he had left over, and there was a perfect tone recorder, which was a sort of movie sound recorder. And I mean, equipment to a young film student is, you know, is such a scarce and difficult thing to come by, especially in those days before video, that I heard that Roger was going to go to Europe and make a film called The Young Racers. And he asked me, he says, Francis, well, you're at UCLA, do you know any young guy who could be a sound mixer? I said, I can. And I went home and I read the manual, and sure enough, Roger brought me to Europe as the sound man for a film he was making, and I did that, and I was also second unit photographer shooting the Grand Prix races. This is, I mean, a wonderful period for a guy 21, and then miraculously, just before we left, I won the first prize in the Samuel Goldwyn Writing Award, which had never been given to a film script. So I had $2,000, which was the prize, and I bought myself an Alfa Romeo sports car. That's what they cost.
Yeah.
And I mean,
times have changed.
I was 21. I was working on a movie around a set, and I knew that Roger always made a second film wherever he went, because he would have the company pay for the first one. It was AIP, and since everyone was there and the equipment was there, he'd always do one on his own. To, you know, kind of average out the
moonlighting film.
Yeah, but he had to go back to do The Raven, a movie that became The Raven, with a very wonderful film that he directed with Vincent Price and I think Boris Karloff and Peter Lorre. Really a nice little film. And so I said to him, let me make the second film. And stayed up all night and wrote a script and got Roger to give me $20,000 to go off to Ireland, which was an English-speaking country, so that I could, you know, get actors and stuff and make my first film. And that's how I did it.
Did you remain close As you became famous and
yeah, no,
important and had your own studio?
Yeah, well, Roger appeared inside as in the cast of Godfather 2. He was on the Senate Investigating Committee. Yeah. Roger loves to act. And Roger told me once, says, Francis, if you stay thin, keep your hair, and have a lot of money, you'll be young forever.
Yeah.
He's pretty...
harder to do than to say.
Most people say, well, I have 2 of those.
Talk about Apocalypse Now first, because I've got that here. And it is so central, it seems to me, to your life. And if you look at Godfather and then Apocalypse Now, look back on it and tell me what your hopes were and your expectations. I mean, your wife has made a documentary that a lot of people thought was an incredibly good documentary. Gene Siskel thought it was the best movie he'd seen that year. It was an extraordinary story in itself.
Well, the origins of Apocalypse really, in a way, don't begin with me. I had become at a very young age, a director of big studio feature film. Probably I was the first film student to get that opportunity. And I was actually making feature films at Warner Brothers, and around me began to collect through an association with a young USC student who was a kid and who came, one thing led to another and became a kind of assistant at first. And
this is George Lucas.
George Lucas, and I recognized his intelligence and know-how right away. And he became sort of my friend. I didn't have a friend, a little bit like a younger brother. And so George, it turned out, I didn't even know this when I had met him, but George was really an extraordinary USC student, had won every student award. He was really a heavyweight even in his own world there. And a lot of young people gathered around or were George's friends. And since George was now working for me at that time and with me, they sort of would come in to get inside the studio. And our office was filled with people who later became the famous directors of that period.
And they included?
Well, specifically John Milius, but it was John Milius.
Who's also a writer.
And well, he was a writer. Carol Ballard, Caleb Deschanel, what's his name? Brian De Palma was around. And of course, it was like we were the Trojan horse. We were in the studio and we could get in through the gate. And so they were around and we were always talking. And the idea, I think even Carol Ballard had always been the one to say that he would like to do the classic Heart of Darkness, the Joseph Conrad novel, which, of course, Wells had wanted to do and prepared but never made. And also around was John Milius, who was beginning, he's a great storyteller, Milius, and he was telling about these young guys, surfers who came back from Vietnam, and the vision of Vietnam was different than any war. I mean, it was guys on LSD looking at the rockets in the air and of course the use of drugs as an element in that war, and these extraordinary anecdotes that were coming back, guys surfing on the breaks in Vietnam. And this collection of impressions and stories he had heard, he wanted to work up into a piece that originally I thought was called A Psychedelic Soldier. And the idea was that George was going to direct it and John was going to write it. And Carol Ballard was in there also talking about Heart of Darkness and stuff. And at one point, not my idea, but at one point, Milius and George decided that they would somewhat borrow the idea of the boat going up the river to attach all these vignettes that John was talking about to something that he would write. And I was interested in getting George the chance to direct a feature film, and in fact, I succeeded, and George made a film called THX 1138, which was his first film. And the idea was that George would make as his second film a script that John would write, and at that time, I was able to wangle from Warner Brothers some funds to give all these young people money so they could do it, including George. And John Milius began to write a screenplay, which finally he called Apocalypse Now. And it was done, and it was a very good script, we thought, and George was going to do it. And then we had a lot of, setbacks, and the administration at Warner Brothers sort of dumped us. I think they saw THX 1138, which was so far out in their minds that it wasn't what they thought they wanted to get into. And ultimately, all these scripts and stuff, because I had had the success with The Godfather, Warner Brothers made me buy back, which is sort of, I mean, that's outrageous. When have you ever heard of a studio head that when he leaves has to pay for all the projects in the development? Well, that's what they did to me. And I ended up with all these scripts, and I went to George and I said, well, George, let's do Apocalypse Now. And by that time, George was already going on and doing other things. And I think he was even, I forget what he was doing. I don't know whether he was writing Star Wars, but he had already made Graffiti. But at any rate, George couldn't do it. And then I went to John Milius, who directed a fabulous picture, I thought, his first picture, Dillinger.
Dillinger, right.
And really one of his best pictures as a director. And I certainly was impressed with John. And I said, why don't you do Apocalypse Now?
It's his kind of movie to do.
Yeah, and he, they wanted to do it, in 16 millimeter and, maybe do it in much more in a newsreel style, which was George's concept. And I wanted to do something else. I was writing The Conversation. I wanted to do The Conversation. And
the film later starring Gene Hackman.
Years later, I got to do.
Right.
So also another thing was happening is my entrepreneurial spirit, which had been honed at Hofstra College, was in action. And I realized that we could we always wanted to be independent and control our own destiny with film, and against the idea of the big company that would kind of just use us and tell us what to do. So I developed with some of my friends the idea that we would go around the world and we would make a film that we would finance by getting each country to put up an amount of money as partners in advance. In other words, Italy would put up so much money, France, et cetera, and we would get the money by getting distribution advances, and therefore we would own the picture. And I knew we could do this, but the question is, John Milius wasn't able to do Apocalypse, turned it down, or said, I can't do it. So it sort of fell to me, and I was the head of the company, and I believed that I could finance it this unique way, which I thought might be a precedent, that we could maybe go on and continue to do that. And by doing that, we would basically build a real company that really could make movies and give new people chances and own the movies. So at one point I decided, well, I always liked the idea of this idea, and I liked the script, and that I would do it myself. But I had different ideas about how to do it than George and even John. Number one, I very much wanted to make it even more like Heart of Darkness, and in fact, if anything, make it be a kind of transliteration of Heart of Darkness to the Vietnam setting, which was not really what they wanted to do. The end of the original Milius script was quite different. It didn't really end in the same way as, or without any of the kind of philosophy of Heart of Darkness, but rather ended in a giant battle in which the Willard character joins with Kurtz, and together they hold off the big John Wayne battle scene. And that didn't really feel right to me. But also, I didn't want to make it in 16 millimeter. My idea was to do the opposite, to go there and make it in IMAX.
Yes, right.
And to kind of make it in 3D, make it in quadraphonic sound, to kind of be able to go in and rather than a documentary, to make it in the opposite of that. And so what happened was I did basically put up, again, my own money, which was in the form of my house, that by that time I had come into possession.
And this is after, the extraordinary thing about this is after the enormous success of Godfather.
Right, well, Godfather, and then really what was catching lightning in a bottle, Godfather and Godfather 2, and The Conversation. So I I'd won all these Oscars. Right. I had won 5 Oscars.
You were the director of the decade.
Right, and here I am. No one had ever touched the Vietnam subject. No one had ever made a feature film, other than John Wayne, who had made The Green Berets. And I was going to take up all the money I had made, which I had, among other things, bought the great Inglenook estate, which was the queen of the Napa Valley, and I put it all on the line to borrow the money, which, along with the advances from all the European countries, I was going to go off to the Philippines and make this film.
But let me interrupt you. As we look at this now, before I even go to the clip, and before I hear a lot more about this, was it the worst decision of your life?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. I wouldn't say that at all. I think it was I think it was a great decision. I mean, when else is it the time to go on an adventure when you're, kind of what was I, 34 years old?
Yeah.
I don't think it was a bad decision at all.
But you had all this going for you, and some have said that it marked something, that it was a turning point in your life, in your career, and that you rolled the dice.
Yeah, but that was
and you didn't.
That was the thing to say. I mean, as we know, very often the story is written before the story happens. And all I had to do was to go off to the jungle in this condition and ask for a modicum of privacy, which is let me try to make this film. And already, as you know, the reports were coming back that, it was a disaster, primarily because no one knew. And it was just a mystery. And the story would to be that the guy who had made The Godfather and who, despite all odds, made a second Godfather that people thought was as good as the first and made the conversation, was out there somehow failing because that would be more interesting than if I were out there succeeding.
But it was a controversial project for all the reasons you just said. I mean, you didn't want to do it in the beginning, and then, Harvey Keitel was hired on, and then he was fired by you over whatever differences or whatever happened.
No differences. It was none at all. Harvey's a great actor. It was purely that as I saw the material, the kind of actor Harvey is. Harvey's like a magnetic guy in that school of acting, which is the focus is on Harvey.
Right.
And the character was a kind of witness who just was passive looking at this stuff. And that was basically, in my mind, also Harvey was uncomfortable in the jungle. And I just, I had everything riding on it, and I just had to make a call. Still admiring Harvey, that
it's not a question of Harvey. It's just a question of the kinds of things that happened to you in this film.
But this is what a director does. A director makes decisions, and that's why you want to have someone who's not afraid to make a decision. And I guess I felt that number one, first of all, also movies were at that time starting. Not just Apocalypse, but we were to see the trend that movies were going to cost more money than a movie had cost in the past. It was in those days you could make The Conversation cost under $2 million. Right. But no one had ever heard of a $20 or a $30 million movie. I mean, Cleopatra was...
What did The Godfather cost?
The first Godfather cost $6.5 million, and the second Godfather cost $14 million. But that index was continuing to go, had nothing to do with Apocalypse. Apocalypse, being an ambitious production, was going to be another milestone on the index of cost. Today, they talk in terms of films costing $80 million. This is a phenomenon of timing, and the cinema has nothing to do with...
What's interesting about this, you think that we've come full circle and that the new wave of films are going to be small, interpersonal, about relationships, do you?
What I feel in a nutshell, to get off Apocalypse now,
I'll come back to it, but
is that we live in a world right now that, if anything, needs a cinema that sheds light on life and on relationships of men and women and family and ideals but in a new form and a new content. Whereas the film industry basically is such an important industry that it by nature must keep manufacturing a product, because it has to have the people go back every day like you do at a fast food thing. So they're into, and when I say the cinema, it's the whole hub of it, the criticism, the studios, everyone wants there just to be basically old content done well. And I feel suddenly, there are all these young people writing scripts, hoping to be discovered, to make their fortune. And I just feel that sooner or later, some, God knows, 19-year-old is going to write a script that's really about life, and that is new because, once again, it's about something real.
You think that's going to happen. I would assume that there must be 50 scripts around.
No, the young people, they're all writing scripts that's the next Sleepless in Seattle or the next film noir, or no one writes a film about what they think about their brother.
But are they doing that that's what Marty started doing too. He went back and wrote a film, Mean Streets.
Right.
Was about just that, the kind of thing you're talking about,
But that's why it was so welcome. Even then, now all the more, as we live in an age where basically each year, whether it's a sequel or not, it's basically a recycled, and the name of the game, even the critical establishment doesn't want anything really new, because then they have to say whether it's good or bad. They would rather have something. This is always what happens in art. The painters back then wanted a picture that looked like a picture.
But is the piano something new?
I haven't seen the piano yet because I've been sort of away.
It
but
seems to me to
my
fit
hunch
that.
is it's probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not new. I don't know.
Have you seen anything that represents what you're talking about that's really new? Nothing.
No. I kind of took a year off from film, from seeing films, from really everything. Just since I'm 16 years old, this is the first year I took off, just to be able to look at everything with new eyes. And
so you spend a year not watching films, not.
Right. Maybe Reservoir Dogs is new. I haven't seen that. My kids tell me it is.
It is. Yeah.
You know. So, but that's what I think is going to be the next exciting.
Do you want to be part of that?
Sure, to the extent that my weird personality and abilities can be part of that. I think all the time about life and about the big picture of life, which is spirituality and philosophy and politics and what a new society could be like and how it could be beautiful, how we can retain the great traditions of the past, which is to say, a book, and at the same time have one foot in the past and have yet one foot in the future, and somehow, this is all I think about.
What have you learned? I'm going to come back to Apocalypse and Godfather because everybody wants me to talk about that with you because it's so much a part of cinema history. But what have you learned in this year?
What have I learned?
What have those fresh eyes seen?
It's inappropriate me to try to give you a sentence.
All right, I'm not looking for a summary, but just give me some sense of what...
I basically feel that there are going to be some opportunities that happen that perhaps can give me what I'm looking for, which is once again the adventure. I think that once again there could be live cinema, there could be live television that is writer-driven, that the whole quality of writing and the thinking and content that is really the most essential part of the cinema could once again get out of this outrageous kind of what they call developmental process and once again have authors who bring their views, which is their views of life and their views of people, to be at the center of then whatever the cinematic or television product is, and that ultimately perhaps live television. Think about it. Everyone's talking about television and the incredible interconnectivity
and
the
telephone,
channels
and
the telephone, the cables, but yet live television, which is an art form of its own, which we demonstrated in the United States in the 50s, which is writer, which starts with the writer and which can go out live with live performance and in a way that is less easy for the so-called corporate mind to control, because when you go out live, you're in the hands of the artist. This to me is one of the most exciting new fields, and I say new field knowing it's an old field, where the whole world is going to be able to connect with some actors and some writers and some directors, and yet you don't hear a peep about this, in the world. But on the other hand, think of this. We hear about what the well-worn ideas of what's wrong with the world and the destruction of the rainforests and the extraordinary problems, yet no one will ever even say what the real problem is, which is overpopulation. The problem is not that they're destroying the rainforest. The problem is that the planet was not created to house more than 4 or 5 billion people. So very often the things that are at the root and the most interesting is the thing that no one will talk about. So for me, live cinema or performance cinema could be one of the new areas for a person like myself or anyone who's serious about really interpreting life for the world, which is what art does.
Let me test this on you, and I'm not a psychiatrist, but listening to you and having read a lot about you, I see this, and that's why I was interested in what had shaped you and how you came to get involved in movies. It's an interesting combination because I have talked to so many directors on this broadcast, and most of them on their short list of great directors is you. At the same time, there is this question in the public arena, whatever happened to Francis Ford Coppola? How did someone who did such sort of seminal films like The Godfather, why isn't he making great films? Steven Spielberg just made Schindler's List. He's continuing to grow, let's say. We wonder if you're continuing to grow, and we wonder if the reason is you were so driven by so many passions. Family, entrepreneurship, building empires and institutions, that you didn't have a whole lot of time left for doing what you really did, which is make great movies?
Well, my first response would be, number one, my films were not greeted as great films when they came out. Even Godfather, which is the only film I ever made that had what we will call a great success, was very controversial and critically was really, at the time, it was a mixed reaction critical hit. My films are unusual, partly because I look at art as an adventure. And I mean, what other film director, if you took his first film and his seventh film, are so dissimilar? My styles are always different. I'm very willing to go in different directions. I don't just basically make the same kind of film.
I hear you, and people can say...
So right from the beginning, in time, and I lived through it, so I know my work was always greeted, even Godfather 2. I mean, if you remember back, the reviews and the buzz, to use a contemporary word, was that Godfather 2 was not as good as Godfather 1. Yeah. I know it because I was crushed, because I knew that if that happened, and I couldn't live up to the promise of Godfather 1, which at the time I spent my time defending that I hadn't romanticized the mafia and that it had value as a piece of art. So that since in those days, the films that I made, which are today considered classics, were not considered classics, equally so the films that I've made more recently have the same reception.
Yeah, but that does not mean that they were as good.
But
just because they're now saying...
Did I say whether they were good? I didn't say the first ones. All I'm saying is that the judgment of these films in their time was always that Francis Coppola is promising, but the reaction is mixed. And that's the same thing that they've said about films, just to pull one out of the hat, the Cotton Club.
Right.
But look at the Cotton Club and then consider how it was received. And yourself see what you think of the picture. Or, my theory is that when a film is unusual and tries to break new ground, that when it's like a new food that you put in front of a person, I eat that, I don't like that.
Because I have no...
But 6 years later, I remember that stuff my mother used to make. Wow, I like that better than Hershey bars. So my only point is, first of all, it's not important whether a person is making great films or not, because as we know, what really makes a great film is one thing, whether it lives.
Right.
And that can only really be judged later on. So for me...
But let me ask you, because it lives, do you think, just you, that the Cotton Club is going to live like The Godfather will live, or like Conversation, or even Apocalypse Now, which many people think was two-thirds brilliant and...
Right, well, all my films were considered that way. In my opinion...
Cotton Club is not in the same league, even close.
When was the last time you saw it?
It's been a while.
Yeah, look at it again. The main thing is...
No, but I'm interested in you, because I have not 1/10 of the ability to judge a film that you do. I'm saying, do you believe the Cotton Club is in the same league with The Godfather 1, Godfather 2? Forget Godfather 3 for a second.
It's not for me to talk about my films as to what league, but I'll tell you this. Aside from the fact that many of the films I made post my studio were made more because I had to make a film and Bob Evans said, I want to make the Cotton Club, go make it. And I made one film after another, basically on demand. I would say that the reason you make a film is a very important ingredient in what that film ultimately likes. But to shock you, I think that some of the films that I've made in this period, when you look at it in the long term, will be viewed on the same level as those earlier pictures.
And that's what I'm interested in. Name me those that you think might have, that you think are every bit as good and that history will be kind to.
Oh, I think Cotton Club for sure. I think Tucker for sure.
Yeah, I agree with Tucker.
I think a film that's really out there and weird, and people are just starting to understand that it doesn't work like a regular movie is Dracula. When I made Godfather 2, as I said, the first day, I remember going under my bed, on the floor, under my bed, because that's what a man does, because he can't just break out crying at the reaction to Godfather 2, with things that I overheard.
You did what?
I went under the bed, in the space between the bed, just to kind of hide, because I could
We're talking metaphor here, aren't we?
No, we're talking real space under the bed. because there are very few things a man is supposedly allowed to do to express how he feels. But because I sat in a room after a screening and could hear people discussing the picture that didn't know I could hear it, and heard the things they said about Godfather 2, which was...
And you just wanted to go hide, get under the bed. And in fact, you did get under the bed.
I did, because I felt secure under the bed. So a filmmaker, you know, basically puts something out there on the table and the people judge it. And usually with me, I have never had a wild hit except for the first Godfather, which was based on a wild hit of a book.
Yeah, that's right.
People were very critical.
They went to see it because they loved the book.
People were very critical of that movie. Marlon Brando mumbles.
They said that, but there was a great praise of his performance in Godfather 1.
Sure, and as time went by, the praise got greater and greater. To me, you know, what can I say? I don't care. But I am saying that when you make unusual films, that you do not tend to get the praise in time that you get 5 or 10 years later. And I already hear people telling me things about movies that got that same mixed reaction. You know, I saw that again. That was really, you know, I can't get that movie
But are
out
you
of my...
saying to me in your head, that you have lived up to the expectation that you had for yourself after the start that you got?
I didn't live up to the expectation I had for myself with The Godfather or with with Apocalypse Now.
Well, let me talk about Godfather for a second. I mean, I love Apocalypse Now, and I want to talk more about that, but we're off to somewhere else now. I'm told that when you delivered the rough cut to Evans at Paramount, Godfather 1, it was scheduled for later distribution, that he said, Bob Evans said, this is not there. You go back and make a better movie. Is that a true story?
Now you'll get the real truth.
Okay.
I was editing Godfather in San Francisco. Paramount was in LA. Bob Evans told me that when you bring me the film and show me the film, if it's over an hour and 15 minutes, we're not even going to talk about it. The movie is getting brought to LA and you're not going to work in San Francisco.
Just for the benefit of the audience, Bob Evans is at that time head of production for Paramount.
I was told that if the picture was longer, because they did not want a long picture, if you want to retain your privacy and edit the movie in your own studio, which is partly why I had done Godfather, was to being able to keep all these young film directors alive, and it was very important to me to be able to finish the film in San Francisco. I was told if I brought the film down to Paramount and it was over this length, that it was going to be edited down in LA where they could supervise it. So we made the film, we made a cut of the film. It was an hour and 45 minutes. And it was the movie. I mean, I have it on tape. Even in those days, I was editing using tape.
Yeah, you were always into the
what
technology.
are we going to do? We have a movie that's an hour and 45 minutes. Evans says if it's over an hour and 15 minutes, it's going to LA. So for a week, we sat down and we cut out this scene or half of this scene, and we brought a movie down that was was an hour and 15 minutes.
Right.
Evans looked at it and he says, "You have destroyed the picture. You have taken all of the texture, the family stuff out of it." He says, "You're bringing it down to LA," which translates into he was bringing that film down to LA where he could kind of be all over it, no matter whether I brought it down at 115 or 145. So then we brought it down to LA, where we put back all the film that had been before we brought it down, and we made it up to 145 minutes. And he looked at it and he says, "See, now it works."
Yeah.
I mean, this is what it's like in Hollywood. You know,
and this is why you wanted to create your own studio. Of
course.
It was to be able to allow artists to have freedom from that kind of mentality. And you got it, but then you had to take all these risks, and you lost it, right?
I didn't lose anything, really. I mean...
you don't have the studio.
I don't have the one in LA, but I have the one in San Francisco.
Yeah. I mean, do you have the freedom now and the resources to make the kind of movies you want to make?
Well, that's tricky because the kinds of movies that I really want to make cannot be easily classified by what was successful 2 years ago. So I really wonder if anyone other than Steven, can make the kind of movies they want to make, if those kind of movies are really new and that really break a lot of what the wisdom of the distribution business and the industry says. In other words, I don't think anybody can.
Yeah, you haven't seen Schindler's, right?
Not yet, no.
Yeah. He said an interesting thing. He said, if I'd made Schindler's before, I don't think I would have wanted to make a dinosaur movie. You know.
Look, I always felt that Steven was a prodigy, and when people used to say that his subject matter was infantile or what have you, I say, hey, he's 45 years old. Every year he gets older, he's going to bring his talent to new subject and get his confidence. And you know, it doesn't surprise me at all that he's made a distinguished film. He's made a lot of distinguished films.
Yeah. Go back to you, Godfather. Why? Tell me in your mind what it was about. Everybody wants to talk about that the mafia is an American corporation. They want to talk about the family and all of that. What was in the director's mind?
Okay, we'll change from what we were talking about, which was Apocalypse, that we kind of were halfway there, but we'll go to The Godfather. To me, when I read the book, The Godfather, it seemed to me that, and those of you who remember the book, there was this story of a family that seemed classical, almost, you know, kind of like a Grecian or certainly of that or Shakespearean. And at the same time, there was this kind of Irving Wallace novel about a woman whose vagina was too big. I mean, half the book was dedicated to a doctor who made a woman's genitalia smaller. People don't remember that now. But when I looked at the book, in fact, I didn't like the book at first because I thought it was sleazy. But this story of a man who was a king, who had 3 sons, and each son represented an aspect of him, and there was going to be a question of succession. That is what I saw when I looked at the film, whether it was Joseph Kennedy and his children's or someone who lived.
About a patriarch.
Yeah.
Is it, I know you hate this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Is it the film that you cherish the most?
Not at all.
It's not?
No.
What is?
You know, you asked me a lot about what I thought of my work, and I said more or less, I really believe that my body of work is all about on the same level. I mean, I have never, my flops, of which every director has, are probably among the more interesting flops than people have.
And did you learn from them?
Sure. Every film I make is an experiment in preparation for the next one. I never really did what it was I intended to do, which was to be really a writer of original material, original stories, original scripts, because I can, that I direct. The only ones who ever done that's Woody Allen, and to which I take my hat off. I, being a well-trained theater director and versed in musical comedy and you know, the feeling that I could do a comedy, I could do Shakespeare, I could do anything, that worked against me, because what I really wanted to do was to write original material for the cinema and then direct it. And I only did it on 2 occasions, The Conversation and The Rain People, much earlier. And for that reason, I haven't lived up to my expectations. And if I am to live up my expectations in this period of my life, it would be because I do that.
Yeah. And you're a young man. It's still time to do that. I mean, my sense of you also, and I don't want to impose my projection of you onto you, but it is that, you know, you had a huge appetite. Yes, you'll give me that. And secondly, that huge appetite was directed towards creating, you know, a vehicle that could do the kinds of things without the interference.
I'm a builder.
That's exactly what
I would like to build a city. If someone said to me, what do you want to do? I would say, I want to build a new city. I want to build a new society. I mean, I'm just a builder. So whatever I'm going to get to do shy of that is going to be what I do in these next years.
And your vision is to be the vision you have is still to be the builder.
It's what I am.
So I'm really pleased to be able to introduce to you the director of the Living Dead trilogy, George A. Romero.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and we'll open it up to you guys.
First, I can't believe people still show up to see this movie. Anyway, we'll talk about this later, but all I see are the mistakes that I made.
No, I mean, that's the thing. Is like the film came out, you made in 1968, and it kind of went out on the drive-in circuit. It kind of creeped out there. It didn't really get recognized right away. Can you talk about the journey of that?
Well, you know, the fact is that when the film was first released, it made money. It cost us about $117,000, and it made about $700,000 in the first year, in those drive-ins and neighborhood theaters, and blah blah blah. And we said, "Wow, this is an easy business." Then it went away. I mean, just disappeared. And then one day, somebody discovered that there was no copyright on the film, because we had our original title was Night of the Flesh Eaters. And we stupidly, as young filmmakers, put the copyright bug, the little C with the circle around it, on the title card. And when they changed the title, that bug came off. And all of a sudden there was no copyright. They didn't notice, we didn't notice, nobody noticed, It was one of those things that just the one that got away. And all of a sudden there was no copyright on the film. So, the moment that people realized that, everybody was selling it on VHS, and, everybody could release it without having to pay any royalties or anything else. And that's really the journey of that film. Then all of a sudden, the French discovered it. A magazine called Cahiers du Cinéma, which you may know, wrote this huge article about it being amazing, important American cinema. And I wasn't thinking of it as that at all. But everyone who was sort of noticing the film was talking about the racial issue. And to us, it wasn't a racial message at all. In fact, when we cast Dwayne Jones, when Dwayne Jones agreed to do it, we didn't change the script. And when Jack and I were writing the script, it was the guy in our mind was Caucasian. And the same things happened to him. And people are saying, well, here come these posse with dogs and going after the black guy. They were going after the guy when he was white. And so that was not our point. Our point was more the disintegration of society, the inability to communicate, the disintegration of the family unit. And that's the stuff that we were thinking.
And you just picked him because he was the best actor you could find.
That's it. Dwayne was the best actor from among our friends. And
And so, but before the French discovered it, so back in the 60s and the early 70s, horror films were kind of for kids. They had like the Universal Bela Lugosi Dracula and the Boris Karloff Frankenstein, and they'd have like matinees where parents could go drop off their kids. They could see these silly old horror films, but somehow Night of the Living Dead got lumped into this circuit. And so I think Roger Ebert actually wrote a piece about how he went to one of these screenings, and it was like a double bill of one of the kind of tame films and then Night of the Living Dead. And he's like, and the kids were enjoying themselves for the first film, but then as soon as Night of the Living Dead started, they were crying and running, screaming. And there was actually kind of like part of the American kind of mainstream writing, like in Writer's Digest, who just like, this, you should know what your children are watching, and just like ripped into it.
Well, Ebert's article was picked up by the Reader's Digest, and it became a cause célèbre. It was one of the 3 films that were cited when people were arguing that we need to control these guys. We need to control filmmakers. You know, it was one of the films always cited when the people were arguing for an MPAA or for whatever the MPAA became. I guess it still is the MPAA, but
it was the equivalent of kind of like an Oprah Winfrey social scandal.
Yeah,
basically. But then it was really the acceptance, and this is kind of often the case. Once the French say it's okay, everyone jumps on board.
It's okay, man.
Yeah.
I started to watch Jerry Lewis.
So we could just talk about again the making of it, because this was, you had just a very small crew, one color films were predominant, but the film was, you chose to shoot the film in black and white. Was that a budget constraint, or?
It was initially, back in the day when we made this film, cities the size of Pittsburgh, which is where we made it, had film laboratories. 1635, complete film labs, processing, work printing, doing the whole thing, because the news was on film. This is before video of any kind, before videotape, and the news was on film. And it's really where I learned to, use the pencil, hanging out with these journeyman editors in one of these labs. And so we were able to actually make the film and complete it. And that was, we were able to actually finish the movie with the title Night of the Flesh Eaters. And then the night that Russ, my partner and I, Russ Streiner and I, were driving it to New York, we had the first answer print of the film in the trunk of our car. And driving to New York, we heard on the radio that Martin Luther King had been assassinated. And that, I think, is where the whole race thing came from. Yeah. I mean, that sort of made the film that much more exotic, or that much more...
Just hearing that political news, what you had in the trunk, suddenly it changed.
Yeah,
there was a heavier weight.
We said, wonder if this is going to be good for us. I mean, you hate to say that, but, it's obviously the thing that occurs to you.
People would read, it was very rare to have, like, a black lead hero. And sometimes with the way it was, America was still segregated to some extent in the South, and some theaters down in the States and in the drive-ins wouldn't book this because of the color of the hero's skin.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And you know what? Even when I made Land of the Dead, which was, 4 or 5 years ago, I don't remember when it was, Universal would not let me. I had this convention. I had used African American leads in all of the Dead movies up until that point, and I wrote the character again as an African American, because I said, well, hey, if I can do this little bit to help, great. And Universal wouldn't let it happen. Even then, even as recently as that, they said, can't do it. And so I said, so as a result, I made the lead zombie an African-American. And, I thought that was sort of my retaliation.
And the interesting thing, again, of like the time period that this was shot, and there's an amazing, really great documentary called American Nightmare that you should try and seek out, because it's just about horror films in the 1970s, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Dawn of the Dead, and it looks at how these filmmakers were making films, but at the same time, they're a reflection of like the cultural and social political time that they were made in. And the beginning of this documentary starts off with intercutting scenes between news footage of Vietnam, the racial strife in the South, and Night of the Living Dead, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and you can't tell the difference between news and the horror films. And it's just really remarkable.
Yeah, it takes a minute to recognize which is what's Memorex.
and that's one of the magic things about the film, is that there's a realism to it. And like I said before, horror films were considered to be like, just for kids, for trick-or-treaters.
Yeah, well, to a great extent they were benign then, but it wasn't really. It was like the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. It wasn't so much Dracula and Frankenstein and the early stuff. It was when we were out. It was the 50-foot woman and stuff like that, and they were of course much more benign. They basically had no message except that atomic energy might destroy us all. And that was it. And so we were trying to, number one, push the envelope a little bit on the gore, even though today it's nothing. And your question about black and white, originally, I actually argued when we were making the film, because we came to a point about a week into the film, shooting the film, where we had some investment, and we tried to decide, well, we could switch to 16 millimeter and go color and reshoot that week, or stick with 35 and stay with black and white. And I argued at the time that the most brutal scenes that I've ever seen. One of the most gory things is the image of Brando after they beat him up on the waterfront, and he's got blood all over him. And I felt that it was more gruesome, and I think that had something to do with news, because the news was all black and white at that time. There was no color TV yet, and I always felt that that black and white, the blood looked more real, and in color, most of the color blood was John Wayne blood, and not very realistic, a little too bright, a little too red. And I honestly felt that black and white blood looked gorier, and so I decided to stick with black and white.
Because when you look at the blood and gore in Dawn of the Dead, it's cartoonish. And I mean, as gruesome as it is, it's still laughable.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it's meant to.
Exactly. It's supposed to be.
It's meant to be funny.
Do we have any questions from you guys? Let's see. We have people with microphones here.
Okay.
So
I can't see anybody.
Yeah,
so.
We've got some people. Here we go. We've got someone over here, I think. So they're going to run a mic over.
Hi, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for coming.
Oh, thank you for
This is
having me.
really an exciting moment for us. I'm a grad student at OCAD. I'm interested in knowing about your methodologies, pre and post film, and I guess during the film too. Creative process, what kind of methodologies do you use? Did you have to do interviews? What kind of research did you need to do before this film?
I mean, one of the things is that pretty much throughout your whole history of all your films, you're the writer, with just a few exceptions.
Right.
Can you talk about the process of where you get your inspiration from?
The news, I guess. I often, when I'm sitting there writing something, I will have CNN on, and it does, it's like that's my wallpaper. But I usually get the idea I get some germ of an idea, like for when we made Dawn of the Dead. I resisted for 10 years wanting to do another one, because particularly after the Cahiers du Cinéma wrote these glowing things about it, and then it was invited into the Museum of Modern Art, it became an important movie. And I'm sitting there going, wait, I didn't, as I said, all I could see was the mistakes in it, but technical mistakes. And I didn't want to do another one. I socially knew the people that were developing the shopping mall where we shot Dawn. And it was the first shopping mall that we'd ever seen, the first indoor shopping mall that anyone had ever seen in Western Pennsylvania. And I went out a few days before it opened, and I saw all these trucks coming in with everything that, Americans could ever want. And I said, wow, this is like a temple to consumerism. And that was the thought, and that's where the thought came from. And then I started to write a script that had that at its core. And I always sort of look for that in my fantasy fiction. I'm always looking for the core first, and then sort of build around it. That's part of my process. And then going through it, I used to edit my own stuff. In those days, I used to shoot my own stuff, and it's very hard to learn how to collaborate with when you're used to having that absolute hands-on control. It's hard to learn how to collaborate. And you have to have relationships. You have to have really good relationships with people. And now here I have better relationships, I think, than I ever had in the Pittsburgh days. And I'm there all the way through the edit. I'm sort of making sure, being the guardian angel, sort of watching over that part of the process all the way to the end. As far as the scripts, the idea always comes first. It has to come from some sort of a germ of an idea. It's like, I know a lot of people, Colin, you were saying the other day that, people come to you with movies that young people with movies that they've made, they're all zombie movies. Something, but it has to have something in its soul, right?
I mean, you have something
like Let the Right One In had something, it had a little something different instead of, the other vampire junk that's around. And so
that's what it is, yeah. I mean, you should see, we actually screened it last night. George did do a vampire film called Martin, which is a very different take on what the vampire is and whether or not he's even a vampire. But that's what you've been special at. You've been always kind of taking a convention and kind of twisting it around.
Turning it around, yeah. Sometimes that's where the idea comes from, to go back to your question. Sometimes it's just a twist on an idea. When I started to do Martin, I wanted to do a comedy. I wanted to do something silly about how a vampire would have to always, be changing his driver's license and, making him look older. Things like that, silly things. And then I said, wait a minute, I could do something a little more creepy with this. And, some point somewhere when I'm in the shower, the idea comes and it pops. And then when I'm actually doing the writing, I basically just sit there and write. I don't get up. I just get up to, eat, sleep, drink, and I'm basically stay there. That's the way I work. When I'm really deeply into something, I don't want to be disturbed.
Do we have any other questions here? At the back? Okay. Okay, stand up so we can see you.
Or wave or something.
There we go, way in the back.
What is your biggest challenge as a director?
My age. No, I'm joking. It's always different, man. It's just always completely different. Sometimes, depending on who's holding the purse strings, sometimes you can't use the people that you want to use. I've had directors of photography forced on me by studios, and that's usually the big challenge. And so I prefer to work in an environment like here in Toronto. Since I've been here, I've been able to sort of, I gravitate towards people that I feel have the same sort of aesthetics, and we wind up becoming friends. I mean, that's the way it was in Pittsburgh all those years. I worked with the same sort of little family of technicians, and now I have a new little group here that I love working with, and it's great. Relationships are the most important thing, and if you've got those good relationships, you can shorthand your message. You say something, and the DP knows exactly what you're talking about. You don't have to repeat yourself or over-explain or whatever. I've been in situations where I shot a film called The Dark Half, where the DP was a big deal DP, a guy that worked for Merchant Ivory, Tony Pierce Roberts. And there's a scene, for example, where these people are coming home for the first time. Their house, their country house, has been closed basically for the winter. And they're driving up for the first time to this place. And Tony said, well, wouldn't it look better if there were lights in the windows? And I said, yeah, it would look better, but it doesn't make any sense. And he got his way. He was able to call the studio and insist. And this guy nearly got me fired off this film. And because he had the power. He was looking to win an Oscar, and he had the power. And he won that argument. And so if you look at The Dark Half, when they pull up to the house, the light's on in the house. And I wasn't able to say anything about it. You wind up having to fight and duke it out on every little point. And that's no fun at all.
Yeah, it's a very, what a lot of people don't realize is how fickle the business is, and a film can be made or canceled just on a whim often, and that's happened to you often.
Oh, yeah.
And that's happened to so many other people. We have another question. There was a hand. Okay, there's one over here. Yep.
Oh, I was just going to comment on Creepshow. Oh, over here.
Oh.
No, over this way.
Other side.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Over this way, George.
Okay. See, I only hear out of one ear, so I have no stereophonic hearing. I can't tell.
I was just wondering, just to get away from the zombie thing for a second, Creepshow was like an anthology. I was just wondering if you're ever going to attempt something like that again, because I thought it was pretty unique and
Well, you know what? I would love to. I think they remade a Creepshow 2. I'm not even sure about that.
There's Creepshow 2 and there's a Creepshow 3.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, I don't think Steve had anything to do with it at all. I don't even think Richard did. Richard Rubenstein, my ex-partner, I think it did that. Somehow Warner Brothers sold it off. I don't know how it happened. I'd love to do it. The wisdom in Hollywood is that anthologies don't work. And I don't get that. I mean, one of these days, and there's going to be an anthology that'll blow the roof off again.
There's a good, it's actually playing, I think, in Toronto now, but it'll be coming out on video and VOD. There's a really great horror anthology called VHS. Check it out. It is, and it's directed by around 4 of the top young horror directors and writers, and it's super fun. And it's proof that anthologies do work, but it was an independent film which was done for next to nothing.
Yeah. I also saw in Lund, we didn't see the film, but there's something of the Dead with many directors.
Oh, the ABCs of Death.
ABCs of Death, yeah.
ABCs of Death, we just had the world premiere here in September at the film festival, and it's 26 short films about death. Each one, it's like a children's book, like A is for, D is for dog, and it's 26 different directors. And some of them are strange, some of them don't work, but like half of them are just incredible. But I mean, that's the thing with an anthology. You're always going to have one which isn't as strong as the other 3, and it's just the way the mix works out. So
Definitely. I mean, there's no question. And then trying to decide, when we were trying to decide what order to put the stories in Creepshow, I mean, there was more arguing about that than about anything else on the production. What order should we put them in? Let's get rid of Geordie early. And let's put Leslie Nielsen in the middle somewhere. That's
and here's we've got still over here. Okay, well then we'll get to you.
Hi, I was at the screening last night of Martin, and I had forgotten how special that film was, and it really moved me, and I wanted to thank you for it. First of all, just for making it. It's an amazing film. I'm happy it's out there. But my question is actually about the role of women in the Dead trilogy. I really enjoy the trilogy. I'm a lifelong fan. But if you look at a character from the first film, say Barbara, for example, and then you look at Laurie from Day of the Dead, there's quite a journey there. And I was just wondering if you wanted to comment about that. Like, I think Day of the Dead's almost a feminist film if you think about the other 2 characters, the Rhodes character and the scientist character. They're kind of caricatures of masculinity. So I just wondering if you wanted to comment on that.
Well, it's interesting because someone mentioned this the other night when I was doing the first talk with Colin. When I made Night of the Living Dead, I was as unaware of Barbara's problems as a woman as I was about Dwayne as a black man. I mean, I just said, come on, I just thought with Dwayne, I said, come on, it's 1968, man, nobody's going to care about that. And with Barbara, I fell into the old trap of the damsel in distress. She breaks her shoes, she breaks her heels, she falls, she does everything, and she winds up being catatonic and ineffectual all the way through the movie. And it took me a while it only, when people started to talk about the film, no one mentioned that. Nobody mentioned that, oh, this is not very nice to women. Everybody was just all about, what a racial statement. No one ever mentioned it. But I noticed it. I said, wait, that was wrong. So when I did the remake, when I wrote the remake of Night of the Living Dead, the one that Tom Savini directed, I made her much stronger. I made Barbara much stronger. And then I've sort of been apologizing ever since. And I think that Sarah is maybe the strongest. Maybe Asia in Land of the Dead, but she's also a bit of a victim, but she's pretty strong too in the end. Anyway, I've tried to apologize.
I think you have. I mean, in Day of the Dead, Sarah is like just as strong as like Sigourney Weaver's Ripley in Aliens. Like, it's a good, sharp character. But I mean, the interesting thing is, in these films, everyone they think that they're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And it's always either the wrong thing or that's not the only choice.
That's not the only choice. And that's it. Sarah in Day of the Dead is wrong about a lot of, as much as she forgives Frankenstein and she's just wrong about it. She's too easy on the situation. She should have shot Rhodes, so I was also trying to stick a little of that in there, that because Ben in Night of the Living Dead is wrong in the end. He was wrong. He was wrong about arguing. He was wrong about the basement. He's wrong. And in the end, he's proven wrong. But I was trying to do a little bit of that irony there with her, too.
And just to let you guys know, tomorrow, Saturday, we are doing a triple bill. We're going to be showing Night of the Living Dead, then Dawn of the Dead, and then Day of the Dead. And I'm sure those sighs are from people who aren't in Toronto. And also, actually, Day of the Dead.
You can take it.
Day of the Dead, beautiful 35 millimeter print, and it's actually uncut because when the film first came out in Ontario, the Ontario Film Review Board, our censors, cut the hell out of it. You'll be able to see it in all its 35 millimeter glory.
I never knew that. I just heard that from you the other evening.
Yeah, there's a scene in the film, and I remember when it came out on VHS, where there's this character who shoots himself and puts the gun to his mouth and pulls the trigger. But in the Ontario cut, you heard the gunshot, but then you just see him slump down to the wall, and there's something missing. And that's like a very integral part. It's not an integral part of the film, but it's a very elaborate special effect. It's not real. We could spin off on that.
Yeah.
I mean, when people say there's a great quote by, and I don't like to.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, the quote is, there's a quote from Godard, and I hate dropping this because it sounds really poncy and pretentious, but talking about film and talking about blood, Godard says, it's not blood, it's just the color red. And that's anytime you see someone screaming, getting squeamish and really upset, I'm like, no, that's not blood. It's just the color red. You're interpreting it as blood.
Right.
So we've had someone who's been very patient here with a question.
Hi. I was just wondering, your zombies, every movie, look a little bit different. They get scarier and more gorier. And I was just wondering, when you made Night of the Living Dead, if you kind of had that vision of what your zombies look like now in your more recent Dead films, or if it's that something that you build on every movie, you kind of give them a different look. And it's always interesting to see every movie they're going to look different, or it's creative.
Well, no, and actually when I made the first film, Night of the Living Dead, I didn't call them zombies. I didn't think of them as zombies. To me, zombies, I was doing dead people. And zombies, according to The Serpent and the Rainbow, and these guys that write about voodoo, they're not dead. They're given some sort of blowfish powder that makes them subservient and makes them slaves. They're not dead. And so I thought, I'm going to make the dead, for some reason, stop staying dead. And I thought I was doing a new creature. And I don't know, Carl Hardman and the people that did the makeup, because it was black and white, it was very forgiving. It was basically just pasty looking and sunken eyes and, you know, really very simplistic. There were only a couple of makeups that were a little more elaborate. And that was it. And then all of a sudden, when people started to write about this film and started to call them zombies, I said, maybe they are zombies. And so I called them zombies in Dawn of the Dead. I finally used the word zombie. And what happened there, basically, was not much of an advance, because Tom Savini was in his early days of doing makeup special effects, and basically those zombies are just gray. I mean, if you look at them, there's nothing special about them. And it wasn't until Day of the Dead that Tom had come a long way with prosthetics and with being able to, you know, do the effects work. And that was the first time that they sort of really advanced. And then after that, by the time we got to Land of the Dead, you know, we had all the benefits of, you know, everything, all the, you know, the best prosthetic makeup and the best CG and everything else that we were able to use. And so you know, you use what you can. And so that's really, it was almost an accidental process. We were growing up as the techniques were growing up.
And just to note about Your Undead don't eat brains. That's something which other people have run with. Before we did we had a discussion here the other night, and I heard someone in the audience go, brains. I'm like, that had nothing to do with this gentleman's work. Your zombies, your undead don't eat brains.
My zombies have never eaten brains. They're this misconception. You know, they could never crack it open. It's like a coconut, you know. They could never crack the skull open. So
I mean, where that came from, there's actually kind of a fun film, Return of the Living Dead, Dan O'Bannon's film, which is kind of looking at, it's like a postmodern fun take on the genre, and that's kind of where it came from. But I mean, the great thing is that your zombies, they all have personalities, and I mean, if you look at Day of the Dead and Land of the Dead, you've got one that's just enriched with a story and character, and is one of the main focal points.
One of the main characters in the movie, in both of those films, Day of the Dead and Dawn of the Dead. But I've always tried to give them character. Even in Dawn, when I first realized that they were zombies, I didn't want them to just be these sort of faceless. You know, I wanted them to have a past. And so, you know, there's a nun, there's a softball player, there's, you know, I try even just with wardrobe to make them familiar, to that extent, familiar. And I think that's important. Instead, you know, you look at the remake of Dawn and everybody's wearing running shoes and Nikes. And they're running. I don't get it. But
talk about that. slow zombies versus fast zombies.
Slow, for sure. If they're dead, they're slow.
So they run.
Automatic.
Yeah.
If they're dead, they're slow.
If they run, their ankles will break.
That's right. That's what I always say.
All right, we got time for two more questions. Let's see. We're following the beacon over here. Yes.
Hi, Mr. Romero. Okay, so I was born in '89, and I'm from Hong Kong, so zombies aren't actually a thing I grew up with on a regular basis, but I saw a few other horror movies, and the trope I actually grew up with was that in horror movies, no matter what the adversary, it's always either the black guy or the woman who dies first. And so when I watched Night of the Living Dead, that was actually what stuck out for me, was that you had a hero of color and that he got it.
He died last.
Yeah. So that was just an observation about how, you know, that piece of work is obviously translating through time and over space. My question is, despite you receiving a lot of Midnight Madness zombie movies, and apparently most of them being terrible, can you comment on the fact that we still seem to be undergoing some kind of zombie renaissance in pop culture?
I don't get it. I honestly don't. First of all, I'm a little pissed off because I used to be the only guy. Now everybody's in my playground, you know. I don't get the whole thing. I don't get the zombie walks. I don't get why 4,000 people come out and, you know, Taya's a lovely person, but you know, what is she, the Pied Piper? How does she get 4,000 people come out and put that goop on? And
this is our friend who runs the Toronto Zombie Walk, and every year it grows and grows, and then every cities are doing them all over. Yeah, but I mean,
unbelievable. We were in Strasbourg, France, and my wife Suze went out and all of a sudden encountered this zombie walk. I mean, she couldn't get across the street. It was like the marathon, you know, the New York Marathon. You have to wait.
And there was a festival in Slovenia where you were able to judge the films, and you did it by phone. And they were like, they were so excited. They were like, tell George we're doing the first zombie walk in Slovenia. I mean, is it because, I mean, there's kind of almost kind of an end of times hysteria, and is this people kind of like gripping onto?
You know, maybe somewhere way, way deep. I just think it's Halloween, man, and I don't think zombies have been supported in popular culture, popular fiction, by movies. Because if you think about it, what zombie movie has made more than $100 million? Zombieland is the only one, and they're not dead. So that's not the kind of numbers that usually interests Hollywood. Yeah, they're making a Zombieland too, but you know, no movie has gone through the roof that way. It's video games. I think it's video games. There's millions of video games on our iPads. There are probably 75 zombie games on just on the iPad, and huge video from Resident Evil through. I mean, there's a House of the Dead. There's a million big best-selling zombie games.
Yeah, and I guess a lot of that is just kind of a different context for the shoot 'em up, for like a first-person POV. It's like, okay, well, we've done army games. Well, you can get away with shooting humans if they're zombies. If then it's just kind of another kind of conceit for that.
I think that's exactly right, and I think that's really what's kept the zombie so popular over the years. And I frankly, I don't understand. I mean, if you can talk about, well, the end of days, you know, are people worried about the end of days? I'm just worried about the end of my days.
I mean, for me, the thing which always interested me in this particular genre, it wasn't so much the fact that it's the undead, that it's zombies. What scared me was always just the last man on earth scenario, where you wake up and life has changed, life is different, your loved ones are gone, whether it's zombies or anything else, just being the last man on earth. That's what I always find scary about these things, not the threat of flesh eaters.
Right, this might be the end for... Yeah, well, you know, The Last Man on Earth is the name of Vincent Price, the Vincent Price version of I Am Legend. And I sort of loosely, I Am Legend is loosely responsible for Night of the Living Dead.
I Am Legend, which is written by Richard Matheson, who is like a great horror kind of fantasy author. And so, yeah, it was kind of inspired, Night of the Living Dead was kind of inspired from that in
Loosely, yeah. I mean, I wanted to do something about, I wanted to do the first day instead of, I Am Legend is about the whole world has become, everyone in the world has become a vampire, and there's one guy left, and that's the last man on Earth. I wanted to do something about, well, how did that start? And go back to the first night. And that's the only sort of loose thread that was inspired by I Am Legend with Night. But.
We've got time for probably one more question here. Okay, there's up there. Sorry, the people with the beacons, they're the ones who are picking there. So where is it? Or what? Wait, up. Yes, here, this gentleman here. Make it good.
A lot of pressure now. When you first came out, you said that when you saw the film, all you saw were the errors. And I'm wondering, in your process, when do you look at a piece of work or one of your films and say, I recognize there are a lot of errors, but it's time to share this?
That's a very good question, particularly for aspiring filmmakers. I can't watch a movie, I can't watch one of my movies. Once you've been through the whole process and you live with it, you live with every frame of it, and you're making frame by frame decisions, and boom, 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 and you finally put it to bed, you're never certain at that moment how it's going to play. And I try, except for events like these where I didn't come to watch the movie because I didn't want to see it again. I try not to watch films until, at least 2 or 3 years later. Recently, there was a screening of Land of the Dead at Deluxe. They had editors, the Canadian
Editors Association of Canada
screening, and Susan and I went, and it's the first time I'd seen it. The first time either of us had seen it, almost since it was made, and it played okay. I mean, I wasn't disturbed by all of these problems. When I look at Night of the Living Dead, screen direction is off. First of all, I didn't know enough about screen direction. I didn't know that conversations were supposed to go that way. They're both looking the same way, and some of the stuff I just wasn't educated enough. Even though I'd watched films, basically all of Night of the Living Dead was basically stolen. All the shot selection was stolen. But more from Orson Welles. People say it's Hitchcockian, but I think it's more from Welles. Welles is Shakespeare films, Macbeth, Othello. The lighting, particularly. I was stealing from Orson Welles and trying to do my best that I could with it. And now, once I got away from it, once I started to learn about some of these basics, that's what I mean. All I can see now are the stupid little errors. There's a jump cut in it. There's, which I didn't realize. It looked like I could cut. It's the same shot, but there's a jump cut in it. And I cut a piece out of the middle, and it looked like they were in the same position, but they're not. And it's just stupid little things like that. And that's really it. But now, man, I've been over the last only maybe 5 years or so really comfortable with the process, and I can actually. I used to cover my ass by shooting single shots of everybody in the room, and so I could cut the script, edit the script any way I wanted. And now I'm happy and comfortable with sort of choreographing moments, and thankfully, because that's the best way to economize when you're on the set. It's also a good way to keep people from cutting shit out of your movie.
All right, on that note, let's hear it for George A. Romero.
These two elements are the most important of everything, Everything is dominated by these two. All the world, whatever happens, is dominated by sex and violence.
We're going to go back further in time first to 1973, and I thought, it's still quite early on Sunday. We want to ease you in gently. So we're going to show the opening 3 minutes of Turkish Delight. That opening, with the exception of the badly translated lines, is pretty faithful to the opening line of Jan Wolker's novel, upon which the film is adapted. I'm just curious, by the film's staggering success, do you think at that moment in 1973 this was something that people were just waiting for?
Yes, I think there was what you would call probably a certain sexual revolution in Holland, much more, let's say, being open-minded towards sex. And of course, the writer of the book, Jan Wolkers, was one of the persons that introduced an extremely realistic and direct way of writing a novel. I mean, the realities that he describes in his book are based on his own life, mostly. He takes these elements from memory. It's all things that happened. And he put them in a certain order, and at the end, the girl dies. But it's really one of the two writers, Jan Wolkers, is one of the two Dutch writers at that time that led in this revolution, I think, you know, by their directness, by their the way they described, let's say, sex. The other writer is Gerard Reven, but he was, let's say, introducing being gay to the Dutch people. He got extremely popular by really in the 60s or so, marrying his boyfriend. So both writers in two different directions opened up the eyes of the Dutch.
And this film was made in the same year as Marco Ferrari's La Grande Bouffe. It was made a year after Bernardo Bertolucci's Last Tango in Paris. Did you see this film as being part of a wider wave of filmmaking, or did you feel that this is something that's much more specifically about Dutch mentality at that time?
Well, of course, I based myself on the novel, really. And I did not really take any cues from other movies. The style, of course, is certainly different than Bertolucci. And I felt that it was something that was possible to describe something so directly and so realistically in Dutch society that people were aware that these things were happening. In fact, we're all talking about how to describe reality and how far to go, isn't it? I mean, the reality of sex basically is often, especially when you look at nowadays American movies, it's all expressed in a completely cryptic way, elliptic. Whenever there is a sex scene, the woman keeps on her bra. That is, let's say, really exceptional, I could tell you. But I mean, they do that, and all that has to do with, let's say, making more money, because then the movie is not an R, and is a PG-13, everybody can go in, and it has certainly to do with a certain degeneration of the capitalist system, but we might go too far there. But I think in Holland, I felt that was the way we lived at that time, you know. I was in my early 30s, and promiscuity, having two lovers or three, that was really in the, let's say, the somewhat more elevated, quote unquote, artistic circles. It was a must. And I was forced to do that. Days. Yeah. But I mean, it happened at that time, you know, and it felt that way. And of course, the whole movie is, let's say, a pretty dark beginning. But I think there's a lot of romance in the movie and tragedy, in fact. But I think the whole the treating, let's say, nudity and sexuality in the way, in let's say, in an open-minded way was. Not only done by me, but many Dutch filmmakers at that time. So I'd say several of my friends, basically my friends directors, made movies where sexuality was, let's say, portrayed in a completely different way than 30 years before.
And this period, your first feature was Business is Business in 1971, and then you follow this 2 years later with Turkish Delight. How difficult at that point in time was it to actually make a feature in the Netherlands? And what was the filmmaking environment like at that time there?
Well, there was basically very little done in Holland. I mean, I think at that time they made 1, 2, or 3 movies a year. And but then they, let's say, they built a film school in Amsterdam. and so in the late 50s. And so the people started to look at movies, younger people start to look at movies in a more professional way. It was really not a profession. I'm a mathematician, in fact, and I became a filmmaker later. But when I announced to my father that I was, let's say, after my studies, that I wanted to become a film director, the first thing he said is, "But nobody makes movies in Holland." And which was true, but because there was this whole group of young people, included my later becoming director, but he was then my DP, Jan de Bond, who did Speed, and later in the United States, they all were, let's say, coming together, although we are all, of course, full of jealousy and animosity, but forgetting about that, we were still all trying to make movies, and there was certainly a help from the Dutch government that had also created this film school to allow young people to experiment with film, and they put money in that, you know. I mean, all European movies are made with government money, isn't it, in general? And so that started at that time, that the government was really giving it a push. Interesting enough, it was a right-wing, or perhaps not, it was a very right-wing government, but they had no problem at all with the kind of movies we were making. For them was important that people, that the money they invested would come back. And if that was done in the way of Turkish Delight or the other way, they didn't care, you know. That was in fact, that was, in comparison to the left-wing governments that came later, was much better, unfortunately.
You mentioned that you studied mathematics. There are a lot of stories that swirl around your career, and I'm not sure how many are apocryphal, but there is this one wonderful story that as you're about to embark to America to shoot RoboCop, you received a letter from your father?
Yes. In fact, my father was, of course, extreme. After me making Turkish Delight and other movies that were really very successful, my father was, and my mother too, were extremely disappointed that I didn't become a professor like my friends at the university. They all became professors, and that I had chosen this profession of director. And on the day, nearly in the week at least, that I was going to the United States to make RoboCop, my father gave me let's say an advertisement in the newspaper where they were looking for a part-time mathematician teacher. And then when I said, but I make movies, he said, you can do that. There's time as a teacher, basically at high school, there's time, you can do that as a hobby. But this was real, eh? I mean, I'm not exaggerating one word here. I mean, I was flabbergasted, you know, that he basically, that they looked at it. They were so disappointed, and I read later some papers that my mother wrote before she died, and this disappointed was there till the end of their lives. And of course, by then, they had been going to my movies, and they had basically everybody, the environment was extremely positive about them, but they could never adapt to the fact that they had become this kind of film director.
With regards to the content of your films, one New York Times critic described the Turkish Delight author Jan Rolke as writing without sparing our morality or senses. And I thought that's a very good description of you.
Say that again?
They wrote of Rolke's that he writes without sparing our morality or our senses.
Yeah, sure, he did.
And your films?
Well, I took it from him, huh? No, it's true. I mean, I didn't invent it.
No.
I mean, the honor should go to Jan Wolkers, really, for daring to write that. And then our movies were basically based on that. But, you know, I'm really coming, there is something else there. I mean, if you look at Dutch painting, and painting, say, in the 17th century, and compare that with painting in Italy, France, and England, then you see an enormous sense of reality in these paintings, these Dutch paintings. You know, Jeroen Bosch, for example, is very famous. That's the prodigal son. It's not so small, but there is basically the prodigal son leaves the bordello, and on the side of the bordello, there's a guy is peeing against the wall. I mean, that's basically, Dutch painters did that. I mean, you would not expect that in an Italian Renaissance painting in any way, isn't it? Or Rembrandt that basically has been etching scenes, let's say, copulation with his wife, or a woman pooping or peeing. And in fact, Picasso used one of these etchings basically to make a painting about that. But I mean, that was there. That we grew up. I mean, if you at elementary school or even in high school, the 17th century is called the golden age of Holland, and that was you grow up in that atmosphere of reality. That basically, yes, people are peeing and pooping, and yes, that why do we hide that? Why would so they did? They painted it. And I think what Wolkers did really, and especially after what I said about the translation, Wolkers grew up in that kind of atmosphere, and me too. And I thought basically that reality should be taken seriously, you know, and that we should not hide, that there is a representation of reality that basically wipes out all these kind of what people call extreme. But it is just not true, eh? The truth is really that these things happen, yes, of course, and that there should not be a problem in portraying them. I mean, that's what I feel. So I never felt any restriction. With sex, for example, what I try not to do is to imagine sex scenes, to do something that out of my imagination. I always feel if I do a sex scene that it should be based on sex that I know. Otherwise, I think you easily drift off in pornography. But if you know that what the actions you take with man or woman, that they are based on reality because you have seen it, you have participated, then I think you can use sex in a very interesting way. And then it's not so much about the sex anyhow, no, it's about what you see when you look in each other's eyes, you know, that's during the sex is more important than all the sex together, I think.
I mentioned in the introduction about the fact that you've produced some of the most satirical films made in Hollywood, but something that people don't often recognize is how funny all of your films are. And there's such a warmth and humor in a lot of the characters.
Yeah, so?
I was going to go on to talking about humor with sex, and just the idea that scene is humorous. But the way that you represent sex in the films, a lot of people have always linked the sex with violence in your films, but it exists in many, many different ways. And I just wonder, over the years, has it annoyed you that people see just a two-dimensional attitude towards sex, and also perhaps bring too much of their own moral compass with them?
No, that's, yeah, that happens, but I think there's nothing you can do about it. And sometimes after 10, 20 years, people start to look at it in a different way. So you have to hope for that, you know. But I like sex, of course. I mean, I represent sex because I think it's something wonderful. I mean, that doesn't mean that sex cannot be abused in a terrible way, you know. I mean, the amount of rapes in the United States is about 1,800 a day. So that is one every minute. So a sex can be completely abused. But in general, I think what happens in sex is something that you cannot really express in any other way, you know. What you see in each other, like we said it before. But during sex, if you look into the eyes of the other, I think there is something that you feel there that exists, but that you could not basically find words to describe it. So I think that mystery, or whatever you want to call it, is why I think sexuality gives you the possibility to express things that you cannot say with words, and very difficult, but somewhat better with images.
And it's quite interesting as well that I know years ago Orson Welles said that sex is something that shouldn't necessarily be represented on the screen because it stalls the narrative, it doesn't move the film forward at all. But looking particularly at the films you made in the Netherlands in the 1970s, it's so integral. It comes back to this idea of realism, that it's just accepted. It's not everything has to stop so we have the big sex scene. it's just something that
Oh,
develops.
no, clear. No, but
the
SEC is also can be used very easily as a plot point, of course. And I think I strongly disagree with Orson Welles, but Orson Welles is American, isn't it? So they are not too open-minded about that in the first place, and so I think that. I mean, it's not so that movies are all about plot in it. Plot is important, and in American movies, plot is much more important than in Europe. I mean, that whole system of making a movie in 3 acts, that is really this plotting, structural plotting, is very American. And I think the movies I did in Europe, and many other people did in Europe, be it Truffaut or Fellini or whoever. I mean, if you look at La Dolce Vita or 8½, which is fantastic movies, and there is really not much of a plot than seeing Marcello going down and down and down and down, isn't it? So, but that's not plot. That's just kind of tragedy. And I think there is too much insistence, basically, in the United States on plot. So I think, on the other hand, we all know that if you have a plot, if something doesn't work very well as a scene or whatever, then the plot takes you over that, because you still want to know how this, let's say, what's hidden and what should be revealed. So it helps you when you make, let's say, mistakes. That if you don't have a plot and the scene is not good, then you lose your audience. But with plot, it's more difficult to lose your audience. So I think there is an advantage and pragmatic advantage to having a plot. But in fact, if you overplot and really think that it's about plot alone, then I think there's a problem.
With Katie Tipple, I read somewhere that at one point in time you said that you would like to remake it. And I wonder if Showgirls ended up, in a way, kind of being that remake.
Well, I never thought about that. I mean, it's possible, I felt that, especially the last part of Katie Tipple, you haven't seen that, doesn't work when she goes, then she becomes a kind of a revolutionary or whatever. I don't believe it. And so I would like to remake it, but in fact I had an American project that I wanted to use for that, which was to make a movie about one of the first real feminists in the United States. It was Victoria Woodhull, and at the end, immediately after the Civil War, and basically I had Nicole Kidman wanted to play that, but we never got it from the ground, and it was very interesting. Victoria Woodhull comes out of a very low class. She was a prostitute, but let's say when she was 45 or whatever, she tried to become the first female American president. It's a very interesting career, isn't it? But she didn't succeed. I mean, perhaps it happens now, finally, but not for Victoria. Yeah, this would be my answer, more or less. It's not a real answer, but...
There's a quote by Renee Sutendeck where she says, "Most women in Paul's films will not rest until they've got what they want. They usually win, and they let no one stand in their way." Could you talk about your attraction to these really strong female characters, but also the way that in the film we see them so often through a male gaze, but it feels like the women are actually controlling the scene and the way things unfold?
Well, perhaps that has been lately the case with the 2 movies I did, which is Elle and Black Book. But of course, there are many other movies basically where the males are dominant, So it's not that I only do female strong women. Basically, I do also interesting strong male characters. But if somebody gives me a script about a strong woman, then in general I would be attracted to that. Yeah. But you cannot explain why, isn't it? I mean, because perhaps I'm married to a strong woman, my daughters are strong women, so I'm really surrounded by women in my life. Yeah. And so so that I choose that, let's say, yeah, it's really a choice. I read the script or the book or the whatever, and I like the character of the woman. But if it would be a man, then probably it would be the same. But lately my interest has been apparently more towards women. Yeah, sure. But I cannot explain these things, you know. I think, yeah, I can give you explanations and stuff, but I think they're all not true, you know. So it's really that I don't know. I mean, I like women and I like to be with women. I feel very comfortable with women. For me, having coffee with a woman is more interesting than having a beer with a man. It's more, but perhaps that's what plays, you know. But I don't know. I mean, you know, this character, the character in The Fourth Man, it's a male character, of course, that is the protagonist. Yeah. I mean, Renee Soutendijk is probably a killer woman. She has probably, but it's not sure, killed 3 husbands. And he might be the fourth man. He would be the fourth. You see, but he escapes. But she gets more or less what she wants. That's true. I mean, Renee is right there, but yeah, well, I mean, it's always interesting when the protagonist at the end of the movie comes out more or less okay, isn't it? Especially nowadays. I mean, there were movies in the 30s and the 40s, which what they call film noir. I mean, Sunset Boulevard being one of them, and there are others of Billy Wilder, basically, and other directors that did that, where the hero, the protagonist, at the end of the story dies. But that's nearly impossible now to propose. There's a project that I have in the United States, which is what you would call a film noir. And it's still not made because the main person, the protagonist, dies. And that makes it really impossible to get financing. It's interesting that, I mean, what happened there is not clear. Let's say that it was kind of interesting and acceptable in the United States to have in the 30s, 40s movies where your main character dies, and that people would be going there, that they would like it and they would be interested. And now that basically that is excluded, you know, you cannot do that to your audience. Perhaps they might be upset or they might not like it. And I mean, that plays a part all the time. But I don't know what happened exactly, that you cannot make that movie anymore.
There was one young British director a couple of months ago I was talking to, so I'm not going to say their name, but they had a pitch with a Hollywood producer, and the Hollywood producer was very unhappy because they found out, they hadn't bothered to read it, they just said, tell me it quickly. And they said, but did they die at the end? And they said, yes. And they said, well, I'm not really interested. How do they die? It was old age. What can I do? Let's actually talk while we're here about Hollywood and your move to Hollywood, and how easy was the move?
Yeah, I got lucky. I mean, I got in the hands of a very good producer, John Davidson. One of the 2 scriptwriters was always with me on the set. They prevented me to make terrible mistakes against American culture, because I didn't know that very well. But it was realizing that I didn't know the actors, that I didn't know the country, didn't know the locations, didn't know the crew. It was like a very successful transformation of myself. I mean, it worked, you know. I mean, it could have perhaps been, many European directors have, of course, have tried to make movies in the United States, and some of them worked. But I think because I accepted that I had to go with the flow. The flow really is what they want anyhow. I mean, then still in that perspective, you can still give it your own spin. That's what I did with RoboCop. Certainly, I made it mine, and I used my interest in comic books when I was young. I used that to overlay it, and let's say pushing the irony or satirical elements of the movie. But it was, yeah. you don't know these things. In fact, you can the transition to France, basically now this year, last year, was similar. Of course, you go to a country. You don't, my knowledge of French was limited at that time. You don't know the crew, you don't know the cast, you don't know any locations really, and you jump in. And then if you're surrounded by good people that are French, you become French. And I have the feeling that by surrounding myself with American people in RoboCop, I became kind of American. Interesting enough, the movie I made before that, which is Flesh and Blood, that was basically a medieval story. Rutger Hauer was the main character. We did that. That was the first movie I did in English. And I didn't want to go to the United States. I mean, so I made Flesh and Blood for Orion, basically the company that later did a RoboCop. And that was, let's say, that was a failure. I was trying. I didn't want to become really American. I made, let's say, a half step and not the full step. I tried to think, okay, I use American movie, but I'll stay in Europe. And that did not work because I was surrounded by Europeans. There were a couple of American actors. Jennifer Jason Leigh was in that movie for the female protagonist. But I think the fact that I was surrounded by Spanish people, Dutch people, some English people, German people, and it failed really because I was not aware of American thinking. And basically in RoboCop, I came into really, I stepped into the unknown waters of the United States. I mean, if you want to use a nice sentence there. But I felt that after, let's say, after the failure of Flesh and Blood, the head of Orion, that was Mike Medavoy, said to me, let's say, yeah, we like the filmmaking, but it doesn't work. It's not American enough. And if you want to make an American movie, you have to really come to the United States and live there and be among Americans, and then you will be American enough. And that's what happened, you know. Ultimately, in fact, pushed by my wife, pushed me basically to accept the RoboCop that I didn't like in the beginning at all, and said, okay, I'll take care of the kids, and basically, and you go to see to make the movie. Situation in Holland had become very, very bad. In fact, this is my film situation, and she convinced me basically to do the movie and do that movie. And she was right.
You said that you stepped into the waters of Hollywood, and it strikes me watching those films that you immediately became an Olympic swimmer. What is remarkable about these films, like so much of your other work, is the level of intelligence and wit that you bring, and satire, particularly in the case of Starship Troopers, on a level that I don't think Hollywood's really, rarely ever seen.
Right, but sure, but that's not only me. That is really also Ed Neumeyer and the producer, John Davidson. So, I mean, we wanted to do this. I mean, especially in Starship Troopers, we were really fighting with the book of Heinlein, which is, if you read it, is pretty militaristic, and you could call it easily fascist. And so we were struggling with that because we didn't want to do that, but we found a way with the kind of the irony and the hyperbolic way we did the scenes to counter that, to counter by exaggerating this kind of fascist to utopia. So I think that was something that Ed and I and John Davidson, that we worked on, really. We did it with 3 people, you know, so I cannot claim that as my own invention. It was also written that way, and by then Ed and I were really, we knew each other very well. So we had an enormous amount of fun in writing the script of Starship Troopers. We were laughing all the time when we invented the scenes, basically. And that was such a pleasure, basically, to work that way and feel that you that you were doing something that you were pleasing yourself, you know, that you say, let's exaggerate all that and show these heroes in Starship Troopers. Of course, they're heroes of the movie. The protagonists of the movie are all heroes, but tell the audience once in a while that they're also fascist. That was the idea. And that's why we used all this imagery of Leni Riefenstahl. I mean, there's really many shots in Starship Troopers that they copied from Triumph of the Will, which is the Nazi propaganda movie of Riefenstahl in 1934. Yeah. And to tell the audience that this was really not by us saying this is a wonder, this is wonderful, these people. No, say, yes, these are your heroes, but by the way, they're fascists. I think that was for us such a pleasure to do that. And of course, in retrospect, if you look at the development, especially the last half year, in the United States, then you could say that the intuition of especially of Ed, I say, but at least let's say of all the three of us, that some elements in American society could be going into a fascist direction. That was basically what we felt. And we took many examples basically from Texas, of the death penalty and other things. Of course, at that time, that was George Bush basically being the governor. And so we felt that there was a stream in American society, you know, talking about Robocop is more urban, isn't it? This is, but I think Starship Troopers is about foreign policy, yeah. American foreign policy. It's not, of course, about Buenos Aires, it's about the United States. Yeah. But I think that was also nice to put it in other terms and to play with that, not in a way like we're going to show the world how the United States is. No, it was really written down with pleasure. It was fun. We were light-hearted when we wrote these scenes and laughing, sitting over coffee and laughing and laughing. And I think in reality, of course, we used elements also in Robocop and in Starship Troopers. We used elements of reality and extrapolated them in a what you would call a hyperbolic way. So. Yeah, it's just an explanation, basically, how we did this, you know, that we didn't do it. I mean, in retrospect, you're sitting here and you're talking, and you can say, well, we had this goal and this goal. But to me, it was amazing, thinking back about the movie, that we did it in such a nonchalant way. So really, like, let's do that. So, I mean, that's why there is this. With all the carnage that is in Starship Troopers and a lot, there is also something really funny all the time, you know. So I think we should certainly credit Ed Neumeyer as much as me for inventing this and finding this way of portraying, let's say, a big American movie in a way that you rarely see. And yeah. They take, in general, even in the remakes of our movies, they take everything much too seriously, really. And they're really, that's, I think we were like children, a bit, when we invented them.
Of course, with Robocop and Total Recall having as its main antagonist the head of a company who then moves into politics, and tries to be a leader. Obviously, that's so far-fetched, it wouldn't really happen.
No, that's
at all.
very far.
But one of the reasons I wanted to group these together, I know normally you see Basic Instinct, Total Recall, and Robocop, the Psychosis trilogy going together. But the reason I wanted to group these three together is the violence in them. It is very cartoony, it is very comic book, but it's interesting compared to Marvel films today. That scene with the robot in Robocop is incredibly excessive, and I know you've attracted a lot of criticism for the level of violence, but it strikes me we shouldn't just be accepting violence. If there's violence on the screen, it should be presented in a way that perhaps jolts us.
Perhaps sure, violence is, I'm against violence, yeah. You might say that I love it, but artistically, yes, but of course in real life, no. That's the difference, you know. Artistically, I think it functions within the framework of the movie that you're making, and then, especially in the case of L, I think if you the violence that with the rape that's there, you cannot basically. There's no other way to shoot that than as a violent scene, isn't it? And I'm not afraid of violence in movies. Yeah. In real life, it's a completely different situation, but in movies, I think, I mean, we know that violence is part of the world. It's not even part of the world. Violence is part of the universe. I mean, the whole universe is one violent creation of whatever it is, or a space-time accident or whatever. If you really study, I mean, nowadays it's so fantastic if you look at the photographs that are made by these telescopes that are now all around us, basically, yeah, in space, and the photos they make of the cosmos, of the universe, and you see as big books like this, you open them up and you see millions of stars in it, and then basically very small stars that are a bit, let's say, hazy. These are all galaxies, like the Milky Way. And to realize that these elements basically come together and are destroying each other. There are galaxies, there's photographs of two galaxies that you see that basically are entering each other. And you know that all the planets and all the life that is there will be destroyed. You know, planets will be taken out of their orbit, and basically people, whatever is there, animal life or very far, let's say, much more intelligent life than we have at the moment, is all destroyed. You know, I mean, it's like, for me, I think, having perhaps also grown up in World War II, isn't it? I was a child, so 6, 7, when basically the war ended. But living in The Hague, it was continuously bombed, in fact, by English and Americans, because they were trying to hit V2 rockets, isn't it? That were sent to London, in fact. But they made some mistakes, so they basically, total quarters of The Hague were ruined. To live in that and to see the dead bodies on the street and the blood and the ruins and that, if you as a child of 5, 6, think, for me, that is kind of what life partially is. And basically, if you go into Syria, whatever, that's how it is. That violence, that destruction is there on this earth, and that's what we do to each other. And so I think you have to really pay attention to violence, I think, because it's let's say, as sex is then, of course, the positive thing, isn't it? Sex is then, sex is, of course, only for babies, not, of course, but
of course.
Yeah, sure. I mean, no, that's the point, you know. Evolution has created that trick, yeah. It's a trick, huh? It's an evolutionary trick, basically, that you basically are so happy to put yourself on top of another. But because we need the babies, huh? That's evolution that wants babies. And so but you could say that's a positive thing. But the other side is the negative, the destruction factor. And these two are dominant in in the world. Yeah, destruction and let's say regeneration and going on with evolution. That you could call that probably positive. You know, at least yeah, I would say that's probably positive. And then the other side is the negative. And these two elements are the most important of everything, you know. Everything is dominated by these two. All the world, whatever happens, is dominated by sex and violence. And so I think you cannot deny that, and that I'm attracted to it is because it's so important. Well, I mean, I have been basically seduced several times to consider making a sequel, the sequel for RoboCop, and that was immediately in the aftermath of the RoboCop that we see here. The same applies to Total Recall. The same applies to Basic Instinct. But ultimately, I've never done it because I felt that it was always less than what I had done. And I think if you make a sequel, then you have to do, at least you have to come close to what you did. And I think that's not possible because you know already what you're doing. And when I did RoboCop and all these movies, I didn't know what was going to happen. I stepped into an adventure, and that adventure inspires you. But if you know already the trick, then basically you're not inspired anymore because you know it and you do it. So it's very difficult to make a very good sequel. The only one I know is Star Wars 2. That I think is a good sequel. But that's rare, you know, even Godfather 2 is not at the level of number 1 at all, I think. But yes, thank you.
And I gather we were talking outside about after Soldier of Orange was released, that Steven Spielberg was a fan of the film and you talked to him. I gather Steven Spielberg was considering putting your name forward for Return of a Jedi until he
That's
saw...
what I heard, basically, and it came, I think, from it could be gossip, but it came through his producer, Kennedy. Spielberg was really an admirer of Soldier of Orange, yeah. And he called me and said, you have to come to the United States, Holland is too small, and I know, and I'll introduce you to the studio, so that he did. And then at that time, I was working on Spatters, and at a certain moment I thought, okay, that's interesting to give him Spatters. Well, that was the end. That was the end of the relationship. Yeah. Well, entertaining for me. That I think, sure, I would change it if I think it's boring. Yeah, or change the scene, or take it out the scene. In fact, strangely enough, on this movie I just did, Al, that was 2.5 hours, we took out 25 minutes because I thought that the story didn't allow 2.5 hours. And so basically, yes, I would change it, but in general, I would accept it, you know. I read it, and this kind of shock of recognition is that you think, okay, this is good, this is me, I can do this. He wrote it for me, but he didn't write it for me, but I feel that he wrote it for me. And then you do it. I would not study that too much, you know. I think intuition there is extremely important, and even if your intuition is not always right. There was an interesting interview a long time ago with Ingmar Bergman, and they asked him how he did all these things, and he said, it's all intuition. And for 80%, I'm right, my intuition is right. 20%, I'm wrong, but then I take the 80%, and I trust my intuition, even if there are 20% wrong. So I feel the same. You have to use intuition. If we don't, I mean, what is intuition? That is probably something that is behind the consciousness, but it's still part of the brain. I'm not talking about mystery or let's say of God or whatever, you know. I'm really talking about this. And I think there's something there, and that functions basically without us knowing really, and then it sends, at a certain moment, if you're lucky, it sends back information. That is what you call intuition, because you don't know the process that's happened here. It's this computer, let's say, the conscious computer, we are close, with our computers coming close to that. The unconsciousness is also there. It's also, but that's a computer that is basically, we are very far away of that, you know. I mean, that's something that I trust, that there is something else there. And sometimes you're working and you can't find it, and then you think about, I mean, if you don't think, it doesn't come, you know. You have to activate this other areas by trying, and then at a certain moment, it's given to you. And it's fantastic when it's given to you. And then suddenly you see, oh yeah, oh, I have to do this. Well, I mean, I know that at that time when this slaughtering went on, you know, was really for many months was a kind of a very dark period, because there was so much animosity and so many criticism. But I remember that in these couple of months that I said to one journalist, well, let's see how it is in 15 years. Yeah, I said that, but I don't know if I really believe that. Of course, the movie was partially not perceived in exactly in the way I wanted, but it has, I think the way that people look at the movie now feels to me a bit more in the direction that I thought that we had been working. But of course, after when the film came out, I couldn't even believe that basically that I had been working towards something, you know, because it was so destructive that you think, okay, this is horrible what I have made. But I thought I had made an interesting movie. It happened that was the second time that happened. Happened once also in Holland when this movie Spetters that you saw with the two boys, with the girls when they are basically having so-called sex. That was the same. That was basically so much animosity on television, radio, newspapers, everything. For months and months and months were people pissed off in Holland completely. I mean, so, I mean, of course, Showgirl was a bit déjà vu, but the situation in Holland was, they accused me of being against women, against homosexuals, against, let's say, handicapped people. I mean, there were groups, and they had, let's say, they formed a group, the Anti-Spetters Committee. Yeah, right. And in the front of the cinema with big boards and all that stuff, you know. So, I mean, they hated Spetters. Not even so the audience went there, but to a certain degree, but from the, let's say, the level of intellectual, cultural elite, they hated it, yeah. And the Showgirls was the same. So now in Holland, Spetters is seen as an interesting movie about young people. Well, I mean, I try to work with the same crew. I mean, but often, of course, when you go to the United States and then back to France, you can try to keep a couple of people with you, but in France it was really forbidden to everybody on the set had to be French. So although I tried to bring a couple of people or from the United States or Holland, that was forbidden. And what happens? Some people die. I mean, I had one.
Not much then. Nothing big.
But if you look, for example, in my American and Dutch movies, well, you don't know them so well, but look at the American movies. I worked with two composers, Basil Polidouris and Jerry Goldsmith. And basically, I would, one movie, the RoboCop is Basil, Total Recall is Jerry, and it's on and on. It's half-half. And then both died. And then you have to find somebody, so they both died. And when I was working on Black Book, ultimately, because of the financial deal that was with England and Germany and whatever, we decided that we had to take an English composer. And then basically I looked at all the tapes, all the composers in the UK, that I listened to all of them, 10 or 15, basically, that are working for movies. And then I found Anne Dudley. And she did the Starship Troopers, she did Black Book, and she did Elle. So at a certain moment you have to move, because people are not there anymore. They disappear. But if possible, and if I would always try to be with the same crew as long as possible, so as long as they are available. That does not exclude the advantage it can sometimes have to change. But my changes are were always based on the unavailability of the person that I wanted. So, but sometimes changing, you learn a lot, you know. I mean, I learned a lot basically when I was doing Elle from the French DP that I have, Stéphane Fontaine, basically. So you learn, and that I would not have learned in another way, you know. So I think it's good to change, but I try not to change. If I like somebody, I try to work again with them. Yes, in fact, I wrote that book after going to a Jesus seminar, it's called, in the United States, in San Francisco, for about 15 years. I attended that because I wanted to make a movie about Jesus from the very beginning. And basically, I wanted to know what was really in the New Testament, what was authentic and what not. And so I attended that seminar that was looking and giving colors to the Gospels in it. So one to the actions of Jesus and the words of Jesus. And so in 4 colors. So red would be, yes, that's Jesus. And then pink would be, well, that sounds like Jesus. And gray would be, no, could be everything, you know. And black would be not Jesus. It was so 3/4 was black. Most of the Gospels are not true, I have to tell you. And Jesus didn't come back. No. It would be great, huh? I would be a fan. I'm a big fan of Jesus, but so after that, doing that, I of course, nobody wanted to make this Jesus that I basically had in my head, basically, which was more perhaps in the direction of Che Guevara or whatever. But then I decided, okay, in the meantime, I'll write a book. But I'm still trying. I have now tried again with three writers to at least make an outline, and I have failed till now. I have not been able to make my book into a movie yet, but I'm certainly still trying. Yeah, so I hope I succeed. It would be sensational. Sure, I would go back to, I mean, I'm still living in Los Angeles. So if there would be an interesting script, like the one we discussed in the film noir, where the hero dies, I would immediately do that, you know. But I have been a hard time to find something that really interests me. And basically, making movies all over the world is a little bit the same, you know. That's not on the set, is really not that different. But in the case of Elle recently, I felt that I had an excellent producer, Said Ben Said, who worked also with, did Carnage with Polanski and Cronenberg, Maps of the Stars, and some other. He just did something with Walter Hill. He is a really great producer, and I felt that I was completely protected, you know, more, some of the movies in Hollywood, basically, I felt also well protected. But of course, with going into the direction of Hollow Man, I felt that I was drifting towards cliché. And I felt that I should stop that. After 2 years reflecting on what I had done with Hollow Man, I really felt, with all the interesting special effects or whatever, that there was no meaning to the movie. I felt the meaning would have been really about how far would somebody go being invisible, you know, which is Plato, in fact, and they didn't want that, in fact. That was most too brutal, because, of course, then you would go much further than you ever see in the movie, you know. So it was like, I should stop. And then I started to look back at Europe, and then we did Black Book.
We'll see a clip now from Elle, but I want to refer back to a quote from quite some time ago by you. To me, an actor is someone who walks from A to B, and when I snap my fingers, they turn.
I thought it came from Hitchcock.
I thought that was a line that you actually said in an interview with someone.
I think I thought that I quoted Alfred Hitchcock.
With that in mind, though, working with someone like Isabelle Huppert,
I wouldn't say anything. I really let her go. She amazed me completely. Sometimes I knew that the scene had ended and that I should say cut, yeah. But I was so fascinated that she continued the scene. Sometimes she continued in such a way that the next scene that was supposed to be adjacent in an adjacent room was already done. She integrated it, and we said, oh, next scene we can is done. We don't have to do that. You know, she is. There is something that you cannot describe with Isabelle Huppert. She takes it really in directions that are not in the book, not in the script, not in my head, and basically and adds that to the movie. And I've used it all because I felt that's her intuition, of course, also because she's a woman, of course, was better than mine. And I let her go because I said, okay, she is such an artist that if she can go that way and go so far into orgasm or whatever things you will see in the movie, that she knows what she's doing, and she believes in it, and the authenticity makes everything possible. So I think I've never seen that in my life. Yeah, it is an exceptional level, Isabelle Huppert, and yeah, she's perhaps one of the greatest actors in my eyes in the world at this moment. Yeah.
I believe there is one more screening of Elle during the festival, so try and catch it if you can. If not, Picture House are releasing the film in January. It is an absolutely extraordinary film by a brilliant filmmaker. Thank you so much to the LFF for organising this event, but most of all, can you please join me in thanking Paul Verhoeven?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to just come back to, it was a great introduction that you gave. I just wanted to ask like maybe a few kind of follow-up questions about some things that you touched on, and then we'll open it up to the audience. You talked about how your Dutch films were really sort of rooted and invested in reality, and then moving to the States and working in the sort of science fiction blockbuster idiom, a totally new kind of language. But watching RoboCop again today, I think it's really striking how much the film actually relates to the political and social reality of 1980s America.
Sure, but I think that we have to thank really the two writers, Michael Miner and Ed Neumeyer, who basically presented a lot of these things already in the script. I mean, I came to the United States, it was 85, 86, and yeah, I jumped into this movie, but I was not so much aware of the political situations that were around. So I'm very, I'm absolutely sure that none of these political observations were coming from me. They were really there. A lot of that was already in the script, and I'm sure I used it. And basically, having been a child during World War II and being occupied by the Germans in the 40s in Holland, I mean, I recognized a lot of stuff, and in some way, but although differently. So, but I mean, it's really Ed Neumeyer and Michael Miner who set up this kind of political level that the movie has.
I mean, some of them were global things too, like just the idea of like privatization and corporatization,
yeah, sure, but even that was already in the script.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we discussed a lot, and I added some scenes and this, but in general, I would say I was ignorant to a large degree, living in Europe in a different situation in Holland. I was really ignorant about everything, or not everything, but a lot of things that were really happening in the United States. And so I had to, I was, Ed Neumeyer was with me on the set during the whole shoot of the movie. And every time that I made mistakes culturally, mostly perhaps also in dialogue, he was there basically to help me. And on top of that, we had a wonderful producer, John Davidson, who was there with me all the time and protected me against my European mistakes.
What do you mean by European mistakes?
Well, that basically, I remember that basically when I was reading the script for the first time, there was a text where, what do you mean, brother? And I wrote I still have it, I wrote in this, to the side, why it's not established anywhere that it's really his brother. I mean, it's true, that shows my ignorance about certain things in the United States. I mean, I got better later when I was doing Starship Troopers, and I'm still doing better now. But I have not been able to show that to the American audiences. I mean, I'll get my chance now, perhaps.
We'll talk a bit about how you made this film yours. I feel like one thing that's run throughout your careers, as you touched on, you often work with material generated that you don't write, that's sometimes based on existing material, but I think you found a way to make really personalized I would say, all your films. And I'm wondering, you mentioned a few things in relation to RoboCop, and I was struck by, you mentioned Mondrian. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, it's not something that I didn't really invent. There were this basically in the script, when I got the script, there were really this, let's say, interventions, I would say, in the main narrative. The main narrative is about RoboCop, but let's say there are the commercials and certain issues of the news and whatever, about the American presidents in space and whatever. I mean, these elements were already there. I mean, so when I got the script, I felt that they should be there as abruptly as possible, that they would not really be somebody is in a room and you see the television is on and then you see what's on the television. I felt it would be that it would be really modern and to cut it right into the main narrative, interrupt the main narrative, show this kind of commercials or newsreels, and cut back to the narrative. And I based that really on my admiration for a Dutch-American artist, painter, Mondrian, who, if you know his work, basically works with these squares of blue and red and green and whatever, but then it's, let's say, there are very sharp black lines in between, like chuck, 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 black, and then there are these squares there. Yeah? It's all abstract art. And I felt that this movie should do the same, that it would not prepare you for television news or whatever. It would just throw it in your face. And of course, I was coming to the United States, was anyhow completely coming from a European Dutch background. I was completely taken aback by showing terrible news, basically on the level of the rocket that exploded at that time, and then basically intercut by a commercial. You know, I mean, there was a tragedy and extremely emotional news. And then basically suddenly you get in between, you know, and that was so non-European. They would never do that at that time. Of course, now they follow the American. American cultural imperialism is all over the world. Of course, we know that, you know. So, but we also in Holland and in the whole of Europe, everybody has followed that example. So, but for me, it was really at that time saying, okay, I'm going to do something really. Something that is, let's say, in movie making, it has not been done. I mean, in the news, in television, you could see it anyhow, but it was not basically used as an art form. I think I used it a bit more for structure and innovation.
And you used the same device really in Starship Troopers, which you worked
yes, basically when we started to get this group together a couple of years later, John Davidson, me, Ed Newmeyer, and my DP, Joost Vacano, we wanted to do another movie together, and we did that with Starship Troopers, and then we decided basically that it should be, let's say, similar to RoboCop, although let's say the newsreels are much more showing a kind of a political point of view, and let's saying that these people, I mean, that has to do with the double narrative of Starship Troopers. I don't know if you've seen the movie, but there is the main narrative that is really about young boys and young girls fighting giant bugs, you know. That's the main issue. But then there is a counter-narrative that says, by the way, these people are fascist. So that's the point, and I think that's very, let's say, interesting in perspective of today, of course.
Yes, very relevant. Okay, let's talk about Jesus. Because
yeah, basically you go. It was not a fascist.
No, Jesus was not a fascist. That was not a good transition. But you did talk about the Old Testament and the New Testament in your introduction, and you've referred to RoboCop as the American Jesus.
Sure. Well, first of all, I mean, Old Testament, I meant when I read the script and studied the script, the scene that really seduced me and convinced me that I had to do this movie, even if it was in a different culture and language, etc., which is the scene when he comes to his house and basically and sees these images there's like flashbacks about his former life, and for me that meant basically looking at Paradise Lost. And basically that's the way I shot it. That's the way I asked Basil Polidouris to write the music, that it was really, let's say, opening the gates of Eden. And so I felt that was the scene for me, that I said, okay, I can make this movie and I can give something really new to, let's say, important for me, which is not too much on the nose really, but I can shoot it that way without anybody noticing what I'm doing. And that's basically why I said Old Testament, of course, that is Lost Paradise is beginning of Genesis, isn't it? And so the other thing, the Jesus stuff, that I felt then when I was looking at the movie, at the script further, then I started to see another metaphor, which is Murphy being crucified and resurrected. And so I felt that the death of Murphy, which is very much in the beginning, 15, 20 minutes inside the movie, basically, that it should be as cruel and as diabolical as the crucifixion of Jesus. And basically, as you know, in the New Testament, it says that even the people, the passing priests, basically laugh at him and say, come down from the cross. And so I felt, I mean, you see basically the people, basically, the gang is laughing. I mean, that's all me repeating the crucifixion of Jesus in a, let's say, in film language of the now. And later, the resurrection basically is the same. There is this moment that we go to total blackout, and what people that are Christian would say, descent in hell, of Jesus' descent in hell, and conquering Satan. But for me, it was a blackout, in fact, and then coming back step by step, and becoming reprogrammed in a different way. And if you really would take the Gospels and look at the words of Jesus after his so-called resurrection, you would see that his language has become extremely simplistic, like what Murphy says, isn't it? Thank you for your cooperation. I understand. Etc. There's text like that continuously throughout the movie. If you look at the post-resurrection words of Jesus, it's the same. Why don't touch me? Here, feel and touch. Do you have something to eat? It's really that, you know, if you read your Gospels, there is nothing more than that. Nowhere is there any possibility to see the Jesus that has been described before his death, which is all about parables, ethical behavior, and let's say the blessings and all that stuff. That seems to be all evaporated. He only says, can you give me some fish? Very interesting. So I felt that Murphy resurrecting should be simplistic and basically have a program and have very few words. Till he at the end comes back to himself and says, I'm Murphy. That was the idea. I mean, I didn't push that. Of course, you see at the end of the movie, the last scene, when he walks, basically, when you see them, when Clarence Boddicker is there, and you see there the walls of say, the walls of Jerusalem or the walls of Troy or whatever, and they walk up towards each other, Robocop and Clarence Boddicker, the meanest guy of the movie, and then I built underneath the water, I built a grid, you know, so that he could walk over water and say, I don't arrest you anymore. I'm going to kill you. He doesn't say that, but he means, I'm going to kill you now. And that's why I call it the American Jesus.
I just want to get into the production of the film a little bit. I was just looking again at the book on your work by Rob Venture, and he describes the making of RoboCop and devotes many pages to the robo suit. Yes, and it was quite a challenge.
Yeah, it was quite a challenge. That was a really mistake of Ed Newmeyer and me. When Rob Bottin for the first time presented to us the RoboCop suit, basically that he had made in clay, so he later had to be, of course, reproduced in other material, we started to comment on that, and we thought we had better ideas. And you can see how wrong you can be as a writer-director, because we try to push our version of RoboCop on Rob Bottin, and inspired by Japanese comic books, and which have made him much more bulkier, I would say, and that took us really, I would say, some time, and we're talking really about a couple of weeks, perhaps even more, that we didn't see our mistake. And finally we did, of course, and we apologized, but of course the production of the suit was heavily delayed, which had the consequence that when we were shooting the movie, the suit was not ready. And that Peter Weller, who had been practicing with, let's say, a football outfit to find out what you could do and how to work in a suit like that. I mean, none of everything that he had worked on worked. I mean, he couldn't move. He couldn't move this, he couldn't do that, and there was really a panic on the set. We had to stop production and revise everything, and it was all my and mostly mine, of course, mistake to think that I knew better than Rob Bottin, who is anyhow fantastic. I mean, he's an enormously gifted guy, and as is Phil Tippett, who did here at 209, and in Starship Troopers did all the animals. I mean, I'm so lucky that I was it's all coming from John Davidson. Eh? I didn't know these people. He brought these people to me. I mean, thanks. I think this movie became so interesting and so well crafted, I think, because of John Davidson, who was, let's say, showing me the way how to do such a science fiction movie. I mean, he knew much more about science fiction and special effects than I had never. I didn't have that knowledge, you know. He taught me how to do this. So, I mean, I'm very thankful to John Davidson, you know, a wonderful producer.
But you talked about, you know, Peter Weller getting in a suit and this restricted movement, but I think the suit, even as you see it in the film, is quite bulky. It is like this very heavy physical object, and I think that's interesting.
But yeah, but the version we had was a little bit different, you know. I mean, that's also why in the beginning, when we find that the original plan was to, in the aftermath of Terminator, James Cameron Terminator 1, we thought that it should be Arnold. And then Rob Bottin again said to us, if you take Arnold, on top of that costume, that would be coming really over the top. You should have somebody very slender, very slim, and basically, and the only important thing is how his jaws look. So we basically cast it partially on jaws here. Peter Weller has really the good jaws, you know. So, I mean, it's horrible to say this, but it's true too, you know. I mean, we also looked at his talent, and we did auditions or whatever that, but ultimately, the decision really of the whole crew was based on this.
Can you say a bit about working with Peter Weller? We actually invited Peter Weller to come tonight, and he said he really would have loved to, but he's in Hawaii, working on Hawaii Five-0, but he's was very excited about that we were showing this and doing the retrospective. But can you say a bit about working with him? It's as you say, it's a film. You know, you don't see his face for a lot of it, and somehow there is, I think, more than in most action films. Certainly, there's a certain pathos and a certain vulnerability to this character that he develops without even really being able to show his face.
Yeah, and in the beginning, like I just explained, he was very unhappy and miserable, in fact, and thought that in fact there was nearly, let's say, an insurrection, I would say, something like that he didn't want and couldn't do it, and he was fully right. The costume came much too late. He had no time to adapt to that costume. It was coming in the morning at 5 o'clock, and then at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 12 hours later, he come to the set and say, be RoboCop, you know. It was absolutely ridiculous, of course, what we asked Peter. And so after we solved that, and we were shaking hands and say, okay, now this we know how to operate now, and let's do it. it was a very smooth sail, you know. He gave me his word, and I gave him, let's say, all the time and that he needed. And from there on, it was a really wonderful production, and he suffered a lot, you know. It's to be in that costume is extremely, extremely unpleasant. It's warm, and we were shooting in Dallas. It was very high temperatures, and he never complained anymore. And he was a great, great, great guy to work with, you know. So.
All right, let's take some questions from the audience. All right, we'll start at the very back.
Yeah, during the whole production, the government or of the mayor, office of the mayor in Dallas promised that the lights would go on, but they never did. No, I chose it with John Davidson. We were there. We were thinking about Dallas or Houston, and we chose Dallas because of they had this skyline with one of the, at that time, innovative. One of the buildings was surrounded by a blue fluorescent, let's say, light, like around the building. And that felt at that time, of course now you see it all the time, but at that time felt extremely, let's say, futuristic. And that's why we chose Dallas, but it never went on, no. We were waiting and waiting, and finally we just shot it because it was just, I think I never came back, I think, in fact. It was too expensive.
I'll just repeat in case people in the back didn't hear a question about whether you made any significant changes to the script.
No, not really, no. I mean, I added one scene, basically, which was the guy, the bad guys that take the woman, try to rape the woman, and I invented that scene, sure. I mean, shooting through the legs of the woman to hit his dick, isn't it? That was me. Right.
Question about how RoboCop fits into this 80s action movie and the male action hero. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have not studied that, and I'm not aware really if it had any influence. Certainly, it has been difficult also in the remakes. And even in the sequels, has been difficult to imitate the style of the movie, which is partially, of course, ironic and has a kind of a lightness about itself, and is not taking itself completely seriously, realizes that this is not happening yet, and that it is a little bit weird what's happening. But I think in all these sequels, be it that they have made of my work now, be it sequels and remakes, I mean, they always seem to I think the studios always wanted not to have a layer of lightness, a layer of irony, sarcasm, or whatever, satire. I mean, that is, now that they want to do Starship Troopers, isn't it? That was recently in the newspapers, that they go to remake the Starship Troopers. And it was said in the article, and through the production team of that movie, of the remake, that they would go back more and more towards the novel. And of course, we really tried to get away from the novel because we felt that the novel was fascistic and militaristic. I mean, it is. And we, at Newmeyer and I and John Davidson, we all felt that, yes, the adventures of these young people, as I said, against their bugs, isn't it? I mean, there's this line in the movie where it says, the only good bug is a dead bug. In fact, when you see it on screen, it's John Davidson himself who says that. But you feel that, that they're going back to the novel would really, let's say, fit very much in a Trump presidency, really.
I wanted to just follow up on that. You know, the point that you made about how hard it has been to replicate the tone of this RoboCop and of actually of your other films, and I think this is kind of a signature of yours, is just this ability, this ironic tone, the way the film functions as an allegory without being too serious. I'm wondering if this is something that it's sort of a signature. Do you come by it naturally, or is it something that you work on with the material in terms of?
No, it comes really naturally, I think. I mean, it comes up. I mean, even if you ever see this movie, the French movie I just did, Elle, you will see that, which is, let's say, really about rape. You will see that there is still a certain lightness, a certain kind of. You can laugh, or perhaps you don't laugh, you smile, and I think that I always felt that it was important to stick to that, but it comes to my mind in an automatic way, organically. Really, I can't. I doubt if I can do it without that, you know, unless perhaps. Well, I think every movie has that. I think so. It's something that you don't even that I don't really try to do. It happens, just happens. When I read the script, then it comes out that way in my head. You know that.
All right, we can take one final question. Yes?
Well, yeah, I was 6, 7 years old when the movie, when the war ended. Sure, I mean, I grew up when you start to become conscious of the world, when you're probably 4 years old or something, when you start to look around. If you grow up for 3, 4 years in the atmosphere of destruction and persecution and occupation and bombing, and which was, I lived in The Hague, which was the governmental city of the Germans and the Dutch, collaborating Dutch government, which was bombed all the time because of the V2s that they were sending from The Hague to London. Then you think that's the world. You really grow up in thinking the world is like that way. It's like growing up as a 4-year-old in Syria now, isn't it? Then you think that's it. That's how it is. And I think that always will play a part in my mind. Of course, I found out after the war, you find out that peace is a normality. I mean, of course, Americans have never really been occupied, and neither have the English. So perhaps that is an experiment, an experience that is really at that young age that might be defining the way your brain works in the first place. You know, that I feel comfortable when I think about destruction and death and all that stuff. That feels completely natural to me. I am not afraid of it. I survived that, and I think I use it all the time, but not in a conscious way. It comes up, you know. It's like, oh yeah, this is horrible. Let's shoot it.
Well, you have a few more opportunities to hear Paul speak. Next film is Starship Troopers, and he'll be joined by the star of the film, Casper Van Dien, Johnny Rico himself. And tomorrow night we have Turkish Delight, and we'll do a Q&A with Paul after that. And then we have Showgirls, where we'll be joined by Gina Gershon. So I want to thank you all for coming. And Paul, really, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.